My name is Varen Akers, and this is the day I chose to leave my family castle and begin a new life as a pioneer knight. In the early morning, the sun shone over the land and filled the room with warm light. Varen woke up, got out of bed, and opened the window. He stood there for a moment, quietly welcoming the rising sun. From the window, he could see training ground No. 7 inside the castle. Their thousands of knights in attendance were already training hard, practicing fighting spirit as part of their daily routine. Then came a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The sound pulled Varen out of his thoughts. "Come in," he said. The door opened, and a beautiful maid walked in. She bent down respectfully and said, "Master Varen, your father asks you to go to the study after breakfast." "I understand," Varen replied. The maid stepped back, closed the door, and left. Varen lowered his head and thought about the choice he had to make today when he met his father. He had already become an adult more than 2 months ago after the coming-of-age ceremony. For the heirs in the family, there was an important rule. Once they became adults, they had to choose one of 3 paths. The first choice was to become the guardian knight of the current heir and swear loyalty forever under the witness of the goddess of life. The second was to leave the family and become a pioneer, heading to the Borderlands to build one's own future. The third was to join the kingdom's knights through the family's recommendation and directly serve the king. If I did not have this special soul skill, guidance of fate, I would probably have chosen the first path, stayed in the family, and waited for death, Varen thought. Because he had come from another world, fate had given him a gift after he became an adult. After some time testing it, he slowly understood how guidance of fate worked. At 8 o'clock every night on the first day of each month, a sweet female voice would appear in his mind and tell him valuable news. In the past 2 months, he had received 2 important pieces of information. One was about himself. The other was about Yingxing City, the territory ruled by the Akers family. 10 minutes later, a servant brought breakfast to his room. Varen changed his clothes, sat down, and quickly ate 3 pieces of white bread and a large glass of milk. After that, he asked the servant to take away the dishes. Then he picked up his knight's dagger, left the room, and went to his father's study. The castle where the Akers family lived was called Windsor Castle. It sounded elegant, but it was really a fortress built for war. The castle covered an area of 8 square kilometers and held tens of thousands of people. Inside lived hundreds of members of the Akers family, more than 200 silver knights, 1,000 bronze knights, and over 6,000 trained knights. The rest was servants who worked in the castle. Varen left the side castle where his room was located and walked across the jade-white floor toward the main castle, where his father Angus's study was. Along the way, the servants he passed bowed respectfully. Varen smiled and nodded back to them. After half an hour, he reached the 3rd floor of the main castle. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and knocked on the study door. "Come in," a deep and powerful voice came from inside. Varen calmed himself and opened the door. Inside the room stood a tall and strong man. Varen placed his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Father, good morning." Angus, the 6th-generation patriarch of the Akers family and the current Eagle Count, turned around. He looked at his 5th son and asked in a serious voice, "Varen, my son, what is your choice?" "Father, I choose to become a pioneer knight and bring new glory to the Akers family," Varen said firmly as he stood upright. "That is not like you," Angus said, staring at him in surprise. Varen faced his father's powerful presence without backing down. "Father, maybe after growing up, I want to build my own future, like an eagle flying alone." Angus saw that his son had made up his mind. As a father, he did not intend to stop him. He let the pressure from his body fade and said, "According to the rules left by the 1st generation of the Akers family, an adult heir who chooses to become a pioneer knight may stay in the castle for only 3 months. As your father, I will allow you to stay for 1 month. After that, you must leave Windsor Castle." "I understand, father. If nothing else is needed, I will leave now," Varen said. Angus nodded. As Varen turned to leave, Angus suddenly said, "The information you brought back saved Yingxing City from a great loss. Your reward will be given to you together with the family support." "Yes, father," Varen replied. He closed the door and left the study. The moment the door shut, a shadow stalker appeared in front of Angus and knelt on one knee. "Master, we found no other forces around Master Varen. Should we continue investigating?" the shadow stalker asked. Angus placed his hands behind his back. "No, this matter ends here. Destroy all records." "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow stalker vanished. A gentle smile appeared on Angus's stern face. "Varen, my child," he murmured, I hope you truly can break into a new world and spread the glory of Acres." Meanwhile, after leaving the study, Varen walked through the castle and thought about what he should do next. Before becoming an adult, his talent had only been average. Because of that, he had once wanted to stay in the family, live an easy life, and spend the rest of his days without worrying about anything. But now that he had chosen a path, he had to think carefully and make a real plan. He could not move like a headless fly. Next, I should go see Elder Miller, the one who manages the movement of family members, and ask for useful information. Varen said to himself. Elder Miller, who was 320 years old, was known as a living fossil of the family. Every pioneer knight who left the family would visit him. But before that, Varen still had one thing to do in Yingsing City. The second message from Guidance of Fate had told him this, 2 weeks later in House No. 308 in the West District of Yingsing City. 2 groups of people would make a deal. The item being traded was 2 gifted boys, one with blonde hair and one with silver hair. Both had great potential. The strongest person in the deal was only at bronze mid-level. Save those 2 boys and they will become your wings. Varen went to the stable, asked the horse servant to bring him a horse, climbed into the saddle, rode out after asking the guards to open the castle gate. He headed toward Yingsing City, which was 30 kilometers away. Using the brick and stone road, Varen reached the city in only 20 minutes. Yingsing City covered an area of 30 square kilometers and had a population of more than 300,000 people. It was the second largest city in the territory of the Acres family. The city kept 8,000 soldiers stationed there all year round to protect the people and maintain order. Varen looked at the city ahead and continued on his way. The officer at the city gate looked at Wylan, who was galloping, stood up from his chair suddenly and shouted to his men. "Quick, make way, the Lord wants to pass through here." Several lazy soldiers came to their senses and acted quickly, dispersing the civilians and merchants waiting to enter the city to the side, so that the west gate could be unblocked. Wylan rode into the city at lightning speed. After seeing the Lord enter, the city gate officer asked the soldiers to continue checking and collecting taxes, and he lay back on the chair to bask in the sun. After entering Yingsing City, Wylan identified the direction a little and headed towards his destination, the Yingsing City West District Security Department. Soon, a majestic building appeared in front of Wylan. A guard standing guard at the door stepped forward and took Wylan's mount, took it to the open space next to it, and took out the best hay for the horse to recover its strength. Wylan didn't pay attention to this and went straight into the security department and asked someone to call out the local sheriff, Chief Baker. After a while, a burly, silver-level, low-level warrior wearing half-body armor walked out of the room and saluted to Wylan, who was only at the bronze intermediate level, saying, "Master Wylan, what can I do for you?" "Baker, I came to the city to do something and need to borrow a team of security soldiers from you." Wylan did not beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose. After hearing this, Sheriff Baker immediately called a soldier over and told him, "Tell the captain of the 6th team, Ackerman, to gather his people immediately and gather in the courtyard." "Yes, sir." After the soldier saluted with his chest, he immediately ran away. A few minutes later, a team of 15 soldiers wearing iron armor gathered in the yard. Among them, a middle-aged man with the same strength as Wylan appeared and saluted with his chest to Sheriff Baker. "Sir, Captain Ackerman of Team 6 reports to you." "Ackerman, next, you will follow Master Wylan to do the work." "Yes, sir." Ackerman turned to Wylan and said respectfully, "I will follow your orders, Master Wylan." Wylan looked up and down at the weathered warrior, nodded with satisfaction, and then said goodbye to Sheriff Baker, and then took 15 security personnel who were all professionals to a street in the West City District to prepare for a crackdown on gangs and seek personal gain. In a private house in the West City District of Yingsing City, several local gangsters were trading with 2 weirdos in black robes. "The goods you want are in this sack." The gang leader signaled his men to open the sack, revealing 2 teenagers inside, one with blonde hair and the other with silver hair. The 2 black-robed weirdos looked at each other. One of them stepped forward to check, and after confirming that it was correct, the other threw out a cloth bag, which fell to the ground, making the unique sound of gold coins. The younger brother at the side took the initiative to pick it up and respectfully placed it in the hands of his boss. "The transaction is over, everyone." Suddenly, the door of the house was kicked open. and a handsome black-haired man rushed in with a dagger, shouting, "There is a traitor! No, everyone, put down your weapons, don't move." The two groups who had just completed the transaction looked at the uninvited guest who broke in, picked up their weapons, and prepared to show each other a little color. At this moment, the leading gang leader looked at Ackerman, who was following closely. His face changed drastically and shouted loudly, "It's the security team, go quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the gang leader ignored it and broke the window first to escape. Then a shrill cry came from outside the house, scaring the three gang members who had taken action pale, tremblingly put down their weapons, hugged their heads with both hands, and lay on the ground. Just now that was their eldest brother's cry, and now it is obviously gone. The two strange men in black robes stepped back and drew out their swords, trying to resist to the end. Seeing this, Weiland waved his hand to signal Ackerman not to do anything, and prepared to deal with the two men himself. Holding the short sword tightly, he used the narrow space in the room to deal with the two men in a few moves. Ackerman stood by and watched Weiland's fighting process, which was simple and clear, without any procrastination, and exclaimed, "Master Weiland, good swordsmanship." "Thank you." Weiland shook off the blood on the sword, put it into the scabbard, came to the body of a black-robed man, and took off the masks worn by the two men. "Who is it that makes it so mysterious?" At the same time, Ackerman also stepped forward with curiosity, and when he saw the black clover mark on the forehead of the black-robed man, his face changed drastically. "Master Weiland, these two bodies are related to some important events. I wonder if we can give them to them." "You can do whatever you want, this is what I want." Weiland came to the sack and looked at the two handsome boys up and down, which was consistent with the information he got. Surprisingly, both of them had slave marks on their foreheads. Afterwards, Weiland didn't waste any time, picked up the two boys and left. When passing by the door, the soldiers of the security team looked at Weiland holding two handsome boys and talked about it. "Master Weiland came all the way here. Not for these two twin boys. It should be, I heard that some noble masters have." Ackerman walked out of the room, looked at his men who were gossiping, and shouted loudly, "Shut up, take these people back." The few people who were about to have an in-depth discussion immediately shut their mouths and lowered their heads to do things. On the other side, Weiland put the two boys on his mount, turned over and rode on it. When he was about to leave, Ackerman came forward with a bag of gold coins and asked respectfully, "Master Weiland, this is the seized gold coins you divide it up, I don't want it, just consider it as a reward for my brother's hard work." "Thank you, Master Weiland." The other security team members heard the voice and said excitedly. After returning to Windsor Castle, Weiland put his mount back to the stable, hugged the two boys, and returned to his room. Along the way, the servants were very surprised to see Weiland holding the two boys in his arms, but they didn't dare to talk about it. In the castle, talking about the master's affairs presumptuously is a sign of being impatient. Entering his room, Weiland put the two boys on the bed. After waiting for a while, seeing that the two still showed no signs of waking up, he turned around and left, preparing to visit Elder Miller first to seek a good direction for development. After a long journey, Weiland came to the entrance of the underground bunker, handed his weapon to the guard at the door, and was allowed to go underground after a body search. Looking at the dark tunnel, the wall was engraved with the family members of the X family who had made outstanding contributions and their deeds. As a family that has been passed down for 700 years, the X family now has 5 earls, 17 viscounts, and 33 barons. Where there is a distinction between the main and the secondary, the branch where Weiland belongs happens to be the main branch of the X family, and there are 4 other earls as branches, which together form the huge X family. All these brilliant achievements are due to the family motto formulated by the first generation of the X family, which allowed the entire family to continue to forge ahead and achieve today's glory. In the territory of the Kingdom of Ilia, the power represented by the X family is the first among the earls, and it is even stronger than some marquis-level forces. Because the conditions for inheritance of 800 years have not been met, it is impossible to promote the marquis family within the kingdom. Of course, if a legendary strongman appears in the X family, it will automatically cross this limit and become a high and mighty duke family. After walking up a kilometer-long staircase, Wylin came to a bright archive room. Seeing the old man dozing off next to him, Wylin walked over quietly and waited for him to wake up. After an unknown amount of time, the old man lying on the rocking chair slowly opened his cloudy eyes and found Wylin. Standing next to him, he showed a gentle expression on his face and asked, "Little Wylin, what do you want to see me for?" "Elder, I'm sorry for your kindness. I hope you can give me some guidance." Seeing this, Wylin bowed to show his respect and then said respectfully, "Tell me about it." "It's like this. According to the family motto, this morning in my father's study, I chose to become a pioneer knight. I hope you can give me some advice on where to go next." After hearing this, Miller closed his eyes and began to think. Wylin stood beside him, waiting quietly. Without any eagerness, "There are 3 places that I think are good places to go. As for how to choose, it's up to you." "Please tell me, Elder." Wylin took out the paper and pen that he had prepared long ago, looked at Miller intently, and waited for his next speech. "The first place is located at the northwest border of the kingdom, the Grey Wasteland, which is a good place for development. The monster race is weak, and there are 3 barons in the family in this direction who can help you to a certain extent. The second place is located at the southwest border of the kingdom, the Leia Forest, which borders the southern principality of Lekots and the kingdom of Cube. The danger is high, but the opportunity is great. Another earl in the family is here, you should know." Wylin recorded Miller's words in detail and nodded in response. "The third place is the new land in the north. The kingdom defeated the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom 3 years ago and seized a large area of land. It is in need of personnel for development, but it is facing the counterattack of the Mountain Dwarves at any time. There are great risks, but there is a kingdom army guarding it, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. These 3 places are the best development directions at this stage." After completing the recording, Wylin found that the elder had fallen asleep again. After saying thank you silently, he left here and went back to think slowly. Before returning to the room, Wylin first went to the kitchen, took some white bread, and then went to the magic tower to ask the family wizard for 2 bottles of potion to remove the slave mark, and then began to walk towards his room. According to his estimation, the 2 twin boys he rescued should have woken up. When he arrived at the door of the room, Wylin stopped and found something wrong. "Quiet, too quiet." Then Wylin kicked hard and stepped back a few steps. The blond boy who was hiding at the door and wanted to attack flew out and fell hard to the ground. The silver-haired boy who was holding a wooden stick and ready to attack was stunned on the spot and stood there stupidly. "Ha ha, too tender." Wylin stepped forward, snatched the wooden stick from the silver-haired boy, grabbed his collar and threw it next to the blond boy, put the food on the table, pulled out a chair, sat in front of them and looked at them sternly. Before he could speak, the blond boy covered his chest, endured the pain and stood up, protecting his brother behind him, with an expression of fearless death, and said loudly, "My lord, please let my brother go. I am willing to be your loyal slave." "Why do you think I will let your brother go?" Wylin stared at the blond boy's eyes, looked at him coldly, showed his momentum, and deliberately put his hand on the hilt of the knight's dagger. As an ordinary human, facing the momentum released by the bronze knight, even if it was 3 levels, it was difficult for the blond boy to support it. He gritted his teeth and supported his body, saying with difficulty, "Just because the Lord values our value, buy us back. As long as the Lord is willing to let my brother go, I am willing to be loyal to you forever. Otherwise, we would rather commit suicide and let you suffer losses." Looking at the blond boy, Wylin reacted. It turned out that the 2 of them regarded him as the master who bought them. No wonder they had such a reaction. However, he was not going to tell the whole story now, because it was unnecessary. "What I want is for you 2 to be loyal to me and become my guardian knights. What's the point of me coming here alone?" To prove his words, Wylin drew out his knight's dagger, pointed at the blond boy, and asked him to make the final choice. Either be loyal or die. For these 2 young men who are like-minded and have great potential, if they can't get them, they can only be destroyed with pain. The blond boy looked at the knight's sword shining in the sun, and then turned to look at his brother, looking at his frightened expression. After a struggle, he finally chose to compromise. I saw him pull his brother in front of him, force him to kneel down, and he followed closely and knelt on the floor. Sir, we two brothers are willing to be your guardian knights. Okay. Wylan put away the knight's dagger, stood up, came to them, helped the two up, and said gently, "Don't worry, as my guardian knight, I will do my best to train you." "Thank you, sir." The blond boy breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. The silver-haired boy imitated his brother, bowed, and said, "Thank you, sir." Go. Hearing this cry, the blond boy who was so resolute just now actually blushed and looked embarrassed. Wylan smiled and threw the food on the table to the two of them. The two of them took the food and ate it directly. A few minutes later, the blond boy finished the food in his hand, licked his fingers, and said, "Sir, my slave's name is Orlando, and my brother's name is Hebrew." The term lowly slave is a self-proclaimed title for serfs and slaves. As my guardian knight, you can call me by my own name, or by my subordinates, or by my ministers. Yes, sir, Orlando understands. Next, Wylan patiently explained some common sense to the two. During the constant communication, the two gradually let go of their guard and developed a certain liking for Wylan. For the slave marks on their heads, Wylan personally applied medicine to eliminate the symbol of being slaves for them. Looking in the mirror, the two brothers found that the slave marks on their foreheads disappeared, and they were so excited that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wylan. Seeing this, Wylan hurriedly helped the two up and began to explain some common sense to them. For such a master, Orlando and Hebrew looked at each other and made up their minds that as long as the Lord did not abandon them, they were willing to stay with him forever and never leave him. Afterwards, Wylan arranged the two in the room next to him, preparing to teach them the night awakening method tomorrow and strive to let them enter when leaving Windsor Castle. After a day of hard work, Wylan lay on the bed, took out the recorded information, and began to think about which direction he should go to for exploration. Wylan had a general understanding of the Grey Wasteland, the Leia Forest, and the new land in the north. As a cautious person, he prefers the Grey Mang Plain. The Leia Forest and the new land in the north look like a powder keg, no matter how you look. At it, war may break out at any time. He does not want the foundation he has worked so hard to build to become the front line of the war. After comprehensive consideration, Wylan decided to choose the Grey Mang Plain. Although the distance is far, more than 5,000 kilometers away, it can be reached quickly by taking the teleportation array of the provincial capital of Zih province. But there is an important problem, that is, he cannot carry too many people. Otherwise, the teleportation fee alone will cost him a lot of money. Next, practice to improve your strength, cultivate your own guardian knights, and collect information about the Grey Mang Plain. At noon the next day, Wylan took Orlando and Hebrew to a meditation room and taught them the awakening method of advanced knights. It took only 2.5 hours for the two to awaken their fighting spirit. This shocked Wylan and reminded him of the huge potential described in the guidance of fate. It seems that he still underestimated the meaning of the 4 words huge potential. Thinking back to the time when he used the night awakening method, it took him half a month to awaken his fighting spirit. Just as fate had told him, these two young men would become his wings. Therefore, during this period of time, cultivating feelings became the top priority. Otherwise, he would have no one to cry to if the talents he had cultivated with great difficulty left him. After his inspection, he found that Orlando had awakened the fighting spirit of fire attribute, and Hebrew had awakened the fighting spirit of ice attribute. After instructing the two to get familiar with the fighting spirit in their bodies here, he left the meditation room and prepared to go to the family collection room to select 2 night breathing methods suitable for the two of them with his own permission. After many inspections, Wylan came to the core area of Windsor Castle, the EXC family collection room. As the foundation of the family, this collection room covering an area of 400 square meters stores tens of thousands of various important books, including the night awakening method, the night breathing method, and the special skill learning method, in addition to a small number of magic meditation methods and magic skill books. However, as a traditional knight noble family, it is determined that the EXC family does not attach importance to magic. Coming to a bookshelf, Wylan began to choose a suitable night breathing method for his guardian knight. With his status, he could not choose a good night breathing method. It took half an hour to select 2 night breathing methods suitable for Orlando and Hebrew. He used the magic circle at the door to copy 2 books and left. Returning to the meditation room, Weilin called the 2 over, read them word by word, and taught them to practice the 2 breathing methods. The main function of the night breathing method is to transform the powerful magic energy in the air into fighting spirit through skills, continuously improve the body's capacity, and purify the quality of fighting spirit to achieve the purpose of improving strength. In the next 10 days, Weilin first took the 2 Guardian Knights to the Temple of Life to carry out the Guardian Knight Oath process. After that, he spent all his time in the meditation room, racing against time to improve his strength. During this period, he also witnessed what a true genius is. In just half a month, the 2 stepped over the Knight Squire and grew into a bronze low-level knight. Now all they lack is the training of combat skills and the experience of fighting with the enemy. On April 1, 9720 of the glorious calendar, it was the 6th day before Weilin stayed in Windsor Castle. This afternoon, he received the aid list that his father Angus had sent to him, which recorded the family's aid to him this time. Various detailed information was displayed on the white paper. 80,000 gold coins, 12 intermediate magic crystals, 120 low-level magic crystals, 18 red-scaled horses with a trace of red dragon, blood, a team of high-level bronze knights with 12 people, 6 sets of excellent knight full-body armor, 18 excellent knight swords. Looking at the simple words above, the materials behind them are worth 300,000 gold coins in total. According to the broad classification of this world, all items can be roughly divided into 6 types: ordinary, excellent, excellent, extraordinary, legendary, and epic, mythical. The Eagle territory, where the X family is located, has an annual tax revenue of only 3 million gold coins, just like Yinxing City, which has an annual tax revenue of only 600,000 gold coins. This is equivalent to his father giving him all the taxes of the 2nd largest city in the territory for half a year. Although it includes the reward for handing in the information, it is too much. Weilin touched his chin and recalled that when his 4th brother left 5 years ago, the materials provided by the family were only about 150,000 gold coins. With the money saved over the years, my starting capital is 300,000 and 5,000 gold coins, which is enough for me to show my strength and survive the initial stage of development. Next, I have to go all the way by myself. Although I have this huge amount of money, I must be thrifty. Weilin kept reminding himself in his heart not to be confused by this huge amount of money. It was very novel for him to be the master of his own house. At night, Weilin sat on the bed, silently calculating the time in his heart, looking forward to the 2nd broadcast of Destiny's Guidance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the pleasant female voice sounded again, bringing him valuable news. 13 days later, on the road from Windsor Castle to the capital of Zich province, there is a group of assassins lying in ambush at a place called Sahakros Ridge, preparing to strangle the 5th son of Earl Eagle, disguised as robbers. The assassins are at the highest level of silver. It is recommended to take a detour. Otherwise, you will be involved in the upper-level struggle in Zich province. Sahakros Ridge, located in the center of Taixing territory, is the territory of the Hax family. As the mortal enemy of the X family, it is needless to know that this group of assassins was sent by the X family to kill him. Perhaps I should set off early, take a detour, and go to the capital of Zich province. Weilin put his hands behind his head, lying on the bed, and began to make preliminary plans in his mind. At noon the next day, Weilin came to the No. 3 training ground of Windsor Castle, an open space covering an area of 600 square meters. Here, the assistance provided by the X family to Weilin was placed. In the center of the training ground, 12 high-ranking bronze knights in iron armor stood there, waiting for the arrival of the people they were loyal to. As the captain of this team of bronze knights, Baird was very confused. Although Master Weilin had a good reputation in the castle, was kind and sincere, and did not have the common problem of nobles being arrogant and conceited, he was very lazy and looked like he was just waiting to die. As a result, and most of the other descendants of Eagle nobles of the same period were promoted to high Ranking bronze, or even low-ranking silver, he was still hovering at the middle-ranking bronze. However, as the Night Guards assigned to Master Wylan by Earl Eagle, they must fulfill their responsibilities to repay the Axe family for their training. At the edge of the training ground, Wylan looked at the 12 knights 200 meters away from a distance, and he already knew in his heart that these were the guards entrusted to him by the family. He walked towards them while observing. These 12 people were very young, roughly between 24 and 28 years old, which was enough to show their good talents. If nothing unexpected happened, the 12 people entrusted to him by the family would be his right-hand men in the future. As far as Wylan knew, it was absolutely impossible to train a team of bronze knights from scratch without spending tens of thousands of gold coins, and the talents of the 12 people trained had to be better, otherwise no matter how they were trained, they would be a bunch of waste. The priest of the goddess of life standing by saw Wylan coming, raised his staff, and said in a deep voice, "Under the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins. Draw the sword." Baird heard the words and ordered loudly. The other 11 people drew their knight swords, placed them on their chests, and saluted Wylan. Seeing this, Wylan also drew out the short sword he carried with him, placed it vertically in front of his chest, and looked at the 12 people seriously. "I, Baird, I, Andrew, swear on my own honor, under the witness of the goddess of life, I swear to do my best to fight for the man in front of me, fulfill my duties, abide by the spirit of chivalry, and where his sword is, that is my direction. I, Wylan, as the object of your oath, accept your loyalty and never leave you. Please bear witness to the goddess of life." A sacred light flashed, covering the 13 people. An invisible bond connected the fate of the 12 people. To Wylan, "The oath is completed, the great goddess of life will protect you." The old priest announced the end and then went down to rest under the guidance of a butler. The 13 people put their swords into the scabbards at the same time, and the oath came to an end. From this moment on, the 12 bronze high-level knights shared the fate of Wylan, and they rose and fell together. "Everyone, you chose me, I will not let you down." Wylan scanned the 12 people and memorized their faces. Then, he went straight to the box where the weapons were stored, opened the lid, and revealed the excellent knight's longsword stored inside. "As your suzerain, this is my gift to you. In addition, each of you can choose one of the red phosphorus horses here as your mount. I hope you can become my sword and open up my territory for me." "Thank you, my lord," the 12 people answered in unison. In a window of the main castle, where they could not see, Earl Eagle witnessed all this with his own eyes. Angus was very pleased with the actions of his 5th son. "For those who are loyal to you, you must be generous and not stingy, so that you can gather the minds of your men in the shortest time. On the battlefield, it is always your knight who blocks the sword for you. Your wife, your children, and even your brothers can't do this for you. This is the truth that Angus has gradually realized in the past 30 years. Go down and prepare. We will set off tomorrow morning, leaving Windsor Castle and heading for the provincial capital of Zith province. I will follow your instructions." The 12 people beat their chests with their right hands, bowed their heads slightly, and said respectfully, watching their backs as they left. Wylan began to lightly count the remaining things. After making sure everything was correct, he ordered the servants to move these things to the carriage outside the secondary castle where he lived. Afterwards, he went to the main castle to bid farewell to his mother. After all, it was unknown how long it would take for them to meet again after this separation. For example, the 4th brother who left 5 years ago has never come back once and has been struggling in an unknown place. If you don't make a sound, you'll be amazing. This is Wylan's evaluation of his 4th brother. His perseverance and talent are worthy of this 8-word. Evaluation. I kept thinking about how to say goodbye to my mother. Unconsciously, I came to the door of my mother's room, gently opened the door and watched my mother Alyssa sitting on the windowsill, weaving the scarf in her hand with the help of the sun. The head maid standing next to her saw Wylan coming, lowered her head and whispered something. Alyssa stopped what she was doing, raised her head and looked at Wylan. For some reason, she had thought of many words in her mind, but she couldn't speak them for a while. "Mother, I will leave tomorrow." "Well, I know, my young eaglet has grown up and is going to fly high." I have my own goals to strive for. I hope you can return with glory. That day will come, mother. Wylin walked forward, hugged his mother, and said goodbye for the last time. Thousands of words were gathered in this hug. After an unknown amount of time, Wylin took the scarf his mother gave him and left her room. After that, he went to his father's study and told him the fact of leaving, and received his advice and blessings. After saying goodbye to his parents, Wylin returned to his room and asked his two underage guardian knights to pack up and prepare to leave tomorrow. On April 3, 9720 of the glorious calendar at the east gate of Windsor Castle, Wylin, wearing a light cloth armor and riding on a tall red phosphorus horse, looked at a corner of Windsor Castle and shouted, "Let's go." Under his command, 6 carriages, 12 knights of the escort team, and 2 underage guardian knights formed a simple convoy, left Windsor Castle, and headed towards the capital of Zih Province. Zih Province is located in the southern hinterland of the Kingdom of Ilia with an area of 950,000 square kilometers. There are 2 marquisates, 3 earls, and more than 100 viscounts and barons sandwiched between the 5 major noble territories, distributed at the junction, acting as a buffer zone. In order to avoid the Sahaklos Mountains in Taixing territory, Wylin decided to take a detour from the nearby Shanlin territory to avoid the interception of hostile forces on the road and head to Zih Province. Although this would take more than 200 kilometers, it was better than having his budding power wiped out in one pot. More than 10 days later, after a journey of 600 kilometers, Wylin and his party arrived safely at the capital of Zih Province, a large city directly governed by the royal family of the kingdom, covering an area of 400 square kilometers, with a jurisdiction of 10,000 square kilometers and a population of more than 2 million. Caressing his mount, Wylin looked up at the 30-meter-high wall of the capital of Zih Province, which was 3 meters higher than the tower of Windsor Castle. In the sky, griffin knights flew by from time to time. He remembered that the X family also supported Griffin Knight Group with 120 people, and each member was a mid-level silver. In this world from bottom to top, all professions can be broadly divided into apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, soul, legend, etc. As for the extraordinary level later, he didn't know it now. Walking on the exclusive passage for nobles, Wylin's convoy was traveling smoothly. Compared with the crowded passages in other passages, the speed was many times faster. At this moment, a businessman stood on the roof of the car and waved to Wylin and his group. Seeing this scene, Wylin waved the convoy to stop, patted the horse's butt and leaned forward with a serious face and asked, "Businessman, what do you want?" "Your Excellency, please forgive my offense." The businessman hurriedly got out of the car, knelt on the ground, and told Wylin. When other people in the passage saw this scene, they lowered their heads and moved forward without paying any attention. The less you pay attention to these things, the safer you will be and will not be angered by the nobles. "I forgive your rudeness." Wylin was very curious, but his face remained calm, and he said to the merchant, "Sir, thank you for your kindness." The businessman got up from the ground and continued, "My name is too taboo, so I take the liberty to wave to you, hoping to join your convoy." Wylin glanced to the side and found that there were 8 carriages in the merchant's fleet. With his status, he could be exempted from the city entry tax for 20 carriages. His current fleet had a total of 6 carriages, which meant that there were still 14 more. The number of places in the carriage, the businessman officially saw this, and then risked his life to wave to Wylin. In this world, unless you are strong enough to ignore the secular rules, you can only humble yourself when facing nobles. "So what price are you willing to pay?" When the merchant heard this, he looked happy and said hurriedly, "Sir, as long as you help me, I can provide you with 2 high-quality half-elves." Half-elf, Wylin frowned when he heard these 3 words. The southeastern border of the Kingdom of Ilia borders Half-elf Kingdom. It is powerful and slightly stronger than the Kingdom of Ilia. Therefore, the kingdom officially prohibits the capture and sale of half-elves. However, regulations are regulations, and there are still many people who take desperate risks for the sake of profit. Obviously, the businessman in front of him is this kind of person. In addition, many nobles from various places also participated in it, forming a huge industrial chain. The royal family also turned a blind eye to this. situation and secretly ordered the provinces and cities directly under the central government to collect heavy taxes in order to make a profit. The merchant noticed the change in Wyland's expression and thought that the other party was not satisfied with the price, so he immediately prepared to increase the price. But before he could speak, Varen took the lead and said, "I'm not interested in the half-elf you offered. Sir, this is a small offense. I am willing to give you." The businessman wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Listen, businessman." Wyland interrupted him unceremoniously and said, "If you have something that interests me, I can let you join my fleet to avoid the high city entry tax. According to the convention of major cities in the Kingdom of Ilia, the half-elf entry tax is generally 10% of the total value of the slave." After hearing this, the businessman had a look of pain on his face. He looked back at his fleet, gritted his teeth, took out 2 balls from his arms and handed them to Wyland respectfully. "Sir, this is what I got by accident. I hope you appreciate it, and I'm willing to make up for it with gold coins." Wyland took the 2 balls from the merchant's hands and slowly injected fighting energy into them. There was a slight reaction, but he soon regained his composure. Although the reaction was small, he was still aware of it. It can be seen from the expression of the merchant that this thing is of great value, but it still needs to be extorted. After all, the slave merchant's money should not be lost in vain. "Businessman, you can join my fleet, but you still need to make up 1,000 gold coins to get this opportunity." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." The businessman looked excited and took out 10 100 gold coin exchange coupons. From his pocket, they were issued by the Royal Bank of the Kingdom of Ilia and were engraved with miniature magic circles and special marks to ensure authenticity. Varen took it in his hand, inspected it carefully, put it in his pocket together with the 2 balls, and drove the red phosphorus horse away from here. Seeing this, the businessman hurriedly ordered his men to follow Wyland's convoy and go through the noble passage to the city gate. The officer at the gate of the provincial capital of Zi province looked at the eagle flag of the Aix family on the Varen carriage, waved his hand to stop the city guards from inspecting, and allowed them to pass. "Sir, this slave trader has 8 carriages, at least more than 30 half-elves. If the city entry tax is charged, it will be at least 3,000 gold coins." The secretary on the side watched the Varen motorcade passing by and asked in confusion, "Do you think I don't want to?" The city gate official slapped the secretary on the head and said angrily, "That is the eagle flag of the Aix family. It is not a small noble that can be bullied at will. It represents the West River province, one of the 5 major forces. Do I dare to collect taxes? Sir, I am greedy." The clerk hurriedly admitted his mistake and did not dare to defend himself. After entering the provincial capital of Zih province, Wyland looked at the bustling streets around him and refreshed his outlook. After living in Windsor Castle for 18 years, he had not gone out much, and since he was not an heir, the family would not force him to engage in social activities. He also enjoyed leisurely life and developed a lazy character. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, including magic scrolls, staffs, magic crystals, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, etc. "Lord, do we want to stay in the provincial capital for a few days?" Baird, the captain of the night guard, stepped forward and asked Varen. "No, go directly to the teleportation array. It's not too late to rest in the provincial capital of Karad province, the border province of Grey Mango Wasteland." Wellen waved his hand, signaling the convoy to follow, and he did not plan to stay in the provincial capital of Zih province. He had already made a budget. Staying in the provincial capital for 1 night would cost at least 100 gold coins, which could buy at least 2 serfs. At the beginning of the business, the province had to be saved. 2 hours later, Wyland brought his convoy to a giant building. A middle-aged man in a wizard robe stepped forward and saluted Wyland. "Greetings, sir." "Greetings, sir." Wyland performed a standard noble etiquette. "My convoy needs to be teleported, and the destination is the provincial capital of the border province of Karad. Please wait." Then the wizard called 2 wizard apprentices to come forward to check, record the information on a white paper, and make an estimate. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged wizard handed Wyland a piece of paper full of information. "Sir, this is the estimated fee. According to the rights enjoyed by the X family, you only need to pay 80% of the fee." "Thank you." Wai Lin took a quick look and found that the teaching fee he needed to pay was 6,000 gold coins. After thanking the middle-aged wizard, he led people through the magic circle inspection and entered the giant building. Wai Lin handed his red phosphorus horse to Orlando, took the gold note of 10,000 gold coins, and went to the toll collection place not far away. The red-haired woman, sitting at the toll collection place, looked at Wai Lin, who was coming, put away her lazy side and sat upright. "Madam, this is the fee bill." Wai Lin handed the paper given to him by the middle-aged wizard to the red-haired woman, and took out the eagle badge representing the X family and placed it in front of her. After the red-haired woman went through a process, Wai Lin handed her the gold note of 10,000 gold coins. "Sir, do you want gold coins or gold notes?" Faced with the red-haired woman's question, Wai Lin thought for a while and answered, "Gold notes of 5,000 gold coins, 200 gold coins." "Please wait." The red-haired woman typed a string of information on a magic phone, which looked very familiar to him. Finally, Wai Lin walked towards his convoy with a gold note of 5,000 gold coins and a beautiful cloth bag of 200 gold coins. After waiting for half an hour, Wai Lin and his 50-member team, 18 red phosphorus horses, 12 nags, and 6 carriages loaded with goods, entered the teleportation area. 4 mages, standing at the 4 corners of the teleportation array, began to inject magic into the surrounding instruments. A few seconds later, a large number of magic arrays appeared around. Suddenly, a white light flashed. After an unknown period of time, Wai Lin felt his vision recover. He looked around and saw the dilapidated scene. He knew that this should be the capital of Karad province. Compared with the busy scene in the teleportation area of the capital of Zih province, this place seemed very deserted. After everyone recovered, Wai Lin led the convoy to leave the teleportation area. As soon as they walked out of the hall where the teleportation array was located and came to the streets in the central urban area of the capital of Karad province, everyone was disappointed. There was human and animal feces everywhere, and the stench made people feel nauseous. There were gangsters everywhere, extortion patrol officers and submissive civilians and small vendors. "My lord, this is the capital of Karad province. The environment here is worse than the most dilapidated slums in Yingsing City." Baird, the captain of the night guard, was shocked and dared not speak. "Why is it so chaotic here?" Wai Lin covered his mouth and nose and said in shock. It was completely inconsistent with the image of a province. He really didn't expect that a provincial capital would look like this. Or perhaps this is the real side of this world. Cities like the provincial capital of Zih province and Yingsing City are exceptions. "My lord, where are we going next?" Hearing this, Wai Lin took out a map from his arms. It was a map of the entire territory of Karad province. It was very simple and only marked the approximate geographical location. Compared with the 950,000 square kilometers of Zih province, Karad province only has 150,000 square kilometers, with more than 40 viscounts and barons, and a population of about 1.9 million. Which is equivalent to 1/3 of the population of the Eagle territory of the X family. Go to the provincial capital's administrative building to register first, and then visit my cousin Baron Alcott to learn about the local situation. Looking at the map of Gut territory, 200 kilometers away from the provincial capital of Karad province, Wai Lin closed the map and told Baird. Walking on the road full of feces, Wai Lin felt sick. "I really don't know how these people live here. The provincial capital of Kadlo province is very small. It takes more than 10 minutes to reach the East City district, where the administrative building is located. It's called an administrative building, but it's actually a 2-story stone house with a layer of white ink on the outside." Standing at the door, Wai Lin saw that the wall was gray no matter how he looked at it, and it tended to be close to black. "Stop, where are you from, country bumpkin? Don't you have eyes? Is this the place you should come to?" The guard standing guard at the door saw Wai Lin, who was dressed simply, raised the inferior spear in his hand, and said contemptuously, "Insolent." Bailder, standing behind Wai Lin, directly drew out the knight's sword, ready to kill the rude guard. "How dare you attack?" The guard stepped back and shouted, "Come here, someone is invading the administrative building." Soon a dozen guards and a knight hurried out of the building, stood on the steps, and looked at the group below. Seeing this, the knights behind Wylan drew their swords, stood in front of him, and confronted the guards here. "Who are you? How dare you break into the administrative building?" After hearing the soldiers' report, the leading knight stared at Weirin and his group with a bad look, took out the signal magic scroll, and was ready to fire it immediately. "Let's not talk about who we are for now. Your guard insulted a noble like this. Even if I kill him on the spot, His Majesty the King can't say anything." Wylan looked at the knight with a sharp look and said in a deep voice. After hearing this, the knight suddenly saw the flag hanging on the carriage in the distance. His face changed drastically, and he stared at the guard fiercely, but now he couldn't leave the hotel. He represented the face of the governor of Karod province and couldn't give in easily. "I know what you're thinking. I don't want to cause any trouble. Hand the guard to me and let me deal with it. This will be over. Otherwise, the governor of Cardero province will not be able to bear the consequences." "Sir, what you said." A wealthy middle-aged man came out of the administrative building. He just said half of his words, looked at the eagle flag, swallowed the second half of the sentence, turned his head and ordered the knight, "Hand over the guard to this knight." "But, Governor, Didn't you hear me?" the middle-aged man shouted loudly. "Yes, sir." The knight was unwilling, but facing the governor's order. He could only wave his hand to let his subordinates disarm the guard just now and escort him to Wylan. Looking at the soldier in front of him, he showed fear on his face, and he seemed to have lost his arrogant look just now. Wylan drew out the dagger and stabbed him in the chest, killing the guard in front of Governor Cardero. "Governor, I'm sorry." "It's okay, young eagle of the X family, welcome to Cardero province." The middle-aged man twitched his mouth and said in a calm tone. After that, Wylan stayed outside the administrative building, waiting for the information registration to be completed. About 10 minutes later, a staff member held a token in both hands, with the words tourism engraved on the front and Wylan's basic information recorded on the back, and handed it to him respectfully. "Governor, goodbye." "Farewell." The middle-aged man made a standard noble return gift, but in his heart, he hoped not to see him next time. After waiting for Wylan to leave, the knight who had remained silent asked, "Governor, this is our territory. Why should we be afraid of him, a foreign nobleman?" The middle-aged man put away the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, "If it were other noblemen, it would be easy to deal with, but for the X family, they are a group of mad dogs. Try not to provoke them." Looking at the knight who was still asking questions, the middle-aged man said directly, "Okay, continue to maintain vigilance. The dead guard will be compensated according to the minimum standard for the dead. In addition, tell your people to be more obedient and don't cause trouble again." "Yes, sir." The knight was unwilling, but he had no choice but to do so. After leaving the administrative building, Wylan did not stop and took his men away from the provincial capital of Cardero province. Although the governor who was exiled here did not dare to take action due to the reputation of the X family, but it is better to be safe than sorry. He did not want to gamble on the other party's mind. As soon as he left the town, Baird rode his horse to Wylan and asked in confusion, "My lord, why don't you give an order to let me kill the knight and the 13 guards together?" "Everything has a limit. Don't go too far, otherwise the other party will end up in trouble. Be careful not to be destroyed by us." After hearing this, Baird's face was full of doubts. What are these things? Seeing the confused captain of the night guard, Wylan sighed and comforted. "Don't worry about these things, just focus on leading the troops." "Yes, my lord." Looking at these politically insensitive knights, Wylan decided to find a domestic affairs talent in the development. Gute territory covers an area of more than 3,500 square kilometers, mostly plain terrain. It has a population of more than 90,000 people. It is the top aristocratic force in the Karod province. The lord of this place is Alcott Akers, a fifth-generation member of the Akers family and the same generation as Varen's father. Thanks to the tradition of the Akers family, every Akers descendant has received a good education. Especially those who choose to open up the path of knighthood are motivated by the hope of building a career and honoring their ancestors. After coming to Cardero province for more than 50 years, Alcott relied on his own hard work and struggled to build this foundation from scratch. Sir, a guard came to report that your nephew Varin was visiting and attached a letter to prove it. An elderly housekeeper walked in and asked Alcott, who was in his 70s and still looked middle-aged, report. As a high-level silver knight, he has only experienced half of his life journey, and he still has at least 65 years left to live. As long as there is a breakthrough, the lifespan can be increased by 200 years in an instant. Alcott was confused and took the letter. It was indeed the family crest, but he had not returned to the family for more than 20 years. Although there were letters exchanged during this period, most of them were about official business. After opening the letter and looking at the hidden markings, he confirmed that the person who came was indeed his nephew, and then began to read the introduction above to understand the basic information. Call Cowell and come with me to greet my nephew. Alcott arranged his clothes and ordered the butler. Yes, sir. The butler stepped forward to help Alcott organize his clothes, then stepped back to invite Cowell, the first in line of succession. At this moment, at the entrance to Gute City, the central town of Gute territory, Wylan looked at the clean and tidy environment around him with a family style. Observing the surrounding residents, they were rosy-cheeked and well-nourished, much better than the common people under the rule of several nobles along the way. Baird, it seems that my cousin is a man with great ambitions. My lord, you're right, Baird, the captain of the Night Guard, replied. Not long after, middle-aged strong man walked towards Wylan at a fast pace, followed by several knights and a steward. First meeting, uncle, I am Varin Akers, the fifth son of the current Earl of Eagle. Varin stepped forward, bowed slightly and saluted, expressing his respect to his elders. Nice to meet you, Varin. How is Lord Angus doing lately? Alcott laughed and responded to Varin. Everything is fine. The Eagle leader is getting stronger and stronger under my father's governance. Come, let me introduce to you, this is my best son, Cowell. Alcott took Varin's hand and introduced him cordially. I've met my cousin. Wylan subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Cowell was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Varin. Alcott was also very curious about this novel way of saying hello, but as an elder, it was difficult for him to ask. By the way, uncle and cousin, it's our first time meeting you. I have a gift for you. Seeing this, Orlando walked forward with an exquisite gift box, slowly opened it, revealing 3 intermediate magic crystals placed inside. It's too expensive, Alcott said in surprise, startled by Varin's gift. In Cardro province, 1 intermediate magic crystal is worth 5,000 gold coins, and these 3 are equivalent to 15,000 gold coins. The annual tax for his territory is only 30,000 gold coins. Uncle, I'm serious. I'm here for the first time and I need to get some news. I can't do this without your help. Wylan responded with a smile, his face full of sincerity. Baron Alcott was polite, and then asked the butler to accept the 3 intermediate magic crystals. He cordially held Varin's hand and walked towards the castle in the center of Gut City. Along the way, Baron Alcott showed unprecedented enthusiasm for Varin. Wylan, the most important thing in developing a place is manpower. In return, I will give you 200 serfs, 20 carts of grain, 200 spears, and a detailed map of Cardro province. Thank you very much, Uncle Alcott, Varin said with a smile on his face. He happened to be short of someone, so he came here. Arriving at Gut Castle, a banquet was quickly held. In the castle hall, the banquet was attended by 14 knights under Varin and more than 60 knights under Alcott. As the protagonist of the banquet, Wylan attracted much attention, with no less than 30 beautiful girls ogling him. However, for him, he will not consider his marriage before he is 30 years old. Unless there are enough exciting interests, he can make an exception. For this reason, he also rejected all the one-night stands proposed by these girls. Wylan, actually you can. Well, relax a bit. Cowell raised his glass, came to Wylan's side and said with a smile. No, cousin, as a loyal knight. Premarital sex is a blasphemy against marriage. Cowell looked at his serious cousin and smiled awkwardly. Okay, then I won't bother you. Looking at his cousin leaving, Wylan shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Everyone has his own freedom. Why does he care so much? Soon the banquet was over, and Varin entered Baron Alcott's study, held a candlelight conversation for 2 hours, and then went to rest under the leadership of a servant. As late at night approached, Wylan lay in bed, thinking about the specific direction to go next. According to the information obtained from Baron Alcott, the best direction to open up at this stage is the southwest of the Grey Wasteland. There are many plains and resources in that place, but relatively speaking, there are many low-level monsters, which makes it very difficult to open up. Wylan is not in a hurry to decide which direction to open up. He plans to visit the other two barons of the X family in the next half-month to obtain more information and then make a decision. After staying in gut territory for 3 days, Wylan bid farewell to his uncle Alcott. With the other parties, warm farewell. Wylan took his subordinates and serfs to the next destination. These 200 serfs are all young and middle-aged men. In the market of Cardero province, one can be sold for 33 gold coins. They can be used as cannon fodder to charge into battle, and they can also be used as slaves to open up the wilderness and plant good fields for him. Due to the increase in the number of people in the caravan, Wylan can only slow down to take care of the serfs' legs and feet. Fortunately, there was Baird, the knight captain who was proficient in military knowledge. Under his command, the 200 serfs were divided into 20 teams, each doing their own thing. Without panic, as time passed, the 200 serfs looked more and more like an army, but it was unknown how strong they were in actual combat. May 1, 9720 of the glorious calendar, an important day. At night, Wylan sat by the fire, waiting quietly. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and the time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening, and the pleasant female voice sounded in his ears again. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Goblin King appeared in the southwest of the Grey Wasteland. He is integrating the goblins in the area and preparing to retaliate against the humans who have devoured their homes. It is expected to launch an attack plan against the southern part of the Cardero province within a year. You can't go to the southwest for the time being. I thought the information given by my cousin was useful, but I didn't expect that the hidden dangers in the southwest were so great. Wylan shook his head helplessly. Orlando, who was standing aside, looked at Wylan's lost look and came over to ask, "Master, I wonder if there are any problems that require Orlando to share." "Okay, I'm fine. You just need to practice hard now so that you can help me in the future." Wylan looked at the boy, rubbed his golden hair, and asked him to continue training and practice skills so as not to be like an empty shell. At this time, the captain of the night guard, Baird, came over and reported to Wylan. "My lord, according to the map provided by Baron Alcott, the road ahead is a place where bandits are frequent. We must strengthen our vigilance." "Well, the reconnaissance and escort work along the way is handed over to you. You can take this opportunity to capture a group of slaves. After all, the most important thing for development is manpower. My lord, please rest assured, I will make proper arrangements." On the road that Wylan must pass, a group of bandits gathered together. Hundreds of people held swords and knives, lying in the bushes on both sides of the road, greedily looking at the middle of the road, looking forward to the arrival of the big fat sheep. "Boss Cook, there are still 30 minutes, and the group of fat sheep will pass here." A bandit ran over and reported to the bandit leader Cook, who led the operation. "Tell the brothers to get ready. As long as you succeed, there will be enough men, women, and drinks tonight." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding bandits cheered. Amid the scolding of the bandit leader Cook, they fell silent again, quietly waiting for the prey to enter the encirclement. Half an hour later, a team appeared on the road and slowly approached the ambush site of the bandits. Velen rode on his horse and looked around, feeling something was wrong. "Bailda, do you think it's too quiet around here?" "My lord, it's true. I'm afraid there's an ambush." "Do you want to stop moving forward and let the knights investigate?" Baird drove his horse forward and came to Wylan's side. He looked around with a sharp eye and then answered, "No, those bandits should hide in the bushes in front. Let others prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord." Slowly, the convoy got closer and closer to the ambush site of the bandits. A bandit leader looked at the huge convoy, especially the 200 militiamen holding spears, and began to retreat. He advised the bandit leader Cook. "Boss, there are so many people on the other side, should we?" "Shut up, this is what the superiors told us to do, and we must complete it. Besides, they are all serfs, just empty shells, what are you afraid of? If you dare to say these words again, I will cook you." "Yes, yes, boss, I know." The bandit leader looked at the bandit leader Cook in fear and said in fear. He saw with his own eyes that the boss cooked and ate several colleagues who disobeyed him, so he didn't dare to touch the leader's bad luck. Looking at the convoy getting closer and closer, the bandit leader Cook held his breath, held the mace tightly, and stared at the front, waiting for the best opportunity. Kill. With an order, hundreds of bandits stood up from the bushes and rushed towards the convoy regardless of everything. Meet the enemy. The captain of the night guard, Baird, drew his knight's sword and roared. Led by their respective squad leaders, the 200 serfs quickly formed two lines of defense with the support of 26 carriages. Although they were a little flustered during the process, Wylan was very satisfied and no longer asked for anything. After all, they were just serfs who had been trained for less than half a month. How could they be compared with professional armies? The 11 knights outside the square drew their swords and drove the red phosphorus horses forward to face the robbers head-on. Crack! More than a dozen heads flew up, and the headless bodies of the robbers who rushed in the front fell to the ground after running a few steps. Facing the 11 bronze knights, the robbers, who were mostly ordinary people, had no power to fight back. Seeing this, the bandit leader Cook, who was standing in the crowd, waved his mace and approached one of the knights, ready to kill one first to stabilize the morale of these bastards. After killing 2 bandits, Knight Andrew found a strong bandit who wanted to attack by surprise and secretly accumulated strength. Bandit leader Cook saw the opportunity, pushed the ground hard, and accelerated suddenly. Crack! The head flew high, and the bandit leader Cook was excited, but why he was getting higher and higher, and the headless corpse was like his own body. As a bronze mid-level warrior, Cook died on the battlefield. The bandits around saw such a powerful boss being killed by the opponent with a sword, and they immediately scattered in all directions. Baird took this opportunity to order the serfs to attack, assist the knights, and strangle the remaining bandits. Standing in the center of the square, Wylan watched the battle without suspense. He didn't even get close to the square formed by the serfs, but was killed and scattered by the 11 knights. I don't know how to evaluate it. I can only say that the bandits in Cardero province are too stupid. They have no strength and still learn to rob others. It's really stupid. The battle only lasted 8 minutes before it ended. The next step was to capture prisoners. My lord, 43 bandits were killed and 57 were captured. Baird came to Wylan and reported. Velen stepped forward and patted Baird on the shoulder, praising loudly, "Your bravery proves your loyalty." At this time, 2 bandit leaders were brought up by 4 serfs and escorted to Wylan, waiting for interrogation. "Tell me who is your leader and who instructed you to ambush us." Baird drew out his long sword and put it on the neck of a bandit leader. "Sir, our leader is called Cook, and he just died at the hands of your knight. As for who instructed us, I don't know." Looking at the sharp knight's long sword, the bandit leader trembled and answered. Velen stared at the bandit leader, who answered and waved his hand. Seeing this, Baird directly pierced the bandit leader's throat, and blood gushed out. Another bandit leader looked at his dead companion and Baird, who was about to take action, and said loudly, "My lord, I know. There is a noble behind us. Only our boss knows who it is. He was just killed by you. Please spare my life. It seems that hyenas are targeting us." "My lord, there are only a few nobles in this area. If you inquire about their reputation along the way, the worst one may be the mastermind behind the scenes." Baird, the captain of the night guard, cut off the head of another bandit leader with a sword and said to Wylan, "No, it could be the one with the best reputation." Wylan, who knew the trick, shook his head and said to Baird, "My lord, why is this?" Baird shook off the blood on the knight's sword, put it into the scabbard, and asked in confusion, "There are many things in this, and it will be difficult to explain it to you in a short time. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. When we encounter any difficulties, we can just use the long sword in our hands to smash it." Seeing that Wylan was unwilling to elaborate, Baird stopped asking, returned to the caravan, reorganized the team, and prepared to set off. Wylan looked at the corpses of the robbers in the wilderness. His eyes were deep, and he kept thinking. In the next few days of the journey, Wylan did not encounter robbers. Perhaps these hyenas knew that the caravan was strong and did not want to suffer losses for no reason, so they chose to give up. After crossing the wilderness, they finally arrived at their second destination, the ridge of Baron Brian's territory. Before Wylan stepped into the ridge territory, Baron Brian learned of their tracks. As Brian, who had just been developing for 6 years, was in the rising stage of his career and was very sensitive to the surrounding environment. After all, a team of more than 200 people was very conspicuous at the border of the gray wilderness. Wylan, who was walking in front of the team, looked at the dust in the distance, condensed his fighting spirit in his eyes, and found that a large group of people were approaching them, and then ordered Baird and others to prepare for battle. "The one in front is Cousin Wylan." A rough voice came, which made him let down his guard a little and drove his horse forward to meet him. The man was wearing loose clothes, with a knight's long sword hanging around his waist, surrounded by several knights and more than 30 knight attendants. "Cousin, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. How are you doing recently?" Wylan drove his horse forward and saw that Brian's face was no different from when he left Windsor Castle 6 years ago. "Welcome to you, Wylan." Brian got off the horse, opened his arms, and hugged Wylan fiercely, showing great enthusiasm. "Cousin, I need to talk to you for a few days. I hope you don't mind. If you want to, Alec is visiting my castle. We can have a good exchange then." When Wylan heard that the third person he was going to visit was in Brian's castle, he was overjoyed. "Orlando, take the second wooden box from the second carriage." Orlando, who was standing behind Wylan and leading the horse, came to the second carriage and came to the two of them with a heavy box. Wylan stepped forward and opened the wooden box, revealing the full body armor of the excellent knight inside. Baron Brian looked at the glittering armor, and his eyes almost popped out. "Cousin, how about this gift? What should I do? I will be disrespectful to refuse it." Baron Brian stepped forward and stroked the full body armor of the excellent knight that belonged to him, just like comforting his woman. Hearing his contradictory words, he was still the familiar person without much change. Perhaps because there were outsiders around, Baron Brian felt that he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times to cover up the awkward atmosphere, then had someone carry the box away and said, "Velen, come on, I'll take you to my castle. I'm going to hold a good banquet for you tonight." "Haha, Cousin Brian, I'm looking forward to it." Baron Brian led the way in front and led Velen and his party to his castle. After a journey of more than 10 kilometers, the party came to a small but practical war fortress. The walls of the castle were full of barbs to prevent creatures from climbing into the castle. In addition, there were more crossbows and crossbows on the walls than expected. In the open space not far from the castle, there were thousands of young and strong men who were trained by several knights to perform simple thrusts. Looking at their clothes, they should be civilians in the Ridge territory. Baron Brian followed Wylan's gaze and explained with a smile, "Wylan, the border area is not peaceful. These are all preparations for dealing with monster raids. Cousin, you have made great achievements in the past 6 years. That's natural, don't you see who I am? I am Brian, a man destined to become the 6th Earl of the Aix family." Hearing Wylan's affirmation, Brian was very showy and said loudly. Suddenly, Brian seemed to remember something and asked without hesitation, "Wylan, didn't you say you would stay in the Eagle territory when you were a child? Why did you run out to be a pioneer knight?" "It's a long story, so I won't talk about it. Just think of it as something I suddenly realized. That's right. As a man of the Aix family, you must become a pioneer knight and fight for your own territory. This is worthy of your ancestors." "Okay, cousin, let's talk about this later. Take me to visit your castle first. I can't wait to learn about your fortress." Wylan hurriedly interrupted Brian and changed the subject, fearing that he could talk here for hours. Entering the hall, I saw a gentleman-looking man hiding in a chair and drinking tea quietly. "Well, this is Alec, it's, Baron Brian touched the back of his head, and for a moment he couldn't remember how to let Wylan address him. Wylan, who had done his homework, rolled his eyes at Brian, stepped forward to hug the strange man, and said kindly, "Cousin Alec, it's nice to meet you." "I'm glad to meet you, my brother." Alec was suddenly hugged, stunned for a moment, then reacted and responded to Wylan with the same attitude. Baron Brian on the side smiled awkwardly. He has always been confused about the various relationships in the family and often recognizes his own relatives by mistake. "Master, the banquet is ready. Please move to the living room." A butler with a gray beard came to the hall and reported to Brian respectfully. "Well, and Alec, the dinner is ready. Let's go to the banquet first, eat and chat. Let Wylan talk about what happened in the family over the past 30 years. Baron Brian greeted the two and went to his living room. During the dinner, Wylan and Alec had a good chat. The topics included all aspects, including the kingdom's politics, geography, neighboring countries, and other topics. It can be said that they talked about everything. Looking at the two people who had a harmonious relationship, Brian was very happy. He was happy from the bottom of his heart that his cousin and his brother got along so well. But what he didn't know was that although Wylan and Alec talked about everything, they were wary of each other and did a lot of superficial work. As time passed, the dinner ended, and Wylan dragged his tired body to the room arranged by Brian. Lying in bed, Wylan closed his eyes, recalled the conversation at the dinner, combined with the information he got from Baron Alcott, and thought about which place in the Grey Wasteland would be the best initial direction. He had only one requirement: to ensure safety first, and then talk about other things. Brian and Alec both recommended Wylan to explore the northwest direction of the Grey Wasteland, which was contrary to the direction recommended by Baron Alcott. Due to the information obtained by Fate, the direction recommended by Baron Alcott was not advisable, so only the northwest direction of the Grey Wasteland remained. In this way, isn't it equivalent to having no choice? If he doesn't consider the risks, the southwest direction of the Grey Wasteland is a good choice. No matter, safety first, choose the northwest direction. With the guidance of Fate, when I become strong, the entire Grey Wasteland will be mine. Will I still need to choose at that time? After making up his mind, Wylan began to fall asleep. The next day, Wylan slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, and after eating the food sent by the servant. He couldn't wait to find Brian and Alec to discuss purchasing supplies. However, before that, Varen asked someone to bring a red phosphorus horse over, intending to give it to Baron Alec as a gift to establish a relationship. It will be much easier to ask for help from others in the future. At this moment, Brian and Alec were sitting opposite each other in the castle study. "Alec, what do you think of Varen?" "I can't tell. I can't tell based on our interactions last night." After hearing this, Alec thought for a few minutes and finally shook his head and said, "You can't tell, but my cousin is very good and values family ties, but he's just a little lazy. We haven't seen him for 6 years, and when he came, he gave me a set of excellent night-level full-body armor worth 12,000 gold coins. But I'm troubled, don't know how to return the favor." At this point, Brian looked at Alec and stared at him piercingly. "Okay, it's easy for you to return a gift. I saw that the people he brought did not have protective armor. You can use 100 sets of leather armor as a return gift." Alec covered his forehead and looked at this big fool, not knowing what to say. "Is good. Ha ha ha, you are smart. It is indeed a wise choice to ask you to come over and replan the layout of the villages in the territory." Brian laughed loudly and said excitedly, "Sir, Lord Varen invites you and Lord Alec to go to the training ground." Suddenly, the butler's voice came from outside the door, causing Brian to stop smiling. "Let's go and see, what does Wylan want from us?" Brian stood up first and walked towards the door. Alec followed closely and headed to the training ground. Based on his judgment, Varen invited him there to give him a gift, and he began to predict in his mind how to return the gift just right. At the training ground, Varen watched the two people arrive and stepped forward and said to Alec, "Cousin, what do you think of this horse? It is fat and strong, with a trace of red dragon blood. It has a lot of room for growth. It is worth 20,000 gold coins on the market." Alec gave a fair evaluation based on the horse's appearance. "Cousin, you have good vision. This is a gift from my little brother. I hope you like it." Alec replied calmly, "Since it is from you, I will accept it. In return, I will give you 60 carts of grain and a batch of iron farm tools, plus a detailed map of the Yellowstone area in the northwest of the Grey Mango Wasteland." When Wylan heard this, he was stunned on the spot. How did he know that he had chosen the Yellowstone area in the northwest of the gray mist wasteland as the development direction? He raised his head and met Alec's smiling eyes. He sighed in his heart and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, cousin." At the same time, Brian found the right moment and said with a smile, "Wylan, I don't have anything good, and my territory only has a lot of iron ore, so I will give you 20 sets of iron armor and 150 sets of leather armor, plus 100 iron swords as my return gift. I hope you won't dislike it." "Thank you, cousin." Not surprisingly, Alec looked at this generous fool again and didn't know what to say. Brian ignored his look and felt happy when he saw his relatives happy. That afternoon, Brian delivered 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords to Wylan. In a camp outside the castle, Wylan picked up an iron sword, tried it on a wooden stake a few times, and found that the quality was very good. Then I checked the iron armor and leather armor. They were all top-notch among the ordinary grade ones, and there were no shoddy ones. According to the market value of Cardero province, these things are worth 15,000 gold coins. In the event of war, it is possible to sell them for 30,000 gold coins. My lord, with this batch of weapons, our initial development operations will be much smoother. Baird, the captain of the night guard, stared at the weapons and said excitedly, "Next, the training tasks for these 200 people will be left to you. I hope they will play a more important role in actual combat." "Lord, please be at ease." Baird looked excited and left the castle with a few knights, heading to the camp outside the city to gather the serfs, and couldn't wait to start training. With nothing to do, Wylan returned to his room, opened the map of the Yellowstone area in the northwest of the gray mango wasteland that Alec had given him, carefully observed it, and thought about the best areas to develop. As for the 60 carts of grain and a batch of farm tools promised by Alec, they will be delivered to Brian's castle within half a month. Overon was prepared to shamelessly eat and drink at cousin Brian's place. The Yellowstone area in the northwest of the gray mango wasteland has a total area of 600,000 square kilometers, an area the size of 4 Cadro provinces. There is a main river, the Huangsha River, which flows from southeast to northwest and merges into an unknown distant place. The closer you get to the river, the more fertile the land and the more monsters there are. Away from the river area, the land is relatively barren, but food can be grown normally, but the yield is not high. When growing wheat, 1 acre of land can produce about 150 kilograms. According to calculations made by Lin in his previous life, an adult would need to consume 400 kilograms of wheat a year if he only ate wheat. However, this is a different world, and most of them are serfs without freedom. As long as they don't starve to death, in theory. Only the wheat harvested from 1 acre of land, plus wild vegetables and other food is enough to feed a high-quality serf. No, this idea is too evil. I have morals. If I go too far, how can I survive in the family? Wellen shook his head, threw this idea out of his mind, and stopped thinking about this kind of thing. Then he set his sights on the distribution area of monsters in the Yellowstone area, still according to the river distribution map. Near the main stream of the Yellow Sand River are some relatively powerful monster clans, such as ogres, jackals, and minotaurs. The tributaries are occupied by some weak monsters, such as dog-headed men, goblins, and other weak monsters. The good news is that there are almost no powerful monsters in the Yellowstone area. The leader of the most powerful monster clan is at the gold level. As long as he doesn't seek death, he can go directly to the Yellow Sand River basin to open up the territory without worrying about safety issues. The bad news is that the barren environment has led to an extremely poor magic environment here, and it is very difficult to practice, and magic crystals are needed to assist. Then he looked at the southern part of the Yellowstone area, a place called Toxic, which is 200 kilometers away from here in a straight line, with an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. There are only monster clans like goblins around, and the most powerful monster is only bronze high level, which is very suitable for him to open up. After deciding on the direction, Wylan came to the table, took out a piece of paper, and began to record the assets he currently owned. Wise Lord, 2 underage guardian knights, 12 bronze high-level knights, 200 serfs in training, and 55 bandit slaves. 81,200 gold coins, 9 intermediate magic crystals, and 120 low-level magic crystals, 17 red-scaled horses, 5 sets of excellent knight full body armor, and 6 excellent knight long swords, 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, 100 iron swords, 60 carts of food that have not yet arrived, and a batch of farm tools. The above is all the property Wylin has now. With these things, it is enough to support his initial expenses in developing the territory. On May 17, 9720 of the glorious calendar, after receiving 60 carts of food and a batch of farm tools from Alec, Wylin led his people away from here and officially began his own pioneering journey. He felt embarrassed to have lived here for half a month. He couldn't wait to say goodbye to his cousin and led his people to leave the ridge territory and head to the toxic area. Standing on the castle tower, Brian looked at the group of people leaving inside. Master, when the servant was cleaning Lord Wylin's room, he found 300 gold coins. The castle steward came to Brian and reported to him with his head down. Brian was stunned when he heard this, then smiled bitterly and said, "I guess he was afraid that I would not accept it if he gave it to me in person, so he resorted to this desperate measure. Master, what should we do?" "Take it." Brian looked into the distance, his eyes deep. "Next time we trade, remember to remind me not to let my brother suffer a loss." "Yes, master." Then the butler withdrew, and Brian stood alone on the tower, watching Wylin leave. After 5 days, they arrived at the edge of Toxic. While Wylin ordered people to set up camp, he ordered Baird to arrange people to scout the surrounding situation. Their arrival also attracted the attention of a relatively powerful goblin tribe around. 2 days later, in a tent, Wylin summoned all 12 knights under his command to hold a simple military meeting. Due to the simple facilities, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone, after 2 days of investigation, the general situation around is as shown in the map. Tell us what you think. In the middle of the crowd, there was a temporary wooden table made of several wooden boxes, on which was placed a simple map covering the basic situation of the surrounding hundreds of square kilometers. On the map, there were goblin tribes of all sizes, roughly counting no less than 20. The largest one had more than 300 goblins, and the smaller ones also had dozens, totaling more than 2,000 goblins. My lord, I think we should concentrate our efforts to defeat the most powerful tribe. In this way, even if the remaining goblins sense the crisis and unite, they will not pose a threat to us, and there may be internal strife. Baird, the captain of the Night Guard, pointed to the largest tribe on the map and put forward his opinion. Well, that makes sense. The goblin race is greedy and mean, especially bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If we defeat the strongest among them, even if the other tribes unite, they will fall into internal strife because they do not have a strong leader, and we will defeat them one by one. Wylin nodded after hearing this, and then looked at the others, wanting to get more different opinions. But he still overestimated the IQ of this group of people. He saw the other 11 people looking left and right, and then looking at Wylin in unison, with clear eyes revealing stupidity. Sure enough, among these 12 people, only Baird is suitable to be the commander, and the others are at best a general. But he was also satisfied. As the saying goes, it is easy to get 3 armies, but it is difficult to get a general, and it is even more difficult to get a commander. This theorem also applies to the other world, known for its strength. Of course, a strong enough force is enough to crush all the tricks and strategy. If Wylin had thousands of bronze knights, he would just push forward and kill all the goblins on this land and easily occupy this place. Why would he discuss countermeasures here? After waiting for a few minutes, no one spoke. Wylin looked around disappointedly and said, "This time, we will adopt Baird's proposal, go down and prepare and start the action tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Everyone answered loudly, then left the tent and returned to their own tents to prepare. Orlando and Hebrew, who were guards outside the tent, saw everyone leave, lifted the curtain and entered the tent. "Lord, what's bothering you?" Orlando saw Wylin's decadent look and stepped forward to greet him. "Nothing, just a little depressed. Why are there so few smart people under my command?" Seeing this, Hebrew asked curiously, "Lord, are those knights stupid?" "Shut up, Hebrew. Orlando scolded in a low voice, turned to Wylan and apologized. "Lord, my brother is outspoken. I hope you will forgive me." "Nothing, it's okay to say these words in front of me, but don't say such things in public." "Yes, Lord." Hebrew realized the problem and quickly replied. "Okay, you two go out and prepare. This time, you will also go on the field to experience the encirclement and suppression of the goblin tribe. It will not be good for your growth if you only practice without actual combat." "Yes, Lord." Orlando and Hebrew said goodbye to Wylan and then left the tent. As soon as he returned to his tent, Orlando pulled his brother to a corner and scolded him with a stern face. "Hebrew, what are the 6 words I told you?" Looking at his brother's expression, Hebrew's eyes were evasive, and he stammered, "Less talk, more work." "So what did you do today?" "Brother, Hebrew said with his head down. Alas, Orlando looked at his brother and said helplessly, "There must not be a next time. The Lord treats us as relatives, but others may not. You must remember these 6 words." "Yes, sir." Hebrew nodded heavily and followed his elder brother to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Since the awakening of fighting spirit, the two have practiced for less than a month and a half, and now they are bronze intermediate knights. The speed of progress is beyond the reach of Wylan. According to his estimation, in a year at most, his 2 underage guardian knights will become silver knights. However, with the oath of the guardian knights and the witness of the goddess of life, he is not afraid of the 2 guardian knights rebelling. Besides, Orlando and Hebrew have no reason to rebel against him. In a luxurious cave in the Stone Tribe, a goblin leader holding a staff looked panicked after listening to the intelligence of the goblin scouts. "You can see clearly, there are hundreds of them. Elder, there are really hundreds of humans in that group, and everyone has weapons. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. What should I do?" The goblin leader walked back and forth, thinking about countermeasures. Is he going to run away again? More than 30 years ago, his tribe encountered human pioneers and migrated for the first time. More than 10 years ago, he encountered human pioneers again and migrated again. Now he has come to this place and met human pioneers. "Great Goblin God, please guide your humble believers." The goblin leader knelt down before the statue and prayed. But the ugly statue did not respond at all. Helplessly, the goblin leader of the Stone Tribe stood up with a fierce look on his face, ready to save himself, not for his people, but also for the salt mine that he had finally discovered. Then he shouted, "Go and invite the leaders of several surrounding tribes. I want to discuss important matters with them and defend our territory." "Yes, leader." Several goblin warriors around the cave responded and left. The next morning, except for the 20 armed serfs who stayed behind to watch the camp, the whole camp went out in full force. 13 bronze knights, 2 trainee knights, 180 armed serfs, 55 cannon fodder slaves, a total of 250 combatants. The marching team of more than 300 meters marched towards the goblin tribe 25 kilometers away. In the team, every armed serf was not panicked, but excited and couldn't wait to fight the goblins. The reason was that Wylan promised them that if they took the heads of 3 goblins, he would publicly pardon their serf status and become a freeman. On this basis, he would reward them with a silver coin for each additional goblin killed. Freedom and private property, these were things they dared not even think about as serfs. As long as they risked their lives, their children, grandchildren, and descendants would all be freemen. On the red phosphorus horse, Wylan observed the surrounding environment while looking at these armed serfs who were full of hope for the future. He was very satisfied. If nothing unexpected happened, this operation would go smoothly. It was still clear about who was stronger and who was weaker between a group of zombie-like cannon fodder and a group of serfs full of fighting spirit. Wylan, who had the memory of 2 lives, had a clear plan for his future territory. This method can be used not only in war, but also in other aspects, just like the farming and warfare system of the kin state, but some changes need to be made, otherwise it will be rejected by the mainstream of this world. After 4 hours of marching, Wylan ordered to stop advancing and rest in the woods. At the same time, the 4 knights who served as scouts drove their horses away from here to conduct a reconnaissance of the giant Stone Tribe in front to ensure that no unexpected situation occurred. Under a big tree, Wylan took the food handed over by Orlando, a kind of pancake baked with flour, mixed with cold boiled water to fill his stomach. Orlando, Hebrew, you two will attack last later, don't rush in rashly. Wiping his mouth, Wylan stared at his two guardian knights and said seriously, "Yes, my lord," the two answered in unison. Compared with the increasingly mature Orlando, Hebrew seemed a little timid and had no confidence in the next battle. Wylan looked at his helpless look, shook his head and smiled. As long as he experienced a few battles, it would be fine. "My lord, the scouts are back." Baird came over and reported to Wylan. According to the investigation of Otto and his team, the number of goblins in the Stone Tribe has increased a lot. Hearing this, Wylan asked Baird, "How much has it increased?" "About 100. 100, so the number of goblins in the Stone Tribe has reached 400. After hearing this, Baird nodded and looked at Wylan, waiting for his decision. "Keep the original plan unchanged. I will lead the knights to charge, disrupt their formation, and kill the enemy's leader. You command the infantry and drive the cannon fodder slaves to launch the first wave of attack, and the armed serfs will follow closely." Wylan thought for a while and said to Baird, "Defeat them in one go." "I understand, my lord." After Baird left, Wylan leaned against the tree trunk, gathering his strength and preparing for the battle. On the other side, in the luxurious cave of the Stone Tribe, the leader of the Stone Tribe, Jerry, was having a heated discussion with the other 6 Goblin Tribe leaders. In order to entertain these people, the leader of the Stone Tribe, Jerry, even took out the fruit wine that he had collected for a long time. Seeing these country bumpkins drinking, his heart was bleeding, but he had to pretend to be generous. The traces of human pioneers appear again. Under the gaze of the Goblin God, offer these human hearts to him. The Goblin leader, who was sitting below with only one ear, was stunned on the spot. The wine glass he raised high stopped in the air, and he said in astonishment, "What? There are human pioneers again. God, why don't you favor the Goblin?" "No, I have to go back and move away quickly." For a while, the 6 Goblin leaders who came to the banquet were in a mess, and they hurriedly discussed how to escape. As for confronting human pioneers, don't joke. If they had the courage to resist, they would not run to this ghost place. Silence under the gaze of the gods, don't you have any shame? The leader of the Stone Tribe, Jerry, jumped up angrily and shouted at this group of people. "Shame, what is that? The most important thing is to stay alive," a goblin said nonchalantly. "That's right, the Goblin God taught us that staying alive and reproducing the race is the most important thing. If it weren't for humans not wanting goblin slaves, I wouldn't want to run away." There was even a winner. An old goblin leader sitting in the back stood up with his staff and spoke shamelessly. Looking at this group of scum, the leader of the Stone Tribe was so angry that he was fuming. The female goblin serving next to him was trembling with fear. Just as he was about to summon the goblin warriors of the tribe to teach these bastards a lesson, a goblin rushed into the cave and reported in a panic, "Chief, a large number of humans appeared outside and are approaching us. The distance is less than 600 meters. What? How come they are coming so fast?" The face of the leader of the Stone Tribe changed drastically, and he ordered loudly, "Quick! Gather all the tribesmen of the tribe, prepare for battle immediately, and destroy this group of humans under the witness of the great Goblin God." As expected, under the strong pressure of hundreds of goblin warriors from the Stone Tribe, the 6 invited goblin leaders and their guards were escorted to the front line to serve as cannon fodder and consume the number of humans. "Stop moving forward." Baird, who was in charge of commanding the armed serfs and slave cannon fodder, ordered loudly. The team of more than 200 people stopped and confronted the green monster 300 meters away. Compared with the neat armed serfs, the 55 cannon fodder slaves seemed flustered. Emotions such as panic, timidity, and fear changed dramatically on their faces. "Baird, the infantry phalanx is left to you." "Yes, my lord." Wylan drove his horse forward, ready to lead the remaining 11 bronze high-level knights to make the first round of charge and disrupt the opponent's formation. First battle must win. In front of the battle, Wylan put down his armor holding a lance, and his eyes became sharp. The 11 members of the Night Guard behind him did the same, waiting for his order. "Charge!" The order was given, and the 12 red phosphorus horses ran. Seeing the 12 steel beasts rushing over, the goblin warriors of other tribes and the old, weak and sick of the stone tribe at the front panicked, and were blocked by the spears of the goblins behind, unable to move forward or backward. "Throw stones!" The leader of the stone tribe was very panicked when he saw this, and shouted loudly. The 20 goblin warriors, who served as stone throwers, used all their strength to throw the stones in their hands. Faced with the flying boulders, Wylan and others did not dodge. With the protection of the full body armor, they could not cause much damage to them. Looking at the goblins approaching, Wylan could clearly see their fear. He held the lance tightly and made the first round of contact. In an instant, the bodies of the goblin warriors in front were torn apart, and several were pierced by the lances. With this force, Wylan rushed for more than 20 meters, and then he gave up the lance in his hand, drew out the knight's sword, and began to slash, leaving the goblin formation and heading towards the conspicuous wooden command platform. Normally, the infantry should try their best to limit the knight's activity space and create opportunities for others. But Wylan's 12 people easily killed through the goblin formation and went straight to the command platform, where the giant stone goblin leader was. In the back, Baird, who was in charge of commanding the infantry, saw this and ordered the slave cannon fodder to attack. When the slave cannon fodder came into contact with the goblins, Baird once again ordered the armed serfs to charge. At the same time, Orlando and Hebrew, wearing leather armor and drawing knight daggers, followed the armed serfs to fight the first battle of their lives. The goblin leader, who was in charge of commanding on the high platform in the back, saw the human knight approaching, and hurriedly ordered the goblin warriors guarding him to meet the enemy. At the same time, he mobilized the magic power in his body, activated the staff, and launched magic attacks, ready to show these humans a little color. Wylan stepped forward and killed several goblin warriors in a row, jumped off the horse's back, jumped onto the wooden command platform, and cut the 2 strong goblin warriors in front of him in half with a sword. Jerry, the leader of the stone tribe, saw that the last barrier was gone, and his legs were weak with fear. The spellcasting process was interrupted, and he suffered a backlash, vomited green blood, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Looking up at the sky, he wished that the decision he made a day ago was to migrate instead of fighting with this group of humans. Wylan pierced the heart of Jerry, the leader of the stone tribe, with a sword, raised his body high, and threw it hard at the goblin phalanx. In an instant, the goblins saw the body of their leader and fled in all directions. Baird saw this and told the armed serfs to act on their own. Whether they could get rid of their serf status depended on themselves. Then he drove his horse towards Wylan. Wylan took off his helmet and sat on the high platform, watching the final battlefield, and looked at Orlando and Hebrew with interest. The 2 of them gradually adapted from the initial panic to the final handiness and grew very quickly. Especially Orlando, Wylan seemed to see the rise of a genius, and this was his own genius. "My lord, Baird, this group of goblins is weaker than expected. I think we will soon get this land and get our first pioneer territory." Seeing Baird coming, Wylan jumped off the 4-meter-high command platform, landed accurately on the horse's back, and said to him, "Not only that, we can also select some of the best performers from this group of armed serfs to form the first army belonging to the territory. Well, I will let Orlando assist you. As for the army, he needs to intervene and cannot leave everything to Baird." So he set his sights on his guardian knight Orlando, intending to use him as the core to cultivate a force for the balance of the army. At this moment, a knight ran over and said excitedly, "Master Captain, the extra goblins here are warriors from the 6 surrounding tribes. Roughly the situation is like this. So the 6 surrounding goblin tribes are now in a state of being leaderless." Wylan smiled, not expecting the surprise to come so suddenly. "Master, why not take this opportunity to attack these 6 goblin tribes?" Baird reacted and actively advised. After hearing Baird's proposal, Wylan thought for a while and gave the order, "Leave 30 armed serfs to clean up the battlefield. The remaining 11 knights plus Orlando will form a team of 4, each leading 5 teams of armed serfs to select 2 goblin tribes. I hope to hear good news from them tomorrow morning." "Yes, my lord." The knight took the order and went down to convey Wylan's order. Baird next let the remaining people set up camp first. "We still need to spend the night here." "I understand, my lord." After Baird beat his chest and saluted, he left here. He needed to count casualties, count finances, and plan the camp. On the other side, after receiving Wyland's order, the 11 knights and the guardian knight Orlando each divided into teams, agreed on the target, and set off with their troops without delaying for a moment. At night in the luxurious cave of the Stone Tribe, Wyland, Baird, and Hebrew walked by the fire, eating barbecue and summarizing the battle. "My lord, in this battle, we lost 12 slave cannon fodders, 8 of whom died on the spot. The remaining 4 had their hands and feet broken and were of no use. I have ordered them to be executed." "Well done. There is no need to be lenient with these bandit slaves. If they are of no use, they should be killed to avoid wasting food." Wyland nodded in agreement after hearing Baird's solution. Seeing this, Baird continued, "In this battle, a total of 321 goblins were killed, 142 gold coins, 382 silver coins, more than 500 copper coins, more than 300 kilograms of grain, more than 100 kilograms of dried meat, and 600 kilograms of salt mines." "Salt, wait a minute." Wyland reacted and waved to interrupt Baird's report. 600 kilograms of salt, so much. Is there a salt mine nearby?" Baird shook his head and said, "My lord, I don't know. Maybe it's nearby. Send someone to search tomorrow, and we should be able to find it. Remember this, if we find the salt mine, I'll be rich." Baird looked at Wyland, who was grinning, and was very curious. Salt mines contain harmful substances and are cheap. They are only worth 8 copper coins per kilogram on the market. Then he continued to report the seized materials: 30 inferior iron swords, 60 spears, 15 sets of leather armor, 20 pieces of leather from unknown creatures, 2 tons of iron ore, 6 low-level magic crystals, 30 kilograms of fruit wine, and 3 ordinary-level staffs. In total, it is worth about 821 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. The spoils of this battle are not small. However, the giant Stone Tribe is the most powerful tribe in this 100 square kilometers. It is still unknown whether the property of other goblin tribes combined is so much. My lord, we are still counting the number of goblins killed by serfs. It will take some time. Afterwards, Wyland and Baird began to summarize and review this battle. The Hebrew guardian knight sat quietly aside to study and act as a recorder. A few kilometers away from the Boulder tribe, there's a small goblin tribe. The goblin warrior standing at the wooden gate looks into the distance, waiting for the return of his leader. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the distance. 2 goblin warriors thought it was the leader returning and hurried forward to greet him. Puffy. While Orlando was riding, he killed the goblin warriors that appeared without losing any speed and continued to move forward on the red phosphorus horse. The armed serfs following him stepped on the corpses of the goblin warriors and moved towards the goblin tribe. Subsequently, the tribe where more than 100 goblins lived was razed to the ground, and fire ravaged the surrounding thatched houses. My lord, there is no one left alive. A serf came forward to report. Can you check carefully? Orlando asked the serf with a serious expression on his young face. It's absolutely true. Even the little cub was killed by us. Clean the battlefield, gather all the supplies, and we will return to the Stone Tribe overnight. Yes, sir. Orlando sat on his horse, looking at the busy serfs around him, and began to think about the gains and losses of this action. When he attacked the first goblin tribe more than 3 hours ago, he watched from behind the 3 knights and learned their fighting methods. But this time, he led 50 serfs to fight alone. Using night raids, he broke into the opponent's tribe with lightning speed before the opponent could react. He knew that he was able to independently lead the troops to attack this small tribe, and the 3 knights volunteered to hold the formation on the outside in case of unexpected events, thanks to his status as a guardian knight. Without the protection of his lord, he would be an ordinary slave, and it would be impossible for him to gain the respect of the superior knight. One day, I will rely on my own efforts to make the Lord proud of me. Orlando clenched his fists and made a decision in his mind. The next morning, Varin woke up from the cave, looked at the sunlight coming in, and realized that it was getting late. Outside the cave, 14 knights were sitting on the ground. They all knew the Lord's habits, so they did not disturb his sleep, but whispered about last night's battle outside the cave. Varen put on his clothes and walked out of the cave. At first sight, he saw Orlando chatting happily with several knights, and he couldn't help but smile with relief. "Good morning, Lord." When everyone saw Wylan, they all stood up and saluted. "Sit down, everyone, sit down. It's a rare good day today." Wylan motioned for everyone to sit down, and he followed suit and said with a smile, "It seems that your actions yesterday went smoothly, so I feel relieved." Seeing this, Baird took out a piece of paper with names written on it and handed it to him. "My lord, this is the number of goblins killed by serfs. 79 people met the conditions to become free. People and 25 people killed more than 3 people. One person killed 8 goblins, the most among all the serfs. Oh, call me up and take a look." The knight stood up and turned around to bring the serf over. "What are the serf casualties?" Varen put the yellowed paper on his knees and asked Baird. After hearing this, Baird immediately replied, "Returning to the Lord, 7 people were killed and 11 were injured. It's okay, it exceeded expectations. After all, they are just a group of serfs. Although they have trained for more than a month, they can't have too high expectations." After hearing this, Wylan gave a fair evaluation. At this time, the leaving knight returned outside the cave with a young serf. "My lord, this is the serf who killed 8 goblin warriors." The knight reported with his hands in hand and sat down immediately. "What's your name?" There were many serfs in Wylan. He had thick black hair, dark skin, and a regular appearance. Among the serfs who worked all year round, his appearance was considered to be of the highest quality. "Master, the slave's name is Kyle." The serf knelt on the ground and spoke back to Varen in a trembling tone. "Kyle, as the warrior with the largest number of enemy kills among the serfs, I give you 2 choices." Varen raised 2 fingers and said to the serf with a smile, "Master, please tell me clearly. First, I will order someone to teach you a knight's awakening method. As long as you awaken your fighting spirit within half a month, I will accept you as a knight's attendant. Second, following my previous promise, I pardoned your status as a serf and rewarded you with 5 silver coins and 3 more silver coins as an incentive." After hearing this, Kyle crawled on the ground with a struggling expression on his face. The surrounding knights all looked at the serf, curious to know what his choice was. Orlando, who was sitting aside, looked at Kyle and seemed to see his past self. If it hadn't been for his master, he wouldn't be able to pinpoint where he would be living a life worse than a pig or a dog. Master, I choose the first one." "Wise choice." Varen pointed at Kyle and turned to Orlando. "I'll leave him to you." "Yes, Lord." Orlando stood up and accepted the task. Although he was a little confused as to why the Lord chose him instead of the experienced knights around him, since it was a task given to him by the Lord, he must accept it unconditionally. "Okay, gather the remaining serfs." Wylan stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and gave instructions to the others. After a while, all 173 serfs was summoned. In front of the phalanx, a wooden box was opened, and the silver coins inside shone, attracting the attention of all the serfs present. "I promise you that if you take the heads of 3 goblins, you will be pardoned as a serf. On this basis, you will be rewarded with a silver coin for each additional goblin killed. Today is the time to fulfill your promise. In this battle, 79 people will be pardoned. They are lucky, but also brave." Then Wylan took out the list and announced loudly. Every serf whose name was mentioned burst into tears and knelt on the ground to thank the master for the pardon. 24 of them will be rewarded with silver coins. The serfs present were very envious as they watched their companions come forward to receive the silver coins from the master. The next battle will continue. Whether you can get rid of the status of serfs depends on you. After the pardon ceremony, Wylan gave a short speech to the remaining serfs to inspire them. Immediately, Baird took over the command. Dispersed the serfs, searched around, and looked for traces of the salt mine. He promised that whoever found the salt mine would be given the head of a goblin warrior. This statement greatly aroused the enthusiasm of the serfs, who could not wait to follow their captain to search around the stone tribe. On the other hand, Wylan took out the map and began to think about building his own village in this place of more than 100 square kilometers and creating his first territory. The first choice is to be close to the water source, which is convenient for water irrigation. The surrounding land is also conducive to development under the nourishment of the stream. Looking at this palm-sized place, Wylan has only 3 places to choose. One of them is just 7 kilometers north of the giant stone tribe. There is a pool formed by the confluence of streams, covering an area of more than 1,500 acres, which is equivalent to about 1 square kilometer, enough for the initial water consumption. The other 2 places are not as geographically superior as this one. This is the place. Take people to explore and select a site in the afternoon. As for the surrounding goblin tribe, it is no longer a threat. Maybe these green monsters have already started to migrate. Near noon, a knight came to report that a salt mine was discovered. After lunch, Wylan took several knights to the location of the salt mine. On a low hill, several serfs guarded the entrance of the cave, chewing on the black bread in their hands and discussing excitedly. Yesterday on the battlefield, I killed 2 goblins. With the discovery of this salt mine, I will definitely be able to get rid of my serf status and become a free man. Alas, I am not so lucky. Including the credit for discovering the salt mine, there are only 2. I don't know when the next battle will be. Don't be discouraged. Master, you must fight a lot to expand your territory. Maybe tomorrow I can follow the knights to wipe out the surrounding goblin tribes. I hope so. When I get rid of my serf status I must. Look, it's the master. Serf soldier said loudly when he saw a figure appearing in the distance. When Wylan approached, Serf came forward to hold the red phosphorus horse, and the other 2 immediately reported. Master, this is the salt mine. There is no danger inside. Good job, keep working hard. Wylan turned over and got off the horse, encouraged the 3 serfs, and then took Baird into the cave. After walking more than 100 meters, a cave of more than 100 square meters appeared in front of them, and the surrounding walls were all made of salt mines. He walked forward and used his fighting spirit to detect. Within his perception range, there were all salt mines, and they were all very pure salt mines. They only needed to be purified roughly before they could be sold as medium-quality salt. As for the mineral salt with more harmful impurities on the surface, only a small part of it was sold. The reserves of this salt mine are not small, which is a pleasant surprise. Baird was a little skeptical and also conducted exploration. His face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, "My lord, this is a treasure land. It must be strictly guarded. I suggest that all miners use those evil robbers and slaves and station troops on the periphery for defense. It's just what I want, but in the early stage, it is not suitable to mine in large quantities, so as not to be discovered and cause trouble for no reason." Wylan touched his chin and said to Baird, "My lord is right." Soon the 2 left the cave, found a huge stone, sealed the entrance first, and waited for the successful establishment of the settlement before sending people to mine. While there was still time, Wylan took Baird and his men to explore the pond 12 kilometers away, preparing to finalize the location of the initial settlement. 10 minutes later, they came to a wide lake, and there were some animals drinking water not far away. Looking at the beautiful scenery, the people who came here relaxed physically and mentally. "Baird, it's a beautiful place, isn't it?" Wylan turned his head and looked at Baird, whose face didn't change much, and smiled from the heart. "My lord, it's very beautiful. The land is fertile, and it's good for irrigation. There is also a slope in the distance, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and a castle can be built. This place is also close to the salt mine, and support can be provided at any time." "Maybe you don't mean what I said, but it doesn't matter." Wylan shrugged and said helplessly, "Let's go around. This may be our future home for quite a long time." Wylan said to the knights behind him, and then rode his horse to the slope in the distance. Seeing this, Baird led his men to follow him quietly. It took more than 2 hours for Wylan to walk around the lake and write down some rough ideas on paper, such as which place is suitable for building a castle, which place is suitable for cultivating farmland, which place can be used as a military camp, or as a place to store excrement to avoid polluting the quality of the lake water. Although the water in the lake here is flowing and has the effect of self-evolution, Wylan does not want to drink lake water with excrement. Seeing that it was getting late, Wylan ended this exploration trip and took people back to the Stone Tribe to prepare for the final preparations before the development. The news of the destruction of the Stone Tribe and the 6 surrounding tribes spread with the surviving goblins. As Wylan expected, the first thing the remaining goblin tribe leaders did when they received the news was not to resist, but to prepare to migrate, leave here, and go further west. For more than 100 years, they have come this way, and now they are just repeating what happened before. They would rather compete with jackals and dog-headed people for survival than fight against human pioneers. Fighting against other alien races, if they failed, they could become slaves and survive. Fighting against human pioneers, if they failed, they would be exterminated. There were too many such examples in the past 100 years, so that the goblins in the Grey Wasteland had such memories engraved in their bones. In the next few days, migrating goblins could be seen everywhere on the edge of Toxic. Thousands of green-skinned monsters hid during the day and came out at night, leaving this barren land where they had lived for more than 30 years. Some goblin tribes in other regions received news of the reappearance of human pioneers, and they were ready to move their families and leave here. They were not sure whether this was a signal of another large-scale human development, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. In this way, Wylan, relying on his own strength, forced hundreds of goblin tribes and tens of thousands of goblins in the marginal areas of the Yellowstone region to migrate. This move was a feast for the monster tribes in the depths, and they could harvest a large number of slave tribes from it to increase the combat effectiveness and reserve food for their own tribes. However, all this had nothing to do with Wylan. What he had to do now was to build the first village, the first farmland, the first castle, expand his territory, complete the assessment in 4 years, be promoted to baron, and become a true noble in this world. After returning to the giant stone tribe, after everyone's discussion, it was mainly Wylan's narration. Others nodded, and occasionally Baird put forward his own views. Lying on the carpet, looking at the planned construction drawings, I felt tired. This meeting made Wylan more eager to get a domestic talent. A group of knights whose heads were all muscle made him feel like Alexander. On May 27, 9720, in the glorious calendar, the camp was moved more than 10 kilometers away, and Varen began construction work. The lake in the center of the initial territory was named Lake of Praying Stars for Wylan, which means the light of hope. With the river as the boundary, 9,000 acres of land will be reclaimed on both the north and south sides of the Lake of Prayer for the stars. It is planned to plant rice near the lake and wheat a little further away. Taking into account the dry and wet periods of the lake, farmland was specifically chosen to be reclaimed 600 meters away from the water's edge. In addition, around the farmland as the core, there are villages on the north and south sides. Due to the current shortage of manpower, Wylan planned to focus on the construction of the south side of the Lake of Prayer for stars, and only consider the north side after sufficient manpower was available. He also planned his castle early and established it in a place in the northeast of Kixing Lake that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are not enough manpower in the early stage, so these things are put aside for the time being, and it will not be too late to consider them after the village construction is completed. Looking at the sun in the sky, Wylan wore a shirt and observed the development process of the serfs. He also conducted real-time inspections, checked for omissions, filled in the gaps, and modified the plan he had made. He is the only one in the entire team who can do this. If he doesn't do it, who will do it? It should be in the normal water season now. In the high water season, the river will rise by about 1 meter and spread to the river for 300 meters. Then there will be a 300-meter-wide usable area between the farmland and the Lake of Prayer for stars in the high water season. Wylan stepped on the river beach and looked at this area, thinking that he could build several fish ponds and breed some fish. Baird, who was accompanying him, looked at the fish pond planned by Wylan on the paper and asked curiously, "My lord, why are we building a fish pond here? Those fish cannot bring us enough economic value." For food, this area is constructed to lead a tributary from the upper reaches of the river to surround this 300-meter area, and the other end is connected to the lower reaches to form living water. In this way, the fish we raise will provide more abundant food. Wylan pointed with a pencil in the upstream direction and drew a river channel 200 meters wide and 3 meters deep on the drawing, with a total length of about 3.5 kilometers. "But Lord, we lack manpower. Baird thought about it and said bluntly, "Then let the knights start digging. It will be a good opportunity to exercise their strength. In this place with few extraordinary resources, you can only rely on your own efforts." Baird looked at Wyland's eyes and closed his mouth. If he dares to suggest it again, the Lord will promise to have someone bring a shovel and let him start digging the river on the spot. This kind of matter is left to his subordinates. He also has to train 30 professional soldiers, trying to make these talented and strong free people awaken their fighting spirit and become trainee warriors to serve as the new force of the territory. Compared with the difficulty of the Knight Awakening method, the Warrior Awakening method is much simpler. However, correspondingly, a Bronze Knight can fight against 3 warriors of the same level without falling behind. But after the extraordinary level reaches a certain height, the gap between the two will become smaller and smaller, and they will become evenly matched by the legendary stage. Wyland looked at the sensible Baird and nodded with satisfaction. He hated others making excuses. If he couldn't bait him, he would really want to give him a good beating. In the next 5 days, Baird actively participated in the training of 30 professional soldiers. The other 11 knights of the Night Guard were forced to carry shovels and began to dig the river channel, which was called training. Orlando and Hebrews took Kyle, a serf, and taught him the Night Awakening method, and told him some experiences while immersing themselves in training to become the guardian knight that the Lord needs, rather than being guarded. There were more than 40 freedmen and more than 100 serfs left, plus 43 robber slaves to cultivate farmland. Even Wyland is actively training, on the one hand for his own dignity as a lord, and on the other hand to better protect his hard-won territory. On the morning of June 1, everyone gathered together in a room made of wood to hold a simple meeting. "Your Majesty," Baird, who was sitting first to the left of Wyland, stood up and began to report. 13 of the 30 soldiers have awakened fighting spirit and become trainee low-level warriors, and the remaining 17 everyone touches the threshold. In terms of farmland, 750 acres of wasteland have been reclaimed. We are still 250 acres short of the first phase of the reclamation plan you set. After hearing this, Wyland nodded, satisfied with the progress of the task, and motioned for Baird to sit down. From the very beginning, Varon made a simple plan based on the existing population. According to his plan, a freeman or serf would have 20 acres of land. Different from serfs, freedmen have 10 acres of private land and can freely decide the crops to grow. The other 10 acres of land are tax fields, and they need to grow officially designated crops. All harvests in the fields are turned over as taxes and must reach a certain level. The excess will belong to themselves, and the lack will be made up by the free people to ensure that they will not cheat. The serfs only had 4 acres of private land, and they could barely eat enough from the food they grew. The other 16 acres were tax land, and the standards were the same as those of free people. Wyland also made detailed plans for the soldiers' pay. A soldier's pay consists of 3 parts. First, the grain harvested from 2 acres of tax land. Second, 3 silver coins per month. Third, kill enemies in battle to get rewards. The last article was also valid for the serfs who joined during the war. Then, a dark-skinned knight, sitting in the first position on Wyland's right, stood up and reported, "My lord, the river channel around Kixing Lake has been excavated for 800 meters, and there are still 700 meters of work to be done. Well, you are worthy of being my knight. Keep up the good work. After the river channel is completed, we can start the second phase of the construction plan." Wyland smiled excitedly. The other 11 knights present looked at the Lord with a wry smile. However, they did not feel dissatisfied or resentful. It was really too much given by the Lord. 6 low-level magic crystals were enough for them to practice for 3 years. Just to dig this 400-meter river channel, what else could they complain about? "My lord, we currently have 6 carts of food and 56 mule carts of food, totaling 200 kilograms of food. If we consume 530 kilograms a day, we can still support 160 days, which is enough for us to harvest the food." After listening to Orlando's report, Wyland began to summarize. "In another half-month, we will be able to start the second batch of construction plans. By the end of the year, we will build 2 villages, reclaim 18,000 acres of farmland, and drive out the goblins within a 30-kilometer radius centered on the Kixing Lake, with a population of 200 people. This will be our future home. I hope you will do your best to build our territory. Yes, my lord. Then the meeting was dissolved, and those who dug canals, and those who trained soldiers, each doing their own job. At night, Wylan stood in front of the window of a wooden house, looking at the night view of the Praying Star Lake, and his body and mind were relaxed. At 8 o'clock, the guidance of fate started again, bringing valuable news to Wylan. 3 months later, 3,000 kilometers west of the Praying Star Lake, 2 red dragons and a golden dragon fought a war, and the monsters rioted. They will hit the northwest province of the Kingdom of Ilia in 6 months. The monsters coming to the Praying Star Lake are mostly jackals, and the strongest is the low-level silver. 6 months later, a crisis will come hearing this news. Wylan was like being struck by thunder. He ran to this place just for safety. But why can't he get rid of these things? Now there are 2 ways in front of him. First, stop the development of the Praying Star Lake and find a safe place to avoid the edge temporarily. But this will waste a year. Second, continue to develop within 6 months. As long as one person breaks through to the low-level silver, he will be able to defend the territory of the Praying Star Lake. Walking back and forth in the room, Wylan suddenly stopped, his eyes sharp, looking through the window into the depths of the wilderness. It's so hard to get a start. How can I give up? It's just a group of jackals. I don't believe I can't defend the Lake of Praying Stars. However, in order to strengthen the defense of the territory, he had to buy slaves and compete for strength. In addition, blacksmiths, carpenters, and masons, as well as urgently needed architects, must also be bought back, and strive to build a castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack within 6 months. The next morning, Wylan practiced in the open space in front of the wooden house as usual. Suddenly, a special critical point was reached. Then Wylan suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Finally broke through. It's worth my diligent training for more than a month. From the bronze intermediate level to the bronze high level, the fighting spirit in the body increased by 1 section. In addition, the wood attribute fighting spirit has strong recovery and endurance, which means that his own confidence has increased a few points. At this time, Orlando and Hebrew came over with a young man. My lord, I am here to hand in the task. After hearing this, Wylan stood up and looked at Kyle behind Orlando and nodded. Not bad, awakening the fighting spirit in half a month and becoming a knight squire. You have good talent. Kyle knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Thank you for giving Kyle the opportunity, master. I am willing to swear with my life that I will always be loyal to you and never betray you. After hearing this, Wylan handed the sword to Orlando, helped Kyle up and said with relief, You have fought for all this. I said that if you awaken the fighting spirit within half a month, I will accept you as my knight squire. From now on, you and Orlando can call me Lord. Thank you, Lord. Kyle saluted Wylan respectfully with excitement and reverence in his eyes. Orlando, Lord. Kyle's fighting spirit attribute is fire, and further teaching of him is left to you. I will obey your orders. Wylan looked at the gradually mature Orlando, patted his shoulder, reached into his pocket, took out 7 intermediate magic crystals from the space ring, and handed them to him. Lord, what is this? Orlando looked at the 7 intermediate magic crystals in his hand, staring at the boss. He saw with his own eyes that the other 11 knights were willing to do the work of digging the river for a low-level magic crystal, working hard and without complaint. I said, become my guardian knight, I will focus on training you 2. 4 of them are rewards for you 2 brothers, and the other 3 are used as training resources for you 3. The danger is coming, you must speed up to improve your strength. Yes, Lord, the 3 answered in unison. 2 days later, the first phase of the farmland reclamation plan. The next step is the process of dividing the field. In an open space, 39 freemen, 124 serfs, and 42 cannon fodder slaves all arrived, looking at the figures divided into squares on the wooden board. Except for the robber slaves, everyone else's eyes were full of expectations. 5,000 acres of land, according to 20 acres per square, were divided into 250 squares by Wylan. After your efforts, we completed the reclamation task in early June, and these lands will be granted to you next. Next, each of you will draw lots to decide the land you cultivate. Then Orlando read out the names one by one. First, the freemen came forward to draw lots, followed by the serfs. As for the robber slaves, they did not have this treatment. As a group of dregs, they could only be squeezed dry and then disposed of. Wylan stood by and observed. It was simply a variety of life. The freemen or farmers who had drawn near the praying star lake happily pressed their handprints on the contract documents. Those who had drawn to remote areas seemed to have lost half of their spirit and were listless. Those who were waiting were so excited that they could not bear it. Seeing the good land being taken away one by one, they were so anxious that they could not do anything. When everything was over, 163 contract documents were placed in front of Wylan, representing that 260 acres of land were granted, which also meant that he had 358 acres of tax land. As for the remaining robber slaves, they would be real slaves, working day and night in a designated area until the end of their lives. As soon as the free people and serfs got the land, they ran to their respective areas and wrote their names on the notice board. Varin asked Orlando to take the contract document back to his room, and then called Andrew, the deputy captain of the night guard, over. "My lord." As soon as the knight Andrew received the news, he hurried over. "How are you doing with the jicama seedlings I asked you to prepare?" "My lord, the preparations have been completed. According to your instructions, it is more than enough to plant 3,000 acres of farmland." "Well, that's good." Hearing that there were so many jicama seedlings, Wylan nodded with satisfaction. He planned to let freedmen and serfs plant 3,000 acres of beans and potatoes at the end of June, and harvest a batch of grain in September to increase his grain reserves for the coming year, which would make it easier for him to expand the population of his territory. But jicama can only be grown once in a while. The crop contains small amounts of toxins and causes serious damage to the land. Fertile field will become barren after several seasons of jicama. However, with rotational planting of soybeans, this problem will be solved. However, in this situation, obtaining food is the top priority. In the future, he plans to set up a special official position to educate farmers about this to avoid an irreversible decline in food production. "Tell Baird that I will go to the Cardero province for a while, and he will handle all the affairs in the territory." "Yes, Lord." After Andrew left, Varin returned to his room to prepare for tomorrow's trip. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. This time he was going to Cardero province. He planned to visit cousin Brian first, buy some weapons, and then find ways to buy a group of slaves back. In fact, he prefers to recruit free people, but no fool would live outside the dangerous borders. However, this situation is not irreversible. That monster attack may be a good opportunity. In the early morning of June 8, Varin put on his clothes, took a carriage of food and 5 empty carriages, led Orlando, 4 knights and a group of soldiers, and headed towards the ridge more than 200 kilometers away. Baird looked at his master's leaving figure and felt that the burden on him was heavier again, but this was also an opportunity. The territory is in the early stages of development. The more he can show his value, the more important he will be in the Lord's heart, so that he will not be outcompeted by the guardian knight Orlando. In his stupidity, he also noticed some information from the past half-month. The Lord intended to train Orlando and recruited a lowly serf as a knight's attendant. This was a dangerous signal. During this period of time, we must not only manage the territory well, but also make the entire territory run efficiently. Baird clenched his fists and made up his mind that he would never be abandoned by his master. As a knight of commoner origin, he wanted to rise to the top, become a commander, become famous, return to his hometown, and trample on the ground those little nobles who looked down on him. In the Ridge Castle at Ridgeland, a butler entered Brian's room and reported respectfully, "Sir, Lord Varin is here." "Who are you talking about?" Brian stopped the pen in his hand and raised his head to look at the butler. "Sir, it's Lord Varin who visited you a month ago. He is waiting for you outside the castle with his convoy. He has been here for more than a month, Could it be that he encountered some kind of accident? Brian stood up and walked towards the castle gate, with a worried look on his face. When they were halfway there, the housekeeper looked at the worried master and explained, "Don't worry, master. I think that although Master Wyland's number is small, they are all warriors. They are most likely here to buy weapons from us." "I hope so." When Brian heard this, he responded to the housekeeper and quickened his pace at the same time. "Cousin Brian, long time no see." Wyland watched a familiar person come out of the castle, took the initiative to greet him, and said to him with a smile, "Wyland, what's going on with you? Could it be that you encountered bandits and failed to develop? Why don't my cousin lend you some troops?" Brian saw that Wyland had blood stains on his body, and he brought fewer people than last time. There were a lot of people, plus more than 20 bandits tied up nearby. "Thank you for your concern, cousin. These are the bloodstains of robbers." "Don't worry." Wyland was a little touched by this honest cousin, and responded with a smile. "I came to visit you this time, but I brought you big business." After hearing that everything was fine, Brian was relieved and asked, "Business? You won't open up the situation in the toxic area so quickly?" "That is, with my ability, I occupied a territory in less than half a month." In front of his concerned relatives, Wyland couldn't help but show off his achievements. "By the way, what business are you talking about?" Brian asked after a brief conversation. "That's it, cousin. Varen slowly told Brian what he needed to do. "Now I need slaves and weapons to prevent the monster from counterattacking." "Well, weapons are easy to deal with. I still have more than 200 sets of leather armor and thousands of long swords that I can trade with you." At this point, Brian changed the subject and continued, "As for slaves, to be honest, my territory is lacking in population. If you need it, I can give you a few blacksmiths and 50 serfs, but I won't have more." Wyland heard this and said hurriedly, "Cousin, I accept your kindness. I am here mainly to be better able to trade weapons. As for slaves, I plan to buy them in the noble territories near the provincial capital." "Okay, how many weapons do you need this time?" 100 sets of leather armor and 300 long swords. How much do you think they cost?" "A set of leather armor costs 80 gold coins, and a long sword costs 30 gold coins. You want 100 sets of leather armor and 300 swords, for a total of 17,000 gold coins. Cousin, your price seems wrong. Why is it much lower than the market price?" "We are brothers, so we can use the market price to cheat you." Brian laughed and explained to Varen with sincerity on his face. Wyland knew very well, so he took out 17 gold tickets worth 1,000 gold coins from his arms, mixed with a letter, and handed them to his cousin. Brian didn't check it at all and just put it in his pocket. Afterwards, Varen temporarily placed 23 robber slaves in Brian's castle, waiting to be picked up along with their weapons when he returned. 11 days after leaving the Lake of Praying Stars, Varen arrived at the noble territory in the surrounding areas of Cardro province. The territory closer to the provincial capital is safer and has a larger population. Correspondingly, the practice of selling slaves is also prevalent here. This time, the place Varen went to was a city called Bagamoyo. As a famous slave trading center in Cardero province, there were a large number of slaves here. Wyland plans to purchase a group of serfs from here to replenish the population of the territory. After placing the others outside the city, Varen led Orlando and 2 other knights into the slave city of Bagamoyo. Perhaps to make customers feel comfortable, the environment in the city is much better than that in provincial cities. There are soldiers patrolling around to prevent riots. "Sir, I am very familiar with Bagamoyo. Can I serve you?" A boy of 13 or 14 came over, bowed and saluted with longing in his eyes. "Orlando, give him a silver coin." Wyland looked at the intricate streets, but he needed a guide. The young man looked at Orlando, who was about the same age as himself, with great envy. He took the silver coin respectfully and carefully put it into his pocket. "Sir, I don't know where you are going." "A place where strong slaves are sold." Wyland thought for a moment and then added, "There should be a large number of people and a rich variety." After hearing this, the young man immediately replied with sincerity in his eyes, "Sir, please come with me." Turning left and right, everyone followed the young man to a remote slave selling place. There was no one around, so Wyland frowned and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "Are you kidding me?" Orlando, who was standing nearby, heard this, pulled out his knight's dagger, and put it on the young man's shoulder. The young man looked at the sharp dagger and read from the knight's eyes that if he didn't tell him the reason, his head would move in an instant. "Sir, I didn't lie to you." The young man immediately knelt on the ground and explained very quickly, "There are many types of slaves sold here. It was only because of the noble's troubles that this scene appeared. Go in and take a look. You can understand what the little one is saying. I hope you belong to me. Otherwise, I can only give 10 gold coins to the local nobles." As soon as Wylan finished speaking, he led people into the slave sale place. The young man watched the customers enter, came to the back of the Chamber of Commerce, and knocked on the door. After a while, a bag of coins was thrown out. The young man observed his surroundings keenly. When he saw that no one was around, he picked up the money bag, put it in his pocket, and disappeared into the street. On the other side, as soon as Wylan entered the gate, a wealthy businessman came up to him. "Sir, welcome to the Bashak Chamber of Commerce. I am Buck, the branch president of this Chamber of Commerce. What do you need?" Wylan looked around and saw many strange races imprisoned in exquisite iron cages for display, including a few half-elves. He had to admire the courage of this businessman. "I want strong slaves, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons. I even want architects." Buck's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked at Wylan more kindly. "Sir, please rest assured we have everything you want. The Bashak Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much else. But there are many slaves with craftsmanship. Sir, come this way, be careful of the threshold." Through the tunnel, we came to the basement where the slaves of the Bashak Chamber of Commerce were imprisoned. There were also patrolling thugs around, and judging from their strength, they were comparable to Orlando. "Look, sir, the male slaves here have good teeth and are all 20 years old. They can work for you for another 30 years. Buck stepped forward, held the slave's chin, showed his teeth in front of Wylan, and tried his best to sell. "How much is one?" "Sir, 20 gold coins each. If you want more people, I can give you a discount." Buck saw Wylan asking about the price and said hurriedly, fearing that the other party would regret it, "Mr. Buck, I want to buy 300 strong slaves. How much do you need?" 80% off. The original price is 6,000 gold coins. You only need 4,800 gold coins. Remember it, take me to see other skilled slaves. "Okay, sir, please come this way." Seeing that the deal was reached, Buck's face was full of smiles, and he took Wylan to the next area. A blacksmith costs 80 gold coins, a carpenter costs 50 gold coins, and a bricklayer costs 30 gold coins. After Buck's round of sales, Wylan bought 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 bricklayers. It cost 300 gold coins. In the end, Wylan spent another 1,000 gold coins to buy 111 12-year-old boys from Buck. Diehards need to be cultivated from childhood to shape their values, and these boys are just right. "Buck, where is the architect I want? Take me to see." Wylan walked around and bought everything he should buy and couldn't help asking Buck. The second stage is about the construction of his own castle. Without the architect's plan, he was really afraid that it would collapse halfway through the construction. Hearing Wylan's words, Buck showed an embarrassed expression. "Sir, there is another architect slave in the Chamber of Commerce. But they are all expensive and are half-elf. Do you really want to buy it?" "Half-elf, it doesn't matter. As long as it can be used, I don't mind these." Wylan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind the race of the slaves at all, as long as they were useful. Seeing this, Buck led Wylan and others to the depths of the basement. Passing through a secret room, they came to a separate secret room. "My lord, please look. This half-elf girl is an architect. She is proficient in all kinds of buildings and is good at building all kinds of castles. If you buy them all at once, we can also give you a special carriage." After hearing this, Wylan came to the iron cage and squatted down to look at the half-elf girl. She was very beautiful, and he was a little moved. The half-elf girl's eyes revealed despair, and she didn't care about anything around her. Buck saw that Wylan didn't respond for a long time, and he was very anxious. Then he continued to sell. "My lord, this is still a virgin. You can buy her as an architect or a prostitute." "How much?" 3,500 gold coins. You can take it away, and the Bashak Chamber of Commerce will give you a special carriage," Buck said hurriedly when he heard it. "Okay, I bought it, and sent all the slaves I want out of the city." Wylan stood up and took out 11 gold notes worth 1,000 gold coins from his arms, and handed them to Buck. Looking at the glittering gold bill, Buck's eyes lit up. He took the bill respectfully, checked it carefully, and carefully put it in his pocket. "Here, sir, these are 4 gold bills of 100 gold coins. Please accept them." Then Wyland took his men away from here. Walking on the road, Orlando suddenly asked, "Master, there's obviously something wrong with the Bashak Chamber of Commerce. Why do you still want to trade here? There should be no problem with the others." Wyland stopped and said to Orlando, "The problem should be the half-elf slave. I'm afraid the local nobles covet it. The two sides had a conflict because they didn't agree on the price. After all, not everyone is as rich as you, Lord." Touching Orlando's golden hair, Wyland responded with a smile. "Yes, Lord, I understand." Outside the city of Bagamoyo, in a manor, Kazakh, the son of the governor of Kadlo province, invited his friends to hold an open-air banquet. "Sir, I believe that in a few days, the Bashak Chamber of Commerce will deliver the half-elf woman to the door." "Ha-ha!" Kazakh raised his wine glass and smiled at a young nobleman beside him. "There is nothing that I, Kazakh, cannot get." When he thought that he could get a half-elf girl worth 500 gold coins without spending a penny, his heart was filled with excitement. At this time, the housekeeper of the manor came to Kazakh and reported in a low voice, "Master, the half-elf girl was bought by someone." Who bought it?" Kazakh held the wine glass tightly and asked fiercely. "It was a pioneer knight, it is said that." "What, a hound-like thing, dared to take my order? Don't you want to live?" Without waiting for the butler to finish, Kazakh cursed, as if he was going to rush to get people to wipe out the other party. "Master, the other party is a member of the X family. We can't afford to offend him." The butler looked at Kazakh, who was about to leave, and hurriedly finished the rest of his words, fearing that he would cause trouble again. When he heard that the other party was the X family, Kazakh's heart immediately became empty. Thinking back to more than a month ago, a member of the Eagle family came to the Kadro province and killed a guard in front of his father. His father could only laugh it off and dared not pursue it. Afterwards, he was called to the study and severely warned not to conflict with the other party. Although their family is a count family, compared with the X family, it is the difference between a tiger and a mouse. In the kingdom, the count family and the earl family are not the same. The Eagle family is stronger than most marquis families. The Dosk family he belongs to is weaker, only slightly stronger than some newly promoted earl families. "Boss, the other party is so ignorant. How about I take people to get that half-elf girl back for you?" The noble young man on the side looked at Kazakh's ugly face and hurriedly expressed his opinion, ready to leave a deep impression on the boss. "Shut up, you don't have to mind my business." After saying that, Kazakh left angrily. The butler on the side saw this and hurried to follow. Only the confused, noble young man was left there. He didn't know why the boss, who was arrogant and intolerant of any sand in his eyes, was so abnormal today. "Master, what should we do next?" The butler caught up with Kazakh and asked. Kazakh heard this and said fiercely, "Let's let that pioneer knight go this time. If he dares to steal my things next time, I will not let him go." "Yes, master." Just as the butler was about to leave, Kazakh seemed to remember something and ordered, "Cancel all the means deployed in Bagamoyo city. The things are gone. There is no benefit in blocking the Bashak Chamber of Commerce." "I understand, master." The butler saluted again, and seeing that Kazakh did not give any more orders, he left the manor directly. Outside the city, after receiving the slaves he wanted, Wyland bought some food and set off to return to the Praying Star Lake. However, he ordered his men to be on alert at all times. Wyland didn't know whether there would be any trouble, but it was always right to be prepared in advance. On the other hand, Buck, the president of the Bashak Chamber of Commerce, had been waiting for news, wanting to see how the governor's son Kazakh would make a move. For 2 consecutive days, it was calm, and there was no noble infighting in the central area of Kadlo province, which made Buck wonder if the greedy hound Kazakh had changed. It was not until he learned that the other party had withdrawn even the blockade that Buck finally realized the seriousness of the matter. That boy, wouldn't he be someone that even Kazakh dared not offend? Buck, who reacted, seemed to have done something he would regret for the rest of his life, and could only see if he could save his image when the other party came next time. On the way, the calmness for several days in a row made Wylan feel puzzled. According to his speculation, there was something wrong with the three half-elves. However, in reality, there was no robbery. At night, Wylan came to the carriage, where the half-elf was imprisoned with a piece of white bread, and knocked on the iron cage with the knight's sword. The half-elf girl came back to her senses and looked at the knight who had been sending her food for several days. He seemed to be a human who bought her. Here, Wylan handed her the white bread and the kettle. The half-elf girl took the food from Wylan without hesitation and ate it in small bites. "I have no sexual interest in your body. You can rest assured about that." Wylan looked up at the moon in the sky while sitting in the carriage and said, "My territory is in the early stages of construction and needs an architect to plan it. As long as you work for me for 10 years, I can give you freedom. After all, I spent 500 gold coins to buy you from the slave trader." The half-elf girl stopped eating, looked at Wylan and said in the common language, "My name is Eunice." The light voice sounded in Wylan's ears. He turned his head to look at Eunice, nodded, and then left. The rest of the journey was safe and sound, except for a few gangs of bandits who didn't know how to live or die, which increased the number of bandit slaves in Wylan's hands by dozens. There were no accidents. 6 days later, Wylan came to the Ridge Castle again, got 100 sets of leather armor and 300 long swords from his cousin Brian, took back the 23 slave bandits stored in the prison, and went to the Praying Star Lake more than 300 kilometers away. On June 21, when the sun was setting, Wylan returned to Kixing Lake with a team of more than 500 people. After being away from home for more than half a month, Baird had taken good care of the surroundings. Of the 5,000 acres of farmland that had been reclaimed, 3,000 acres were planted with yam beans, and the other 2,000 acres were planted with a kind of vegetable root with strong reproductive ability. Wylan got off his horse and came to the edge of the field. Looking at the green, his tired heart was relieved. Baird, who got the news, finished his training and rushed to where Wylan was. "My lord, welcome back." Wylan stepped forward to help Baird, who was half kneeling and saluting, and said with relief, "Thank you for your hard work for more than half a month. My lord has listed detailed plans, and I am just doing things according to the rules, so it is not hard work." "During the time I was away, did any emergencies occur?" Wylan asked Baird as he walked towards the village. After hearing this, Baird immediately replied, "Within a radius of 30 kilometers, most of the goblin tribes have moved away, leaving a large area of uninhabited land, causing some wild animals to increase. Be on guard. We are short of manpower at this stage and cannot afford the loss. Also, assign a room to the half-elf girl I brought back. Try to satisfy her with whatever she wants. I'm going to rest first." "I understand." After returning to the village, Wylan entered his cabin and prepared to have a good sleep. After seeing Wylan leave, Baird ordered people to settle the slaves he brought back and dispatched a team of soldiers to guard them to prevent anyone from escaping. For the half-elf girl Eunice, Baird followed Wylan's instructions, assigned her a separate cabin, and ordered 2 knights to guard it to prevent any accidents. The next day, Wylan took a look at Eunice drawing a blueprint and stopped paying attention to it, and turned to deal with the affairs in the territory. First, select 120 from the 300-strong slaves, and mix them with the 30 soldiers in the territory to form an infantry of 150. For the 120 slaves who entered the infantry, they still maintained their slave status. If they wanted to get rid of their slave status, they had to kill 3 goblin warriors or become high-level trainee warriors. There was no other third choice. This decree greatly stimulated the 120 slave soldiers. In addition, for other slaves, Wylan also promised them that as long as they worked diligently for 3 consecutive years and completed the task targets or killed 3 goblin warriors during the war, they could also be pardoned from their slave status. As for the 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 masons who were bought back, Wylan had different standards for the slaves they left. Therefore, the hundreds of slaves who came to the Lake of Praying Stars were full of hope in their hearts. With a goal to strive for, everyone burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm. With the serfs who had been pardoned as a reference, they chose to believe the words of the young lord. As for the 100 young men purchased from the Bashak Chamber of Commerce, Wylan planned to let Orlando and Heber go to train them. Taking his own knight Squire Kyle as an example, those who awakened their fighting spirit within half a month would be kept to be trained as future members of the knights, and those who were unqualified would still serve as apprentices to the craftsmen to show their value. In the afternoon, Varen summoned the blacksmiths and carpenters to prepare a powerful long-range attack weapon to deal with the gnolls that would arrive in 5 months. In a spacious open space, 25 craftsmen sat quietly on the ground, listening attentively to the Lord's explanation. I call this weapon a bed crossbow. Its general shape is like this. You need to complete the specific operation. Pointing to the simple drawing on the wooden board, Wylan told the story without blushing and without any embarrassment. Its components include hinge shaft, traction rope, trigger, front bow, main bow, rear bow, and pulley. You can study the specific principles by yourself. I will give you 3 months. As long as the production of this weapon is completed, I will pardon your status as slaves. Complete it within a month, and I will give you a woman for you to reproduce. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the 25 craftsmen turned green. After completing this thing, not only could they become private citizens, but the Lord would also make a woman. Please rest assured, Lord, we promise to complete the tasks assigned by you within 1 month. Joseph, a 32-year-old carpenter, stood up and made a guarantee on behalf of the 24 craftsmen. Since he was the oldest and most experienced, Varen appointed him as the leader of the carpenter group. Another man named Smith, 28 years old, is the leader of the blacksmith group. As long as you complete the tasks I assigned you, I will not be stingy with rewards. Wylan looked at the craftsmen present and made another promise. He believed that as long as the reward was large enough, these people's motivation would be stimulated to the extreme, and maybe they would be able to produce results in half a month. After that, Wylan designated a work area and asked Baird to provide them with the materials and tools they needed so as to make the bed crossbow as soon as possible. 3 days later, after Varen finished breakfast, he learned that the half-elf girl Eunice asked for an audience, so he rushed over without stopping. As soon as you enter the wooden house, you will see a very detailed plan of the castle. Standing on a drawing shelf in the interior of the room, a dozen sheets of white paper are spread out on a wooden board on the shelf. In the middle is the overall plan of the castle, with some internal structural drawings and the selection of building materials on both sides. Lord, according to your request, this castle covers an area of 4,700 square meters, with a maximum capacity of 5,000 people and a permanent resident of 600 people. The half-elf girl Eunice came to the drawing frame with a little fear in her eyes and slowly explained. This is the outer city wall, which is 6 meters high, 80 meters long, and 46 meters wide. The platform is 2 meters long and can accommodate 240 people fighting at the same time. A small armory is set up every 30 meters, which is connected to the next floor, convenient for storing weapons and food. Behind is the inner city wall, which is 9 meters high, 63 meters long, and 34 meters wide. According to your requirements, more platforms are designed to protrude outwards. There are a total of 31 platforms in this section of the city wall, which can accommodate 231 people at the same time, 10 men fighting. After the introduction of the city wall was completed, Varen followed the direction of Eunice's finger and looked at other parts of the castle. Large armory, barracks, lord's room, hall, kitchen, water storage area, grain warehouse, toilet, weapon repair place, wine cellar, stables, etc. are all available. On the top floor of the castle, 6 large platforms were set up to facilitate Wylan to place large crossbows and attack the attacking enemies. Eunice, how long will it take to build this castle? Varen turned to look at the half-elf girl and asked. 25 masons and 200 humans can complete the construction of this castle in 3 years. No, it's too long. Varen shook his head and said that there were only 5 months left before the gnoll attack, and he must complete the construction of the castle before then. So what time does the Lord expect? In 5 months, the construction of the castle must be completed by the end of November. Eunice heard the words and whispered softly, if it is just for protection, other buildings can be suspended. Only the outer city wall and the inner city wall will be built, plus 5 areas such as water source storage area, grain warehouse, toilet, weapons repair place, and stables. abandoning the exterior aesthetics and other areas, and adding another 200 people. It could be done in something like 5 months. After hearing this, Wyland began to think based on the current situation of the territory. There were 343 freemen and serfs, combined, and 107 slave robbers. The farmland needed manpower, and the salt mining work was about to begin, so only 143 serfs and 57 robber slaves could be mobilized. All in all, there are only 200 people. In the blink of an eye, Varen considered the troops Baird was training. No, the salt mine needs manpower, and the outer patrol also needs manpower. The army cannot be used to build the castle. After thinking for a while, he quickly rejected the idea. Eunice, I will give you full responsibility for the construction of the castle. The 25 masons will also obey your command. But the manpower is only 200 for the time being. I will find a way later, and you will choose the site to build first. Yes, Lord. The half-elf girl was stunned for a moment when she heard Varen's appointment and then accepted the task. Afterwards, Wyland left the cabin, thinking about where to get more manpower while walking to fill the shortage of manpower in the territory. In the next few days, under the command of the half-elf girl, 200 workers and 25 masons were divided into 9 groups of 25 people in each group. 3 groups were responsible for quarrying the stone. 2 groups were responsible for transporting the material. And the last 4 groups were responsible for the construction work. After thinking for a long time, Wyland suddenly came up with an idea that cement could be used to make up for the lack of materials, but he gave up the next moment. He knew some of the formula of this thing, but only some of it. Limestone, clay, and iron ore powder are ground and mixed in proportion, and then they need to go through a series of steps to become cement, but he didn't know. Moreover, there's not so much time to experiment slowly now. Don't worry about it for now. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Maybe a solution to the problem will be found in a few days. Putting this matter aside, Wyland decided to organize manpower to mine salt mines on a small scale to increase the income of the territory. When he left the family, he had 85,000 gold coins in his hand. After a series of expenses, he now has only 53,000 gold coins left. Only expenditure, no income, made him feel very uneasy. On the morning of June 26, Wyland led 2 knights, 3 teams of soldiers, and 60 slave robbers to the salt mine 12 kilometers southeast of Kixing Lake. After 2 hours, everyone arrived at the location of the salt mine. 2 knights stepped forward and moved the boulder blocking the entrance, allowing the passage to be opened. Andrew, you take people to supervise these slaves, build a camp first, and start mining salt mines tomorrow. Yes, my lord. A knight saluted and answered immediately. Looking at the increasingly busy camp, Wyland rode a horse with a team of soldiers to patrol the surroundings and drive away wild beasts to ensure the safety of the camp. Patrolling around the salt mine, Varen discovered many beasts, many of which were on the verge of evolution. We must find time to clean it up, otherwise these beasts will grow up and cause another big trouble. After killing a few gray wolves, Wyland wiped the blood on the knight's sword and muttered to himself. On the 3rd day after arriving at the salt mine, after seeing the first batch of mineral salt being excavated, the camp gradually got back on track. The perimeter of the camp was made up of logs stuck into the ground, and each log was sharpened to prevent the intrusion of wild animals. Many traps were set up near the wooden fence, on the one hand to prevent these robber slaves from escaping, and on the other hand to prevent the intrusion of wild beasts. On the last day of June, with 3 carts of salt mines and a team of soldiers, Wyland returned to the Lake of Praying Stars along the road. After today, it was the first day of the month again. He was somewhat looking forward to some important news that fate would tell him, hoping to solve the problem of castle construction. Returning to the Lake of Praying Stars, Wyland asked the soldier to bring the salt mines to the warehouse for storage, and began to patrol the territory to inspect the construction results of the past few days. Sir, I have some ideas, and I would like to get your permission. Seeing his master arriving, Baird stepped forward and saluted Wyland. Tell me about it. Looking at the soldiers training hard on the training field, Wyland nodded with satisfaction and responded to Baird. Sir, the number of trainee warriors in the team has exceeded 30, reaching 37. I want to select 20 of them, wear iron armor. Train them in more demanding methods, stimulate their potential, and grow into masters. The sharp sword. The 20 sets of armor stored in the warehouse are just sitting idle. Why not make use of them? Varin patted Baird on the shoulder and left the training ground with a smile. Thank you, Lord. Baird was very excited, and his plan came true. On the other side, Varin was very clear about Baird's thoughts. Orlando was training 112 or 13-year-old children to cultivate strength with him as the core. Seeing this, Baird will inevitably choose other directions to make breakthroughs and exert his own value. He is happy to see this kind of healthy competition. On the night of July 1st, the sweet voice sounded in Wyland's ears again. 15 kilometers east of Lake of Prayer for Stars, there is a small mithril mine 30 meters underground, with a reserve of 200 tons. What? Mithril mine? Wyland's eyes lit up when he heard the news. This was much more valuable than the salt mine, mithril. As a rare material, is silvery white in appearance, stronger than steel but very light, has good energy guidance, and has the effect of breaking shields. When forging a weapon, adding a small amount of mithril into it will increase the weapon by 1 or 2 levels. These 200 tons of mithril ore can be conservatively estimated to refine 3,000 kilograms of mithril. According to the current market value, 1 gram of mithril is worth 4 gold coins. This small mithril mine is worth 6 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 2 years of tax revenue from the Akers family. Even so, this thing is hard currency, with a price but no market. We must arrange for someone to excavate as soon as possible to avoid long sleepless nights and being discovered by others. Taking out the map, Wyland discovered that 15 kilometers east of the Lake of Prayer for Stars was the border area of a barony, only 3 kilometers away from the border. Now he is still in the development stage. According to the laws of the kingdom, there is no boundary to develop the Night territory. In other words, if the other party finds this place and sends troops to occupy it, it does not need to bear any legal responsibility. Although he has the backing of his family, it is because he does not have enough benefits for others to take risks. Thinking of this, Wyland decided to allocate manpower tomorrow to dig the mithril mine 15 kilometers away, and personally stay in charge until the excavation work was completed. One night passed, and just after dawn, Varin ordered Baird to leave 2 groups of soldiers to take charge of the safety of the Lake of Praying Stars, and all the remaining 110 people followed him and left. After receiving such an order, Baird was very confused, but as a loyal knight, he did not ask the reason. He left 2 groups of soldiers to be led by 2 knights, to maintain the order and safety of the territory, and then followed with the rest of the army. Varin's pace. After 3 hours, Varin found this location according to the detailed map of the Yellowstone area provided by Alec's cousin. Baird, take the people to set up a camp first and start mining tomorrow. Wellen put away the map and ordered Baird on the side. Yes, Lord. Baird was even more confused, but he accepted the order without any hesitation. With the efforts of 110 soldiers, a defensive camp covering an area of 300 square meters was established. At night, Varin called Baird alone into a tent and asked the guards on guard to retreat 10 meters away to guard him. Baird, can I trust you? Varin asked in a deep voice with a serious face, staring at the knight given to him by his family. Lord, as a knight who has sworn to you, I am willing to die for you. Baird stood up, adjusted his clothes, knelt on one knee on the ground. His attitude was solemn and solemn. Wyland looked at Baird for a long time and then said, What I am going to tell you next at this stage, other than you and me, no third person can know. Please let me know, Lord, Baird replied without hesitation. 30 meters below our feet. There is a small mithril mine with a reserve of 300 tons. Baird was shocked when he heard this and said in disbelief, My lord, is this true? Absolutely true. Wyland nodded and said, Next, digging the mithril mine will be handed over to your army. Please rest assured, my lord, if there is a third person who knows the existence of the mithril mine, I am willing to offer my head. Baird solemnly declared and made a promise to Wyland. Most of the soldiers outside were born serfs and slaves. Although they are also learning to read at this stage, they don't know about the rare mineral mithril. As long as the excavation process is kept secret, These soldiers will only think that they are digging a rare ore. The next morning, Baird felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and divided his soldiers into two parts. The first part, 30 people, are responsible for the security and alert work of the camp and detect suspicious persons. The second part, 50 people, are responsible for digging the mithril mine. The third part, 30 people, act as a transport force, responsible for transporting the mithril mine from the camp back to the Praying Star Lake, and then transporting supplies from the Praying Star Lake. During the free time, they will dig the mithril mine with the soldiers in the second part. Wyland decided to take charge of the transportation work himself. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In the next few days, the passage leading to the 30-meter underground was opened. During the excavation, Baird personally went to the scene and used his fighting spirit to smash the hard boulders. In the tent, Wyland was very excited when he saw the first piece of mithril ore excavated, and so was Baird standing next to him. Wyland took the mithril ore, looked at the luster on it, and said with a smile, "With mithril, our weapons will be stronger than the enemy, the protective ability of the armor will be improved, and more importantly, it can break the shield. My lord, according to the current progress, 2 tons of mithril ore can be mined a day, and it will take about 5 months to mine. Well, be cautious during the excavation and pay attention to the surrounding situation." Wyland put down the mithril ore in his hand and ordered in a deep voice, "This is the miracle of our rise and a huge fortune. No matter how cautious we are, it is not too much, I understand." Baird saluted with his chest and said seriously, "For the next 10 days. Everything went smoothly, however. The excavation of Wyland and his team still attracted the attention of the Lord of the Barony of Cleveland. Could there be something fishy when a group of well-equipped soldiers stayed in the desert for more than half a month for no reason? At this moment, in a small and exquisite castle in the administrative center of the Barony of Cleveland, Brandon Hodgson heard the knight's report and asked with a puzzled look, "They really stayed in the wilderness for more than half a month, and there is no sign of leaving until now?" "Yes, sir, they were stationed here in early July. Because the other party set up a long range of alert, it is not possible to clearly detect the situation, but from a distance, the other party seems to be mining." "Mining?" Brandon Hodgson stood up suddenly and asked again, "Did you see clearly that the pioneer knight was mining?" "My lord, I guarantee it on my honor." The knight looked at Brandon and said very solemnly, "At night, you send someone to observe closely. I need to know the exact news." "Yes, sir." After the knight left, Brandon sat down again and tapped the table regularly, guessing what kind of mineral deposits the other party had dug. As he kept thinking, Brandon's eyes became sharp. This place was only a few kilometers away from his territory. If there were really valuable mineral deposits, he would not mind robbing them. As the sun was about to set, in the border area of Cleveland Baron's territory, a 6-man team dressed in black and carrying knives moved quickly on the wasteland, approaching Baird's camp. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the dark clouds blocked the moonlight. Except for the fire in the camp, the surroundings fell into darkness. The 6 members of the Cleveland Barons reconnaissance team arrived 300 meters outside the camp, and then lurked, waiting for the right time. "Captain, the surroundings have been explored clearly, and 3 traps have been found here, here, and here." A man in black came to the trainee high-level knight in the team, drawing circles on the map while reporting. The trainee knight found that these 3 locations were very tricky. Fortunately, his subordinate had such training and knew how to set these traps. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the enemy before he approached the camp. "Give orders. Our main task is to scout intelligence. If we are discovered by the enemy, we must retreat as soon as possible." After hearing this, the other 5 people nodded silently, closed their eyes and rested, waiting for the arrival of late night. At 12 o'clock, the most sleepy moment, Baird, as usual, took his weapons and started his first patrol at night. There is a mithril mine buried under the camp. As long as the excavation is not completed in 1 day, you can't relax for a moment. As usual, first patrol the sentry to see if there are any guards dozing off, and then start patrolling the surrounding situation to confirm whether there are any uninvited guests. At this time, the reconnaissance team woke up, avoided 3 traps, and approached the camp. Who? Baird's ears moved slightly, looked suddenly to the northwest, and shouted loudly. The soldiers patrolling around reacted immediately, holding spears, and came to the side of the knight, taking a fighting stance. In the dark night, the reconnaissance team lay on the ground, not daring to move. The leading trainee knight was so scared that he was sweating. He didn't expect that at the most tiring moment there would be such spirit. He began to pray in his heart that the other party just misjudged and didn't come to check. Staring at the knight, Baird grabbed the spear from the guard beside him and threw it towards the reconnaissance team. There was silence without any sound. He couldn't help but touch his head. Could it be that he was worrying too much? "Sir, do you want me to go over and investigate?" The captain on the side asked respectfully when he saw this. "Yes, sir." Then the 10 people presented the search object according to the training method and moved in the direction where Baird threw the spear. On the grass, a man in black was pierced through the thigh by a spear, but was covered tightly by his companions and dared not make a sound. Seeing someone coming, for the sake of his own life, the trainee knight could only wave his hand to signal the other 5 to retreat. 10 minutes later, the captain came to Baird with a bloody spear, beat his chest, and reported, "Sir, there is human blood on the spear. There are invaders tonight. Continue patrolling. I'll go to the warehouse to check." As soon as he finished speaking, Baird took 2 steps at a time and walked towards the warehouse in the center of the camp. "Sir." The 2 people standing guard in front of the warehouse saluted immediately after seeing this. "Did you find any strangers?" The 2 looked at each other and answered, "No, sir, there is no one here except us." Baird frowned, pushed the door open, counted the mithril ore mined in the past 2 days, and was relieved that there was no loss. "It seems that someone has found clues and sent people. To investigate, we must report to the master as soon as possible." Afterwards, Baird decided to stay here tonight to ensure the safety of the warehouse. The next morning, when Wylan arrived at the camp, Baird reported to him what happened with a pair of panda eyes. As expected, it should be the work of the barony of Cleveland. "Sir, how should we deal with it next?" Baird asked after hearing this. The barony of Cleveland covers an area of more than 1,500 square kilometers and has a population of 13,000. The lord is Brandon Hodgson, who has 16 bronze knights, 63 knight attendants, 20 archers, and 300 soldiers. According to normal operations, they may have to face more than 1,000 serfs. After thinking for a while, Wylan immediately ordered, "First, let everyone stop digging for the mithril mine and wait for my next arrangement. In addition, send someone back to the Praying Star Lake to transfer the other 6 knights. I will go to the camp to make arrangements and ensure that they will not return." Yes. Barony of Cleveland in the castle. After Brandon got the news immediately, he immediately asked the butler to summon the knights and troops to assemble in the castle. A place where high-level bronze knights are stationed must be rich in mineral deposits. Thanks to the assistance of 3 relatives, the information obtained by other nobles in Cardro province showed that the young eagle of the Aix family only had 3 high-level bronze knights in his hands. Brandon Hodgson, who thought he had the upper hand, decided to take the enemy by surprise, summoned an elite army, surrounded and suppressed more than 100 opponents, and captured this unknown mineral deposit. 3 days later, thousands of troops gathered in front of Brandon Castle. Looking around, standing at the front are 12 bronze knights, including 3 high-level bronze knights. Together with Brandon himself, they are the 4 strongest people in the Baron of Cleveland. Behind them were 40 apprentice knights, wearing leather armor and riding horses of different kinds, full of energy. Then there were 200 soldiers wearing half-body armor and holding spears. Their strong bodies and vague fighting spirit marked their combat effectiveness. Next to the phalanx of soldiers, there were 20 archers holding longbows, an achievement that Brandon was proud of. The difficulty of cultivating an archer was second only to that of a knight. The surrounding minor nobles were very wary of Brandon having so many archers. Finally, the most numerous and most defeated serfs were undoubtedly the serfs holding manure forks and wooden sticks. They were listless and insensitive at the back of the team, and there were more than 800 of them, like zombies. Brandon looked around, nodded with satisfaction, and ordered loudly, "Let's go." A team of thousands of people followed the marching team of knights, trainee knights, soldiers, and serfs, and left the open space in front of the castle, pulling a marching team of more than 2,000 meters towards the camp where the mithril mine was located. In the camp, after receiving the news of the attack led by Baron Brandon of Cleveland, Varen turned to look at Baird. "How is the trap set up?" "Please rest assured, Lord." Baird responded with excitement on his face. "More than a dozen tunnels, large and small, have been laid out, and manpower has been deployed in the tunnels. As soon as they hear a signal, they will pull the switch and catch the opponent off guard. Everything is ready, we just need Brandon to verify our results." At this time a soldier entered the camp, knelt down on one knee, and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, a large number of troops are approaching us, with as many as 1,000 people." "Explore again." "Yes, sir." After the soldiers left, Varen went directly to Baird to assemble the troops and prepare to face the enemy. This time he planned to capture the opponent alive and blackmail him to solve the problem of insufficient manpower. Outside the camp, except for the 20 soldiers who were ambushing underground and preparing to activate the mechanism, the other 90 soldiers were all assembled, wearing leather armor, iron swords on their waists, and holding long guns. Patrolling in front of the formation, every soldier's eyes are filled with the desire to fight. As long as they kill the enemy and gain military exploits, they will get freedom, money, and women. This is the Lord's promise to them. Not long after, the army led by Brandon appeared outside the camp, got into formation, and slowly advanced towards the camp. Wai Lin looked closely and saw that it was exactly what he had guessed. The serfs walked in the front, followed by the soldiers supervising the battle, and on both sides were the knights and attendants. 13 knights armed to the teeth were at the rear of the team, following the team forward. This is the most common fighting method among the lower classes in this world, and it exists widely in the wilderness of this world. Calculating the distance, Wai Lin gradually raised his right hand, preparing to let the soldiers on the side ring the gong to release a signal. In the enemy's formation, a knight came to Brandon and said in a deep voice, "Lord, the opponent has only 100 people, but he didn't panic when facing thousands of us. Is there some ambush?" After hearing this, Brandon said arrogantly, "I have thousands of people, 10 times as many as the enemy. Even if there is an ambush, they can't catch me. The final victory will definitely belong to me, don't worry." This subordinate is worrying too much. The knight lowered his head in shame and said to Brandon. As time went by, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer, from the first 1,000 meters to 800 meters, and then to 400 meters. I saw all the serfs passing through the trap, and when the opponent's infantry stepped into the trap area, Wai Lin made a prompt decision and issued instructions. The soldiers on the side received the order from the Lord and struck the gong directly. Bursts of sound echoed through the wilderness. The soldiers lying in ambush pulled hard on the ropes in their hands and tore off the wood supporting the ground. In an instant, before Brandon's eyes, half of the infantry formation fell into a deep pit filled with spikes. All the archers died in the pit before they had time to play their role. Wails filled the ground. Most of the infantrymen who fell into the trap died on the spot. A few of them were still breathing, but they were not far from death. The surrounding soldiers witnessed the death of their companions and were in a daze. Under the scolding of the knight, they gradually came to their senses. But Verena gave them a chance to regroup, pulled down his mask, leveled the horses, led the remaining 6 knights, and began to sprint with all his strength. At the same moment, the infantrymen behind them threw spears at the chaotic serfs, then drew out their iron swords and followed Varen in a charge. "Don't want. Spare your life, spare your life." "Oh, puffing." The sallow-looking serf watched as his body was penetrated and torn apart before the powerful force. Stepping on the bodies of these serfs, Wai Lin's speed did not slow down. While running, he grabbed the thrown spears and threw them at the opponent's infantry phalanx. He penetrated several infantrymen in a row, which made the calm Brandon furious. The opponent really thought that he could defeat the team with more than 100 people. "You guys stop the other knights. I want to defeat this arrogant guy myself." Brandon put down his armor, slapped his mount, and went towards Wylan, who was killing people. Killing several infantrymen casually, seeing the main force coming, Wylan threw away the spear in his hand, drew out the knight's sword, and charged at him. At the moment of the confrontation, Wylan used special skills to hit the opponent off the mount and retreated several steps on the ground. "Boy, I underestimated you." Brandon stabilized his body and adjusted his posture with a solemn tone. Wylan jumped off the horse, did not speak, and rushed towards the opponent at a very fast speed. "How brave! Today, let me test the strength of the pioneering knights of the X family." Brandon gathered his strength, mobilized the fighting spirit in his body, attached it to the knight's long sword, and suddenly waited for the ground, ready to face the enemy head-on. After fighting for several rounds in a row, Brandon gradually became exhausted and panting, but he did not dare to relax at all. If he made a mistake, his life might be in danger. A familiar voice came, and Brandon looked sideways, only to see that one of his guardian knights was killed, and his head flew high. The other subordinates around him gradually fell into disadvantage, and one knight of the other side pressed several of his own people. Only now did he realize that the intelligence he thought he had obtained was all false news released by the other side to confuse the nobles of the Cardero province. At this moment, Wylan saw the opportunity, mobilized the remaining fighting spirit in his body, attached it to the knight's long sword, and accelerated towards Brandon. Seeing this, several soldiers stood in front of the dazed lord, trying to stop him, but were directly cut in half. The piercing wailing made Brandon come back to his senses, and he raised his sword and tried his best to block it. The long sword in his hand was knocked away, and the helmet fell to the ground. Brandon, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked at the bloody long sword on his neck, sat down absent-mindedly, and said unwillingly, "You won." Velen pulled up his armor, looked at the middle-aged bronze high-level knight, and said calmly, "Yes, I won." The soldiers and knights around saw their lord being defeated and captured, and they put down their weapons and began to surrender. Baird wiped the sticky blood on his face and ordered, loudly, "Confiscate the weapons and tie up all these people." Seeing that the situation was under control, Velen put away the knight's long sword, had someone tie up Brandon, and took him back to be strictly guarded. This battle came and went quickly, and it lasted only an hour. At night in a tent, Velen was wearing casual clothes and sitting in the main seat, looking at the 7 knights who participated in the battle. Each of them had more or less injuries. "My lord, in this battle, 37 people were killed, 12 were seriously injured, and 41 were slightly injured. We suffered heavy casualties." Baird laughed bitterly. 1/3 of his men were killed this time. "How are the casualties of the enemy?" Wylan asked without any extra expression on his face. Another knight stood up and began to report. "My lord, preliminary statistics show that the enemy suffered more than 400 casualties and 531 prisoners, including Sir Brandon, 9 bronze knights, 87 elite soldiers, and the rest were all serfs. Take the serfs back, give some to the half-elf Eunice to build the castle, and give some to Mike, who is responsible for farmland work to take care of the crops." At this point, Wylan paused and continued, "Send 1 soldier back, and tell the current person in charge of Cleveland Barony that I allow them to pay the ransom to redeem their lord." "Yes, sir." The knight saluted with his chest and answered loudly. After the meeting, Wylan walked out of the tent and came to the camp where the seriously injured were. Seeing the soldier lying on the ground with a pale face and dying, Wylan's cold heart was a little painful. He was not one of those nobles who regarded human life as worthless. He still had a basic conscience in his heart. Although he didn't know when he would be assimilated, he needed to do something now. Go get a basin of clean water. The soldier standing guard heard this, bowed and saluted, turned and ran away. After a while, a basin of water was brought over. Wylan took out a crystal bottle with light red liquid from his chest, squatted down, opened the cork, and poured it into the basin. "Give this water to the seriously injured." "Yes, sir," the soldier answered quickly with excitement. Looking at the busy tent, Wylan observed for a while and left. Coincidentally, Baird, who was about to visit the seriously injured, saw this scene. He did not say anything, but just watched quietly. "Perhaps choosing Master Wylan is the wisest choice of my life. Sir, the brothers are getting better, and their breathing has stabilized." A military doctor who knows a little about medicine came over and reported to Baird excitedly. "I know there is still some life potion that the master gave you. Send it to the lightly wounded." "Yes, sir." The next day in the castle of Baron Cleveland, a young man heard the soldier who reported the news and showed an unbelievable expression on his face. "How is it possible? My father brought more than 1,000 people. How could he be defeated by 100 people on the other side? Master serfs have escaped back one after another. I guess this is the real situation," the old butler on the side advised. Sitting in the main seat, the middle-aged lady with trembling hands pretended to be calm and said in a deep voice, "Old bull, pass on my order. The entire castle is under martial law, and all the other 4 knights are summoned back." "Yes, ma'am." After the butler left, she looked at the soldier and continued to ask, "What requirements does the other party have? Before they are willing to release the master and the other knights?" "Madam, the other party did not say it clearly, but just told me that negotiations will be held at the border on the morning of July 19th. You go down first." "Yes, sir." The 2 guards helped the injured soldier out of the hall, leaving the middle-aged lady and the young man alone. The oil lamp flickered in the hall. Brandon's eldest son, Lebuer, was very anxious. He looked at the middle-aged lady and couldn't help asking, "Mother, what should we do next? For now, we must redeem your father and other knights first, otherwise we can't defend the huge territory of Baron Cleveland." After hearing this, Lebuer was very confused. "Mother, even if several lords around covet it, according to the laws of the kingdom they—" "Fool, the danger comes from the family." The middle-aged noblewoman stared at her son, wondering why she gave birth to such a fool. Then she began to prepare for the negotiations 2 days later, striving to redeem the main combat power of the territory. On the other hand, due to the captives in the camp, the work of digging for mithril had to be suspended. Thanks to the life potion provided by Wylin, the 12 seriously injured soldiers were out of danger, and their strength was greatly improved, which was a blessing in disguise. Other lightly injured soldiers received a small amount of life potion diluted with water, and their injuries were greatly recovered. In a tent, Wylin and Brandon sat opposite each other and exchanged chess. "Your strength is very strong. Why do you come here to become a pioneer knight?" Brandon put down a chess piece, looked at Wylin, and asked, "Maybe it's for a dream. Or maybe you don't want to live an ordinary life." Wylin simply replied and put down a chess piece. "Next, how much ransom do you plan to ask for?" Without the momentum on the battlefield, Brandon at this time was just an old man who was a little old. Looking at this middle-aged man who was over 50 years old, Wylin directly replied, "It depends on the status of you and your men in the territory. I have plenty of time to spend with you." "Ha, I don't think so." Brandon seemed to see through Wylin's mind and responded with a smile. Who knows?" Wylin won the game by placing a move, stood up, tidied his clothes, and then left the tent. Looking at the young man leaving and thinking about his useless eldest son, Brandon smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is why the Axe family has developed from a baron family to an earl family in just 700 years. Imprisoned here, with nothing to do, Brandon began to recall what he had done over the years. He hadn't sat down quietly like this for a long time and thought about his life. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. 2 days later, the 2 sides met at the border of Barony Cleveland. On the grass, there was a wooden table. Varen and Brandon's wife sat on each side. Brandon's eldest son Labor stood behind his mother. The other accompanying guards stood more than 10 meters away, alert to each other. The middle-aged lady sat dignifiedly on the chair. Her gestures were noble. Although there were some wrinkles on her face, it was clear how beautiful she was when she was young. In comparison, Varen did not have so many red tapes, and he did whatever he felt comfortable with. "Sir, what are your conditions?" The voice was very pleasant, and Varen could not help but look at the lady a few more times. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 120,000 kilograms of grain, and 20 oxen. I can release Sir Brandon. As for the other captured knights and soldiers, they need another price. The middle-aged lady looked at the young man who opened his mouth like a lion, and tried her best to restrain her anger. Buer, who was standing by, was not so cunning. His face was filled with anger, and he shouted, "Why don't you go and rob?" Lin smiled slightly and said, "Rob, isn't it time now?" "You!" Buer, shut up. The middle-aged lady turned around and shouted angrily. The young man immediately wilted when he heard his mother's words, lowered his head, and dared not say another word. Seeing her son calm down, the middle-aged lady regained her composure and said, "Sir, you want too much. No, I think this is the value of Sir Brandon. In your eyes, is your husband so unbearable, or do you? This is not a problem. What we are discussing now is the ransom." The middle-aged lady reacted and jumped out of the language trap set by Lin. "Okay, let's discuss the ransom." Lin leaned back in the chair and said easily, "Madam, you don't want to lose your husband and become a widow." "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? It's very simple. There are too many dangers in the wilderness. Look at me, I have to bring so many guards when I go out, not to mention Sir Brandon, who is unarmed. Sir, in this case, there is no need to continue this negotiation." The middle-aged lady stood up and looked down at Lin. "As long as Brandon has an accident, the barony of Cleveland will fight you to the death." "Really?" Lin continued to sit in the chair and smiled at the middle-aged lady. "I hope that in half a month, it will still be you who negotiates with me here, beautiful lady." "You?" Looking at the boy's smile, the reserved middle-aged lady was very annoyed, as if she was taken advantage of by the other party. After struggling for a while, the middle-aged lady sat down again. She knew that her weakness was grasped by the other party. Once it dragged on, the lord of the barony of Cleveland would change hands within a month. After arguing for more than 20 minutes, the middle-aged lady finally compromised. Buer, who was standing aside, looked at Lin with anger in his heart. But he could only hold it in his heart because of his mother's majesty. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 100,000 caddies of grain and 20 oxen were used as the ransom for Brandon. For a knight, the ransom required 20 serfs and 2 oxen. For a soldier, the ransom required 5 serfs and 100 caddies of grain. In summary, the barony of Cleveland had to deliver a total of 100 serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 110,000 caddies of grain, and 38 oxen to the Lake of Praying Stars. Finally, the middle-aged lady picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract with a strong sense of shame. This time, the barony of Cleveland suffered a heavy loss, with 1/15 of the total property lost, which was the industry that her husband and father-in-law had worked hard for 80 years. "Very good, madam. 3 days later, you will see your husband Sir Brandon at this transaction." Velen put away the contract and took his people away. Watching the enemy leave, Buer said unwillingly, "Mother, you are betraying your father. He will not allow you to do this." "You?" Buer saw his mother raised her hand, but just closed his eyes but did not dodge. The middle-aged lady saw this and slowly put down her right hand that was raised high. After an unknown period of time, Buer opened his eyes, looked at his mother who was leaving, turned his head and looked at Lin's back with humiliation, rode on the horse, and caught up with the team. On the way back, Baird drove his horse forward and said excitedly, "My lord, we have made a lot of money this time. With so many things, the construction progress of the castle will be much higher. Even so, but before we can really stabilize, we still have a battle to fight." Lin looked at the silent wilderness and responded to Baird, "My lord, you are talking about Brandon." After hearing this, Lin looked at Baird for a second and responded, "You are half right. We should also include several surrounding territories. If we defeat them this time, the mining of the mithril mine will be much safer." "Why is this?" Baird asked, touching the back of his head. "How about we poison Brandon during the transaction, and let him die a few days after returning? I know a poison that can meet the requirements." Without even thinking about it, Lin refused directly. "No, such a despicable method will easily make us the target of public criticism in the Cardro province and even the entire kingdom. My lord, since it is not possible, how can we deal with the alliance of several territories with the troops in our hands?" "Don't worry, I have my own plan." Wellen comforted Baird, asking him to calm down and follow orders. After returning to the camp, Lin gave a letter to a knight, and asked him to go to the ridge territory more than 200 kilometers away and give the letter to his cousin Brian. A few days later, at the border of Cleveland Barony, the exchange of ransom and personnel went smoothly, and there was no conflict between the two sides. As soon as he returned to the castle, Brandon asked the butler to invite several nobles around to discuss important matters. On the other hand, Wylan returned to the Lake of Praying Stars with more than 1,000 people and many supplies, preparing to replan the construction of the territory and prepare for the next battle. First, select 200 strong men from the captured serfs and traded serfs and hand them over to a knight of the Lake of Praying Stars for training so that they can be used in a few days. In addition, 300 people were assigned to the half-elf girl Eunice to make up for the shortage of manpower in the construction of the castle. Finally, the others were handed over to another knight stationed at the Praying Star Lake to manage the farmland, level the river, and cut wood. The next morning, as soon as Wylan got up, Orlando ran over excitedly to announce the good news. "My lord, the task you assigned to the craftsmen has been completed." The sleepy Wylan suddenly became energetic and said excitedly, "Hurry, take me there." Soon, the two came to a place where all the blacksmiths and carpenters had been waiting. Seeing Wylan coming, they all saluted. Joseph, the leader of the carpenter group, stepped forward and respectfully introduced, "Sir, this is the finished crossbow." Wylan stepped forward and looked at the crossbow, which overlapped with the scene he saw in his previous life. "Bring a spear." After hearing this, the carpenter on the side immediately took a spear and stepped forward. The other two carpenters turned the hinge shaft hard to twist the wheel shaft at the rear to draw the bow, and then loaded the arrows and waited for firing. Wylan took the wooden hammer handed over by Orlando, aimed at the trigger and smashed it down. With a whoosh, the thick spear flew out, piercing the 3 pieces of wood used for the experiment, and even the leather armor used for the experiment on them was torn to pieces. Judging from the distance, the 3 experimental wooden men were 300 meters, 600 meters, and 800 meters respectively. Wylan looked at the experimental results and couldn't help but cheer loudly. The craftsmen and blacksmiths around were praised by the Lord, and they all straightened their chests and enjoyed the glorious moment. Joseph, with his eyes hunched, asked boldly at the right time, "Sir, please tell me the name of this weapon." "Then let's continue with its previous name and name it the 3-bow crossbow." Wylan stroked the crossbow and turned to ask Joseph, "What is the current production?" "Sir, each group of 4 can complete a 3-bow crossbow in 6 days." Joseph replied immediately after hearing this. Wylan nodded after hearing this, and he was very satisfied with this speed. "This weapon will be a great killer in the wilderness, and it will become a sharp weapon in your hands in a short time. As for the later stage, after having your own magician and magic blacksmith, this kind of thing will be eliminated. Or perhaps it will be improved, adding magic elements and play a greater value." Afterwards, Wylan gathered everyone together and announced loudly in front of them, "Now, I will keep my promise and announce in the name of Wylan Aches that your slave status will be abolished. From now on, you will be free." 15 blacksmiths and 25 carpenters knelt down one after another, with excitement in their words. "Thank you, Lord." After letting the others stand up, Wylan continued to announce, "Next, the second promise is that if you complete this task within a month, I will give each of you a woman to reproduce." Hearing about women, the craftsmen below were very excited. There are many craftsmen who already have children, but they do not belong to them, but are the property of the slave owner. Now they are free men, their women will belong only to them, and their children will continue their bloodline. Now I will announce my second mission. Within a week, as long as you complete the production of 20 crossbows, each of you will receive a gold coin reward. Please rest assured, Lord, even if I work myself to death, I, Joseph, will complete the task you have assigned to me. I am willing to give everything I have for you, Lord, even my unborn child. Sir, your will is the meaning of my existence, and I will execute it without regret." Every craftsman expressed his loyalty to Varen in his own words. Everything they have comes from the Lord, and it will be the same in the future. Back in the room, Varen revised the battle plan. With the 3-bow crossbow, he has absolute confidence in dealing with Brandon's attack again. Through this battle, he is ready to gain greater benefits and accelerate the development of the territory. The guidance of fate will only tell him valuable news, but this is also what others do not have. He wants to rely on this to reach the top of this world and see the scenery at the top. Ridge Territory, Ridge Castle. Brian immediately summoned the territory's troops to support after receiving the letter from his cousin. During the whole process, he took away 80% of the troops of the Ridge Territory without any hesitation, leaving only one confidant to guard the territory. At this moment in the Baron of Cleveland, Brandon stood in the study, constantly reviewing the last battle and thinking about the gains and losses. This time I will not fail again. Clenching his fists, Brandon looked at the various plans on the paper, and this time he must capture the opponent alive. Master Violet, Cashley, and Barry are waiting in the hall. The butler came behind Brandon and reported to him. Brandon picked up the paper full of various plans and took the butler to the hall. As soon as he entered the castle hall, he heard three people talking loudly, and their words were full of ridicule for his defeat to the young boy. Haha, that old Brandon is shameless. He actually had to rely on a woman to negotiate to redeem him. Violet, be careful not to be treated like this one day. Haha, I would rather commit suicide than suffer such humiliation if a woman is asked to negotiate. Ahem. The three turned their heads and closed their mouths after listening. Bredon pretended not to hear it and sat down on the Lord's chair with a fake smile. Everyone, I invited you here this time because of this huge iron ore storage point. What iron ore? After hearing this, the other three looked at Brandon with big eyes. Yes, it's the iron ore. I am willing to contribute this time. As long as we take over this stronghold, I only want the income from the iron ore on one layer, and the rest will belong to you. Wearing a magic robe, the rare magician Lord Cashley stroked his white beard and asked suspiciously, Brandon, there is no trick in this. It is not a lie you made up for revenge. Do you think it is possible, Cashley? Brandon stared at the magician with sharp eyes. The other two saw this and immediately realized that this possibility was very high. They looked at Brandon with suspicion, hoping that he could produce evidence to prove that the place occupied by the pioneering knights did have rich iron ore reserves. Ahem, Brandon, it's not that we don't believe it. Unless you produce evidence, we are not fools. Seeing this, the warrior Lord Barry spoke appropriately to ease the awkward atmosphere. In this case, let Cashley use lie detection magic to prove whether what I said is true or false. Seeing that the three did not believe it, Brandon could only resort to this last resort. Seeing this, the magician Cashley stood up, holding a magic wand, and silently chanted, and a white magic circle appeared under Brandon's feet. Under the gaze of the other two, Brandon spoke again. The place occupied by the pioneer knights is buried with huge iron ore reserves. As soon as Brandon finished speaking, the magic circle that detected lies still kept the white light, and no red appeared. Seeing this scene, they believed Brandon's words that there was indeed a huge iron ore reserve here. With common interests, the meeting went very smoothly. According to the share ratio, each party needs to provide an equal army. The longer the time drags on, the greater the variables. The four agreed to gather at the border of Cleveland Barony in 5 days, join forces, attack the territory of the pioneer knights, and occupy this rich iron mine. These days, Wylan is actively preparing for war. On the morning of July 23, a well-equipped army entered the Praying Star Lake from the south. After Wylan got the news, he took people to greet his cousin. Wylan, I'm here. A handsome knight came towards him. It was his cousin Brian. Cousin, welcome to you. The knights of both sides saluted the other lords and followed the two into the Praying Star Lake. In less than 3 months, this area has been built in a good shape, much better than your cousin. Brian visited the territory and recalled the scene at the beginning of his pioneering and was very emotional. Cousin, you are too kind. Thanks to the assistance of Sir Brandon next door, I have enough manpower to carry out the next plan. Wylan responded with a smile. After talking all the way, they came to a wide grassland, where rich food and drinks were laid out, and many knights began to attend the banquet. During the banquet, Wylan introduced the surrounding situation to his cousin while telling his plan. Wylan, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. Your cousin brought 50 bronze knights, 200 knight attendants, and 600 elite warriors this time. Just set up a posture and confront the opponent from the front to defeat him. Brian rubbed his swollen head, waved his hand to interrupt Wylan, who was talking endlessly, and told him the simplest and crudest plan. Cousin, if you do this, it will cause a lot of casualties. After all, the opponent is not a vegetarian. Using some strategies appropriately will reduce our casualties and gain greater benefits. Wylan looked at Brian speechlessly and advised. Okay, I'll listen to you. Brian waved his hand and drank a glass of wine as he looked at Wylan, who was about to continue. Forget it, cousin, let your guardian knight communicate with me. Wylan covered his face and looked at this drunkard. He really didn't know how his cousin could conquer a territory twice as large as that of Cleveland Barony in just 6 years and manage it in an orderly manner. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the banquet ended, and many drunk knights fell to the ground and fell asleep. As a last resort, Wylan could only ask Orlando to bring some blankets to cover these people. Lord Wylan, I am the guardian knight and CEO of the Lord. You can call me Adrian. A well-dressed young man appeared in front of Wylan. Feeling the fluctuations on him, Wylan said in surprise, Magic Knight. My lord has a good eye. The young man responded politely and elegantly. Now Wylan understands why the Ridge territory is managed so well, and the reason may be due to this person. Magic Knights are knights who use magic power. They have the advantages of both magicians and knights. They are powerful and intelligent, which is their synonym. Then Wylan took Adrian to a wooden house, spread out a map, and began to explain his plan. In this battle, we will face the attack of 4 territories. I estimate the size of the enemy army to be 3,000 people, of which 60% will be serfs, which means that we are facing only 200 regular troops. Kixing Lake can dispatch 300 infantry and 15 bronze knights to be placed in front to attract the attention of the enemy. As for you, the other party does not know your existence in advance. So you can ambush in the side area, wait for my signal, attack from the side and rear. Raid the other party's command center and defeat their core strength. After hearing this, Adrian asked in confusion, Lord Wylan, please forgive me for offending you. Can your 300 people withstand the frontal attack of 3,000 people on the other side? You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way to deal with it. Wylan smiled mysteriously and said to Adrian. This action aroused the curiosity of the Magic Knight, who wanted to know how the other party could stop 3,000 people with only 300 people. After entering the Praying Star Lake, he had already found out that there was no Silver Knight here. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Wylan said, Come in. Orlando pushed open the door and reported, My lord, we caught 6 escaped serfs, all of whom were slaves traded back a week ago. Demoted to 3rd-class slaves and sent to the salt mine after the war is over. Yes, sir. After Orlando left, Adrian naturally understood that these people should be spies planted by the other party in the Praying Star Lake. When they learned that a strange army had entered, they could not wait to escape and go back to report. However, in comparison, he was very interested in this young knight. At the age of only 13, he was already a bronze mid-level knight, and his talent was amazing. On July 25, the sun was shining. The 4 lords and their subordinates gathered at the border of the Cleveland Barony. 60 bronze knights, 300 knight attendants, 1,000 warriors, and 3,000 serfs were the main force of this expedition. Violet, Cashley, and Barry were full of energy, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. They didn't believe that a pioneer knight who had just come out could resist such a powerful force. But Brandon felt something was wrong. None of the spies arranged in the slave team came back, which made him feel uneasy. This time I must kill that young man and avenge Brandon by the way, ha ha ha. Violet looked at Brandon proudly and said it in front of everyone without hesitation. Violet's subordinates raised their weapons one after another, looking at Brandon's army provocatively, showing off their bravery. My lord, a knight was very angry and pointed at Violet and said to Brandon, Forget it, I feel something is wrong, let our people slow down. Brandon was not angry about Violet's tricks and turned to give orders to the knights. He had long passed the age of blood and vigor. How could he be provoked like this and run to be cannon fodder? Seeing this scene, Violet was tactful and did not continue, and scolded his men to shut up. Let's go. Under the order of the temporary commander-in-chief Violet, the large army began to move forward, heading towards the camp where the mithril mine was located. According to the agreement, Violet's troops were in the front, followed by the troops of Leslie and Barry, and Brandon's troops were at the end, with only about 500 people in total. Due to the heavy losses in the last battle, he did not have enough money and equipment to rebuild the troops in a short time. At this moment, in the mithril mine camp, after hearing the news, Wylan immediately began to deploy troops and prepare for battle. According to the plan, Brian led the troops to leave the camp and detour to the flank 3 kilometers away, waiting for news. The sun was high in the sky, and the incoming enemy appeared in sight, slowly approaching them. Wylan rode on the horse, looking at the 3-bow crossbow hidden behind the soldiers, and had enough confidence in this battle. On a tall warhorse, Violet moved forward while observing the formation of the opposite side. As an earth magician, Ashley used his expertise to cast reconnaissance spells to explore the wilderness ahead to avoid the other side setting an ambush and repeating the trap encountered by Brandon. "Ashley, how is the situation? Is there a trap?" Violet turned her head and said loudly, and the rough voice made Ashley feel that his ears were protesting. "There is no trap and the road ahead is smooth." Ashley opened his eyes and answered, "Ha, that's good. I'll charge and kill these hundreds of people." After getting the exact information, Violet began to command the troops, asking the knights and knight attendants to gather in front of the battle, preparing a charge to eat the enemy. Barry on the side turned his head and looked at Brandon, who was 2 kilometers away, and said to Violet, "Brandon is still behind. Do you want to wait a little longer?" "Oh, that coward must be scared by this young boy," Violet said disapprovingly. Ashley nodded rarely when he saw this. At this point, Barry didn't say anything. The enemy had only more than 300 people, and the battle was no suspense. Whether there was Brandon or not, the result would be the same. On the other side, Wylan looked at the gathering of the enemy's cavalry, as if they had abandoned the traditional way of fighting, and were ready to launch a direct cavalry charge to defeat his troops. Those who flee in battle will be killed without mercy. Wylan drove his horse past the front of the battle and shouted loudly to the frightened slave, "Soldiers!" Feeling the sharp sword behind him, the slave soldier standing in the front stabilized his trembling legs, swallowed his saliva, and prayed to the gods, hoping to survive. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the enemy began to run and charge. Split into formation. The slave soldiers in the front row heard the order and separated the formation according to the training, revealing the hidden 23-bow crossbows. Ready. The 2 soldiers standing on the 3-bow crossbow operated the hinge shaft and twisted the wheel shaft at the rear to draw the bow. Seeing the bowstring tightened, the soldier standing behind took out a long spear and placed it on the 3-bow crossbow. Wylan raised his right hand and calculated the distance. When he saw the opponent approaching 800 meters, he put his hand down and ordered loudly, "Release." The soldier holding the hammer heard the order and hit the trigger. With a whoosh, the long spear made of mithril flew out. Puff! The bronze intermediate knight, who rushed in the front, felt pain in his body. Slowly lowered his head, looked at the bowl-sized gap in his chest, and fell off the horse. 20 spears mixed with mithril. The iron and leather armor of the knights and knight attendants were easily penetrated, as if they were made of paper. Violet looked at the more than 30 people running in front of him and fell and roared loudly, "Ah, I want you to die." Those were all his men, and 1/3 of them were directly lost. 10 years of accumulation were gone just like that. Soon, the second round came as expected. Dozens of people fell off their horses again, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Charge, charge, and tear them apart. Violet's eyes were red, and she held the spear tightly, with only the villain Wylan in her eyes. When the 3rd round ended, the enemy was less than 400 meters away from the front line, and the soldiers raised the 3-bow crossbow and retreated quickly. Form a formation. At the back of the team, Wylan gave a cold order to let 200 slave soldiers form a formation and prepare for the first wave of impact. These were the 200 consumables he selected a week ago, just for now. Thanks to the devilish training and the pressure from the knights. In the rear, the 200 slaves rearranged themselves into 4 rows, raised their 4-meter-long spears, and welcomed the knight's impact. Violet, whose reason had long been devoured by anger, mobilized the fighting spirit in her body and kept issuing orders. Charge forward and tear them apart. In an instant, the dozen slave soldiers standing in the front row were directly turned into minced meat, and the dozens of slave soldiers behind them were thrown into the sky under the impact. Kill, kill, kill. Violet, who entered the crowd, discarded her spear, waved her knight's sword, chopped the slave soldiers, and kept approaching the hill where Wylan was. Send a signal. Yes, sir. Baird took out a magic flare and fired it into the sky. 3 kilometers away, Ryan, who was ready to go, saw the red magic light and ordered loudly, "Follow me to charge." 50 bronze knights and 200 knight attendants slapped their horses' butts and followed their lords. Magic Knight Adrian commanded 600 elite warriors to follow the team and finish the work. At the same time, Brandon, who was far behind the battlefield, saw the signal and his heart was alarmed. He ordered loudly, "Everyone stop moving forward and retreat immediately." The knights in the team were very confused about this, but they chose to obey the order of their lord. The 500-man army, the rear team, became the front team and returned along the original route. At the same time, Wylan began to fight with the crazy Violet, and the fight was fierce. With the arrival of a large group of serfs on the battlefield, the situation began to tilt in favor of the enemy. The knights and soldiers under Wylan struggled to hold on, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Outside the battlefield, Barry recalled the signal flares just now, and with Brandon's sudden withdrawal, he felt something was wrong. "Barry, there are people in the south." Cashley, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of horror on his face and said to his companions, "What?" Hearing this, Barry turned his head and saw Brian appearing in the sky against the setting sun, heading towards where they were. "Not good, there is an ambush." At this time, he hurriedly mobilized the infantry to form a human wall to block the knight's charge. Cashley was not idle either. He raised his staff and mobilized his magic power to form a low wall 100 meters long and 1.5 meters high in front of the infantry. This magic drained Cashley's magic power and made him sit on the ground. 2 apprentice mages came forward, helped their teacher up, took out the precious mana restoring potion and gave it to him. Barry saw this and could not pay attention to it for the time being. There were only 300 warriors around him, and only 20 of them had reached the bronze level. It would be very difficult to stop the opponent's attack. Stop the opponent and defend the glory of the Bacchus family to the death. The 100 soldiers holding the giant shields heard the words of the Lord, looked at the knights rushing towards them firmly, mobilized all their fighting spirit, and prepared to fight to the death. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Brian stared at the front, unleashing his strength as a mid-level silver knight, and condensing visible fighting spirit flames on the knight's spear. Form a formation. The knights and knight attendants behind him heard the order of the Lord and began to adjust their charging postures, forming a cone-shaped military formation in a short distance of 300 meters. With Brian, a mid-level silver knight, as the vanguard, they were ready to tear through the human wall formed by the opponent. Seeing this, Barry carried a huge shield, came to the front of the formation, mobilized all his fighting spirit, and prepared to meet the first wave of impact. Roar! With muscles bulging and veins bulging, Barry mobilized all his fighting spirit and used the family's secret method to successfully turn himself into a 2-meter-3 giant. Looking at the opponent's actions, Brian adjusted his direction, bypassed Barry, and rushed in from the flank. Oh, puff, break, crack. The human wall on the right wing was torn apart, and more than a dozen soldiers, along with their armor and shields, turned into fragments, floating in the air, and blood-red raindrops fell. Seeing the scene, Barry grinned, roared, and rushed towards Brian. With just one move, this bronze high-level warrior, who was only a hair away from becoming a silver warrior, was picked up and smashed to the ground. Seeing this, several bronze mid-level warriors rushed up like crazy and were directly beheaded by several knights. The battle continued, and more warriors were killed by knights. The 600 elite warriors led by the magic knight Adrian arrived at the battlefield, bringing the battle to an end. Cashley, who had recovered a little strength, mobilized the magic power that had just recovered, used the amplification technique, and forced himself to announce, "Put down your weapons, we surrender." The surrounding soldiers heard the order, stopped their actions, and put down their weapons. Seeing this, Brian asked Adrian to accept the captives, and he led the remaining knights to support Wylan. At this moment, Violet also discovered the situation in the rear. Seeing that the command area was captured by the enemy, he gritted his teeth and said, "Villain, you can only play some conspiracies and tricks." He hid. Wellen just responded with a smile, laughing at this intelligent but not very muscular knight. "Aw, bastard, I'm going to kill you." It has always been him who laughed at others, and no one dared to laugh at him. Seeing Wylan's contemptuous smile, Violet was furious. Regardless of the defeat, he attacked Wylan again. Putting away his smile, Wylan held the knight's long sword tightly and continued to meet the enemy. A few minutes later, Brian arrived at the battlefield and easily ended the battle. Seeing that the enemy he had a hard time dealing with was taken down by his cousin with one hand, coupled with the momentum shown, Wylan was a little stunned. "Cousin, you are actually a silver intermediate." "What didn't I tell you?" Brian touched his head and smiled innocently. Wylan didn't know what to say for a moment. If he had known this, he would have listened to his cousin and confronted him head-on. What strategy would he need? "Forget it, cousin. I didn't do my intelligence work well enough." "Oh, that's why. Despicable villain, you too. You're so stupid." Brian slapped him with the back of his sword, causing the muscular knight to faint gorgeously. 10 minutes later, the battle was finally over. When counting the prisoners, they found that Brandon was not there. This old guy is quite smart. He actually reserved a plan. After learning the whole story, Lin smiled helplessly. It is estimated that the experience of the last battle will become a psychological shadow for Brandon for the rest of his life. "So what should we do next?" Baird, who was bathed in blood, came over and reported to Lin. "According to the old rules, we will select a soldier from their 3-man team and send him back. We will negotiate and discuss the ransom after 3 days." "Yes, sir." Then the camp became lively again, except for Violet, whose hands and feet were tied and whose mouth was blocked by a rag. Cashley and Barry were treated like nobles. "Violet, this time we will be treated the same as Brandon. It takes a woman to negotiate and redeem us." Woo, 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 woo. Violet was very angry, but her mouth was blocked. "Do you think Brandon had anticipated the ambush and escaped in advance?" Barry asked Cashley, looking at his bandaged arm. "In fact, the other party had told us about the ambush a long time ago, but we ignored it." Cashley recalled the previous flares and smiled bitterly. "Ah, that's true. You have to use your brain to fight. Otherwise, we are in this situation now. We are obviously the advantage, but now we are reduced to prisoners." Barry was also very depressed. This time, more than half of his troops were lost. "I don't know how long it will take to recover." Woo, woo, woo. Woo. 3 days later, the two sides held preliminary negotiations and discussed the terms of the ransom. 6 days later, the two sides completed the transaction. Wylan released the 3 lords, all the knights, attendants, and warriors, and the other side sent the transaction items. As for the captured serfs of the warring parties, no one cared. The rich ransom Wylan received made him feel rich overnight. 500 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 20,000 gold coins, 400,000 caddies of grain, 3,000 caddies of fine wine, 200 oxen, 60 war horses, 500 pieces of cloth, 30 pieces of silk, 300 sets of leather armor, and 500 spears. With a total value of 200,000 gold coins, it is equivalent to emptying 1/10 of the property of the 3 nobles. According to the distribution principle, Wylan obtained 40% of the items, that is, 1,000 male serfs, 500 female serfs, 400,000 caddies of grain, 100 oxen, 20 war horses, 300 pieces of cloth, and 200 sets of leather armor. The rest all belonged to Brian. For the spoils of war harvested in the battle, Wylan only took 600 serfs, 80 sets of iron armor, 200 sets of leather armor, 50 knight swords, 120 horses and 300 spears, and the rest belonged to his cousin. On the afternoon of July 31, a grand banquet was held on the grass of Kixing Lake to celebrate the victory. At dawn the next day, Brian left the Praying Star Lake with his army and spoils and returned to the Ridge territory. At the same time, the excavation of the Mithril mine was carried out simultaneously. On the way back, Adrian came to Brian and asked puzzledly, "My lord, Lord Wyland's territory obviously has secrets. Why don't you let your subordinates explore it and get more information?" "Adrian, I can allow you to do other things, but there are some things about Wyland that he doesn't want to tell me. Why should I know so much?" Brian said indifferently. "But, my lord..." Seeing that Adrian wanted to continue, Brian stretched out his hand to interrupt him and asked, "Okay, don't worry about this. Go back and have a good drink with me. It's been a long time since I had such a happy battle." "Okay, my lord." Seeing this, Adrian had to give up and stop investigating the matter. Lying in bed at night, Wyland felt more relaxed than ever before. After 2 battles, the population of the territory reached 4,000, and the weapons and equipment were greatly enriched. The strength of the knights under his command was improved, and everyone was happy. Next, Varen prepared to form 3 centurions of infantry, 1 centurion of archers, and increase efforts to train knight squires. Through these 2 battles, he found that he had too few knights to form an effective charge. Recalling the battlefield, my cousin's arms were able to command hundreds of knights and knights' attendants, and I drooled with envy. At 8 o'clock, the sweet voice came again, bringing him valuable news. 15 days later, 30 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, a group of centaurs will herd a group of purple horses passing by. There is a brown centaur with a low-level silver level. The first time he heard the news, Wyland sat up from the bed suddenly. Blue and purple horses have good endurance, strong carrying capacity, gentle temperament, and can easily carry thousands of kilograms of weight. The most important thing is that as long as the fit reaches the standard, this kind of horse can have a short-term spiritual connection with the knight and play greater value on the battlefield. The only problem is that one of the herding centaurs has reached the low level of silver, which is difficult to solve. The brave will be overpowered to death, and the timid will be starved to death. As long as we arrange it in advance, I don't believe that we can't kill a low-level silver centaur. Wyland made up his mind to get the green-purple horse no matter what. Half a month is enough for him to lay a trap on the opponent's path. The next morning, as usual, a new round of meetings was held to summarize the gains and losses of the previous month. First of all, Baird, as the current consul, stood up and reported, "Lord, in July, we reclaimed a total of 4,000 acres of land, and the construction plan on the south side of the Lake of Praying Stars has been basically completed. There are 2 logging sites and 2 quarries. There are 1 salt mine and 1 confidential mine. The population of the territory reaches 4,000 and 200 people, and the proportion of free people is 7%. Immediately afterwards, Andrew stood up and reported, "Sir, the salt mine can mine 40 tons per month. We will increase the number of manpower this month, and it is expected to reach about 100 tons. Lord, 2 sides of the outer wall of the castle have been completed. Due to the increase in manpower, according to the estimation of the half-elf girl Eunice, the scheduled construction work is expected to be completed in 2 months. Please ask if other construction projects will be added." The knight stationed at the Lake of Praying Stars, Randolph, stood up to report, "Pass my order. After the construction of the original project is completed, select important facilities for construction." "Yes, sir." Knight Randolph bowed and saluted, then sat down. Finally, the knight Greg, who managed the public warehouse, stood up and reported, "My lord, so far, there are 150 sets of iron armor, 600 sets of leather armor, 50 knight swords, 300 long swords, etc. Spears, 300 bolts of cloth, 2,500 caddies of grain and wine, 300 caddies of fruit wine, 30,000 caddies of processed mineral salt, 50,000 caddies of unprocessed mineral salt, 630,000 caddies of grain, 140,000 caddies, a war horse." Unconsciously, the supplies in hand have reached so much. After listening to the reports of several people, Wyland prepared to deploy this month's plan. Baird, my subordinate is here. Baird, who was sitting in the first seat, stood up, beat his chest and bowed in salute. In the next month, I need you to reorganize the army in the territory. The quota is 400 people. 10 people will make up a small team and 50 people will make up a squadron. 6 squadrons of infantry and 2 squadrons of archers will be formed. In addition, urge the craftsmen to continue building 3 bow-bed crossbows. The more the better. Yes, sir. Immediately afterwards, Varin began to issue orders to the knights with duties. Finally, he looked around and said in a deep voice, Hebrew. Hebrews, who was sitting in the last seat, woke up with a start, stood up and said loudly, Lord, I am going to hand over 140 war horses to your management and assist your brother in training knights and attendants. Yes, sir. Hebra heard this and responded loudly. After so long, I can finally do something to serve the Lord. This time the meeting is dissolved and Orlando remains. The 14 knights got up and left the cabin one after another. After seeing everyone leave, Varin looked at Orlando. This kid seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. How well have those children been trained this month? How many of them have met the standards I specified? Upon hearing this, Orlando immediately replied, My lord, out of 100 young men, 17 are qualified, and the remaining 83, according to your instructions, have all been assigned to craftsmen as apprentices. It's okay. The pass rate of 17% is already higher than my expectations. I originally thought that 10 of the 100 boys would be qualified, but I didn't expect that there would actually be 17. Wylan remembered that he had seen a survey at Windsor Castle a few years ago. It recorded that the Knights Academy and the Academy of Magic in the royal capital conducted random inspections in the towns surrounding the royal capital to check the cultivation talents of civilian children. Finally, it was concluded that for every 100 teenagers, 70 reached the threshold of becoming a warrior, 5 reached the threshold of a knight, and 1 reached the threshold of becoming a mage. For other rare professions, such as the magic knight Adrian under his cousin Brian, there will be 1 in 300,000 people. By the way, how is your training progress? Faced with Wylan's inquiry, Orlando did not hesitate and told the truth. My lord, I have reached the threshold of the middle bronze level. It is expected that I will be able to break through the high bronze level in more than half a month. Well, tell me if you need anything. Thank you, my lord. Then Orlando left, and Wylan was the only one left in the wooden house. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the lake through the window, he gradually relaxed. The next priority is to set traps, ambush centaurs, get blue-purple horses, and expand his strength. 2 days later, after the territory was on track, Wylan took 2 knights to 30 kilometers west of the Lake of Kixing to explore the terrain and designate an attack plan. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Along the way, except for a few goblins, the rest were all brainless beasts, and they became their food directly. Standing on a hill and looking down, there was a green grassland with some dog-headed people and goblins appearing occasionally. Wylan took a pencil, spread out a piece of white paper, and began to record the surrounding terrain. Generally speaking, the 2 sides are high. The middle is low, the terrain is flat, and there are low bushes and weeds all around, with almost no places to ambush. It seems that we must find another place to set up a trap and use bait to lure the low-level silver centaur over there. So the key to the problem lies in what can tempt the centaur to ignore the safety of the purple horse and follow the bait. The next moment, Wylan knew the answer. Let's go and take a look at the side. Wylan took the reins and led 2 men to other places. After 3 days of exploration, Wylan chose an excellent place. Located in a low valley north of the centaur's must-pass road, which is very suitable for an ambush. It is August 6th now, and there are still 9 days before the centaur passes here, which is enough. After marking, Wylan set off to return, ready to organize manpower, set traps, strangle the centaur, and snatch the purple horse. In mid-August, a group of centaurs drove hundreds of purple horses slowly forward. Young master, the scout reports that there is no danger ahead. A centaur holding a low-quality bow and arrow came to a white centaur, knelt on his front legs, and reported respectfully. Keep going. The white centaur area proudly gave the order to let the team continue to move forward. She needed to drive this group of purple horses back to the tribe before winter. At the current speed, there was no time to delay. At this moment, Wylin, crawling in the bushes, calmly observed the group of centaurs. There were about 50 horses. Baird prepared to start the action. "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Baird came to the bottom of the hill and began to act according to the original plan. The knight was covered in blood, carrying a package on his back, riding a red ridge horse, and began to go in the direction of the trap. 2 minutes later, Baird pretended to be fierce and chased the bloody knight with several men. "Stop, don't run. I'm going to tear you to pieces, leave your things behind." In the wilderness, a sudden sound came out, and the centaur who was driving the blue-purple horse was frightened and immediately alerted and looked around. Arya looked gloomy, looking at the human who appeared in the distance, and said angrily, "Is this what you said, there is no danger?" "Young master, calm down." The centaur in charge of reconnaissance was trembling with fear and quickly replied, "Keep alert if the other party comes close. Shoot arrows directly and kill without mercy." In order to protect the safety of the blue-purple horse, Arya gave the order without hesitation. After hearing this, the centaurs around bent their bows and aimed at the humans running towards them. As long as the opponent entered the range, they would shoot directly. Suddenly, Baird accelerated suddenly, split the package behind the horse's butt with a sword, and the mithril with a silver-white luster appeared and fell to the ground. "Mithril, young master, it's mithril." The centaurs with reconnaissance characteristics discovered something 2 kilometers away and roared excitedly, "I know." Arya's eyes were shining, staring at the mithril picked up by humans. "Young master, give me a team of people. I will go to grab the mithril back." A tall and fierce brown centaur licked his lips, his eyes full of greed, and asked Arya, "Doris, is there any danger in here?" Arya shook her head violently to keep herself awake and asked the silver low-level centaur warrior, "Young master, these humans are weak. You take people to protect the purple horse. I will go alone and make sure to get the mithril back." Doris, whose reason has been devoured by greed, can no longer care about so much. After some thought, Arya nodded and agreed to Doris's suggestion. Then Doris led 10 centaurs out of the herd and chased Baird. Baird saw that the other party had taken the bait and performed even harder, shouting all kinds of dirty words from his mouth. "The other party has taken the bait." Wylin, who was lying in the bushes, waved his fists excitedly. At this moment in the valley, Andrew led 2 squadrons of soldiers, operating 20-bed crossbows, waiting for the target to arrive. As the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer, Andrew looked into the distance and found the captain's voice, followed by a centaur. "Get ready, listen to my instructions." The soldiers of the 2 squadrons held their breath and waited for the order of the night. "Human, don't run, leave the things behind, and your Uncle Doris will spare your lives." In front of the red phosphorus horse that is good at running, the centaur Doris cursed and threatened loudly. Chasing and chasing, he didn't know that he had entered a valley, and he didn't notice any of the humans hiding around him. With only the shining mithril in his eyes, and the confidence brought by his strength, Doris lost his vigilance. "Shoot!" Andrew seized the opportunity and ordered loudly. 20 soldiers holding wooden hammers hit the trigger, and 20 mixed mithril-forged spears flew out. In a flash, Doris found the spears coming from all directions and waved the hammer in his hand to resist. But under the attack of the mixed mithril-forged spear, the hammer in his hand and the iron armor on his body were easily pierced, and the hot blood splashed everywhere, staining the ground red. Doris looked at the human in front unwillingly and slowly lowered his head. After a round of shooting, there were still 6 centaurs left in the valley. "The commander is dead. This is a trap set by humans. Run quickly, go back and report to the young master." Several centaurs adjusted their direction and ran towards the entrance without looking back. However, the second round of spear shooting shot 5 centaurs on the spot. One centaur managed to escape, took out a red pill from his arms, swallowed it, and ran desperately. "Young master, there is an ambush, humans." A spear flew over, pierced the centaur's body, and nailed it to the ground. The white centaur was as if facing a formidable enemy. Looking at the humans who suddenly appeared around him, and the crossbows that appeared on the hills in the distance, he held a bow and arrow and began to charge. Wylan rode on his warhorse, staring at the distance not far away. "My lord." After the two sides confronted each other for more than 10 minutes, Baird came to Wylan with 2 teams of infantry and 23 bow crossbows, and threw the head in his hand to the ground. "Doris." The white centaur area looked at the head rolling on the grass and wailed in pain. "Despicable humans, you will pay a price, a painful price. Get ready." Hundreds of soldiers took out their spears, mounted them on the crossbows, and waited for orders. After the 83 bow crossbows were ready, Wylan immediately gave the order, "Fire." 80 spears flew out from 4 directions. More than 20 centaurs were shot dead on the spot, and the rest of the people were trembling with fear. The white centaur area could not help but step back a few steps and look at the surrounding environment. There were less than 20 centaurs left around him. It was impossible to resist hundreds of humans. The only way now was to give up the purple horse and return to the tribe to wait for revenge in the future. However, on this basis, the identity information of the other party must be known. "Despicable human, dare you tell me your name?" Arya gestured to the living subordinates for a while and shouted in the direction of Wylan. "Attack." Wylan ignored it and ordered the attack directly. In order to avoid hurting the purple horse, the next step was to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing that the other party did not take the bait, Arya did not wait and turned around to rush to the northwest, where there were the least people. "Disperse the horses and retreat." Several centaurs blew bone whistles. After hearing this special sound, the purple horse immediately became irritable and ran around. Taking this opportunity, the other centaurs followed their young master and broke through in the northwest. "My lord, do you want to pursue me?" Baird drove his horse to Varen and asked. Looking at the centaur that was almost disappearing, Varen shook his head and gave the order, "Let others capture the purple horse and ignore the fleeing centaur." There is face protection throughout the whole process, so it is impossible for the other party to get useful information. However, on the way back to the territory, a detour is needed to prevent the possibility of the other party following you. As night approached, a total of 137 purple horses, 17 stallions, 106 mares, and 14 ponies were gathered. Wylan was very satisfied with this quantity. Over time, relying on these mares, he could breed thousands of purple horses and form his own knighthood. At this moment, Arya, who had escaped the encirclement, did not leave directly, but hid in the surrounding bushes, preparing to follow up to detect the news and find the destination of revenge. "Despicable human being, I will make you pay a painful price." Arya crawled in the grass and said through gritted teeth. The slain silver warrior Doris was her only staunch supporter. He died in this unknown place, and with the loss of the group of green and purple horses, she might end up marrying other centaur clans this time, Tool. She was unwilling, very unwilling. For several days in a row, Varen was going in circles according to his original plan, heading towards the province of Sepuro, which is next door to the province of Cardero. He had already discovered the centaur following behind and planned to divert trouble to the east. The western border area of Sepuro province, the border direction where the children of the Hax family mainly explore. As the Marquis family in the Taichung territory of Zi province, they are the mortal enemies of the Aix family. A week later, after discovering that the centaurs had left, Varen began to turn north along the border and return to the Lake of Praying Stars. At this moment, the children of the Haix family in the western border area of Sepulio province do not know that they will face the revenge of a powerful centaur clan. On the morning of August 25, the group returned to the territory. "My lord," Orlando and Hebrews bowed and saluted when they saw the returning Varen. "Well, that's good. There has been a breakthrough in strength. He is worthy of being the guardian knight I chose." Wylan patted the two of them on the shoulders and praised loudly. The 8 knights behind them all widened their eyes when they heard this. In less than half a year since they stepped on the threshold, these 2 boys had reached their 6 or 7 years of training. At this moment, the mysterious ball he carried with him reacted. These 2 mysterious spheres obtained from the merchants at the entrance of Zih province exude strange fluctuations. Could it be? Varen looked at the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew and suddenly understood something. "Baird, settle down the purple horse you brought back." and mate the stallion with the mare as soon as possible. Yes, Lord. Later, Varen took his 2 guardian knights to a room and took out the 2 balls he carried with him. For a moment, 2 spheres floated in the air, slowly drifting towards the 2 confused brothers. My lord, this is it. Orlando couldn't help but take a few steps back and ask doubtfully. These 2 things should be related to you. If you try to contact them, you might get something unexpected. Wylan touched his chin and said unhurriedly. After hearing this, Orlando and Hebrew stretched out their right hands, held the ball, closed their eyes, and used fighting spirit. In an instant, the dazzling light made Wylan couldn't help but protect his eyes. The 2 of them were shrouded in it. After 10 minutes, the light dispersed, and 2 silver knights appeared in front of Varen. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. Orlando and Hebrew half knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Wylan, who was in a dazed state, touched his head and asked doubtfully, You guys, tell me the reason. Seeing this, Orlando stepped forward and began to explain the origin of the mysterious orb. These 2 spheres were drawn into the turbulent flow of space and arrived at the West Napa subcontinent, where precious and rare cores of tactics was stored. Thanks to the integration of the core of tactics with them, their strength was forcibly enhanced. Now they can turn their fighting spirit into a seed through the core of the strategy and the contracted knight attendant, and as a sub-core, send it into the opponent's body and turn it into a connection hub. In this way, during the war, Orlando can form a battle formation with these contracted people, connect the fighting spirit, form a battle beast, and fight. Now, how many people can you 2 contract? Facing Varen's inquiry, Orlando said without hesitation. Lord, my current limit is 30 people. Lord, I am 25. Hebrews replied immediately with a bit of loss in his tone. Well, you can choose all the knight attendants at will. In the near future, I will ask Baird to order a group of people to purchase a group of teenagers. Thank you, Lord, for your love. Orlando and Hebrews knelt on the ground, kowtowed to give thanks. Seeing this, Wylan hurriedly helped the 2 of them up, and said with a smile, I said, you 2 will become my guardian knights, and I will do my best to train you. From now on, you 2 will form a knighthood with the contracted people as the main body, and I will fully support you. Lord, we will be the sharp sword in your hand and serve you forever and ever, until the moment we fall. Orlando and Hebrews looked at Varen, with reverence and respect in their eyes, and spoke from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the 2 young men who were gradually growing up, he perhaps understood what the wings that fate had told him were. In the next few days, the 3,000 mu of yam and 2,000 mu of vegetable roots, planted 3 months ago, gradually matured. For the first batch of mature grain crops, Wylan attached great importance to it and personally organized freemen and serfs to harvest. Looking at the yam and vegetable roots piled up like a small mountain, Wylan smiled. My lord, the joy of harvest always makes people happy physically and mentally. Baird looked at so much food, his tone full of memories, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, harvest is joy, and it also represents the success of my first step in opening up my career. Wylan picked up a yam, swept away the dirt on it, and broke it open with a little force, handing half of it to Baird. Taking a bite, the cool taste and sweet juice reminded him of the time when he was a child eating sweet potatoes in his previous life. After 5 days of harvesting, 3,000 mu of land harvested 1.35 million kilograms of yam, with an average yield of 450 kilograms per mu. 2,000 mu of land yielded 400,000 jin of vegetable roots, with an average yield of 200 jin per mu. According to the tax rules previously formulated, he will receive 810,000 jin of yam and 320,000 jin of vegetable roots. In addition, Wylan also asked Baird to collect the excess food in the hands of the free people, purchasing it at 1 copper coin per jin of yam and 2 copper coins per jin of vegetable roots. It is September 1st, the beginning of the month again. It has been 5 months since he left Windsor Castle in April. Unconsciously, he has expanded from the initial team of 15 people to a territory of more than 4,000 people. Everything is worth it. One day, I will become the master of this wilderness. According to the information obtained by the legendary magician Hazel in the capital in the past 200 years, the entire wasteland of Grey Mang is more than the area of 2 kingdoms. This means that the entire wasteland is the foundation of a kingdom. Similarly, there are many monsters in the entire wasteland. The legendary masters of various races add up to 3 times that of the kingdom of Ilia. Even so, due to the relationship between the various races in the Grey Mang wasteland as mortal enemies, they can temporarily unite to resist external forces, but it is impossible to push back. In addition, there are several countries around the Grey Mang wasteland, which makes the legendary masters of these monster races dare not act rashly. In response, the Kingdom of Ilia also took out the Pioneering Night Code and encroached on the wasteland step by step. If successful, a large area of land will be harvested, and the strength of the kingdom will be enhanced. If failed, some pioneers of bronze and silver levels will be lost, which is harmless. This policy has been in place for 150 years. A turmoil occurred 100 years ago and finally formed the provinces of Cadlo, Seplo, the dukedom of East, Lunsa and Dani, which together formed the western part of the kingdom of Ilia. Thinking about the way forward, time unknowingly came to 8 o'clock, and the familiar and pleasant voice sounded again. 20 days later, 150 kilometers southwest of the Praying Star Lake. More than 200 mountain dwarves will escort a batch of mountain copper through this place, and the strongest ones will be high-level silver. Mountain copper, mountain dwarves, are they returning from the wasteland to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, or from the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom to the wasteland? The moment he heard the news, Wylan fell into deep thought. Did the dwarves discover mountain copper mines in the wasteland and secretly dig and transport them to the country? Or did the other party conduct an unknown transaction with the monster race in the wasteland? No matter what, I'm determined to get this batch of mountain copper. After more than 10 minutes, Wylan stopped struggling and made up his mind to grab this batch of things. With his family's power alone, going there would be no different from committing suicide. However, he has a family and 3 relatives, which gives him great confidence. Early the next morning, the 3 knights each carried a letter and left the Lake of Praying Stars to go to the territory established by the 3 children of the Aix family in the Cardro province. For the next period of time, Wylan was not idle. On the one hand, he started the construction plan in the north and opened up 9,000 acres of farmland to plant food crops next year. On the other hand, he summoned craftsmen, mixed a little mithril, and remelted the weapons in the warehouse to improve the quality of the weapons and strengthen the strength of the army. At the same time, Wylan took over the training of the army from time to show his status as a lord, and let these soldiers know who they are loyal to. For the best way to gain the loyalty of soldiers distributing military pay, Wylan also personally participated. At this moment in a camp, hundreds of soldiers stood in place, staring at the front with envy in their eyes. Eden, the first batch of freed serfs, 2 battles, killed 7 serfs, and were rewarded with 7 silver coins, 3 soldiers and 9 silver coins, plus 2 months of military pay, a total of 600 kilograms of yam, 22 silver coins. Is that right? Looking at the restrained high-level trainee in front of him, Wylan explained with a smile. Lord, you are right. Eden respectfully took the food coupons and 22 silver coins, returned to the queue, and waited quietly. After the military pay was distributed, Wylan asked Orlando to post the notice and then left. Under the commander's order to disband, a large group of soldiers swarmed in, surrounded the notice board, and watched the decrees and regulations announced by the Lord. Eden, you know a lot of words, read us what this means. A young soldier looked at the document on the notice board and said to Eden, Okay, all of you make way. Soon everyone retreated to the side, leaving enough space for Eden. Eden cleared his throat and began to read word by word. The Lord declares, all soldiers who hand in 10 gold coins can get a woman to reproduce. What? There is such a good thing. I heard that free people need to use 15 gold coins to exchange for a woman. Being a soldier is good. Not only can you practice the warrior law, but you can also get such preferential treatment. It's not that being a soldier is good, it's that the Lord is kind. Just relying on military pay, we can get a wife in 2 years at most. Every soldier present was born a slave, and they had different feelings about starting a family and having their own offspring. At this time, Eden began to think about how much wealth he had. 600 kilograms of yam. At the purchase price of 1 copper coin per kilogram, can get 600 copper coins. That is 16 silver coins, plus the 22 silver coins he just received as military pay. He has 38 silver coins in his hand. In addition, with the previous battles and military pay, his property adds up to 62 silver coins. In other words, in just 3 months, at most 4 months, he can get his own wife. I heard that if you break through to the Bronze Warrior, you can get a gold coin reward. With this goal in mind, Eden has enough motivation and ignites his fighting spirit. Orlando followed behind Wylan and was very confused. He mustered up the courage and asked, "Master, why do you post such a notice?" Wylan stopped and responded with a smile. In order to give them a goal and motivation to move forward, only when people have pursuits, they will keep climbing up. In addition, it is also conducive to economic vitality. If everyone is a bachelor and saves money, we will have less and less coins available. Master, then I'd better go to training. I just contracted 3 night attendants. Orlando shook his head and said, "Forget it, you go." Looking at Orlando leaving, Wylan decided to work hard. His strength is lower than that of the Guardian Knight. What kind of words is this? Although there is nothing shameful about this, it gives him the motivation to move forward. He can feel that he is very close to the barrier of the Silver Knight. Afterwards, Wylan returned to the hut where he lived and began to practice his fighting spirit, striving to break through to the Silver Knight before the action. That would be the time to divide up the mountain copper, and he could get more. While Kixing Lake was busy, 3 letters were delivered to the 3 barons of the X family, one after another. In Gut, when Baron Orcott received the letter from Varin, his first reaction was suspicion. "Butler, go and call Archon Abbot." "Yes, sir." After the butler left, Alcott sat down with the letter and carefully checked the information on it again. With a special family crest, he believed that it was written by his nephew. But how did the other party know that more than 200 mountain dwarves would escort a batch of mountain copper through the border area of the Grey Wasteland? There is a big question, should I agree? Alcott tapped the desk regularly and began to think about the pros and cons. After a while, the chief archon of Gut and Alcott's guardian knight Abbot arrived in the study, saluted him and said, "My lord, you are looking for me." "Abbot, take a look at this." Seeing his confidant coming, Alcott handed the letter directly to Abbot and asked him to read it. A few minutes later, Abbot pondered for a while and answered, "My lord, I think the information described in this letter has an 80% probability of being true. Your nephew can't make up a lie to fool you. Under this premise, the leading mountain dwarves who are escorting precious metals such as mountain copper are definitely not weak. According to your nephew's strength, he must not be able to rob it, so he will ask you for help. Finally, you have met the basic requirements for promotion to Viscount, and only the military merit is missing. This time is an opportunity. Therefore, I think you can agree to go." Alcott thought about it and thought it made sense. His nephew couldn't fool him like this, which would cause a serious blow to his reputation in the family. "Okay, go down and ask the knights to assemble. This time, I want to retrieve enough mountain dwarf heads to add the last brick to my promotion to Viscount." "Yes, my lord." When Alcott made up his mind and began to assemble his troops, Brian in the Ridge territory led all his bronze knights and knight attendants to the Praying Star Lake as soon as he received the letter, leaving the territory to the Magic Knight Adrian for management. Finally, in the Maple Leaf territory in the northeast of Cadlo province, Alec's father Edgar called his son over as soon as he received the letter. "Father, you're looking for me." Edgar heard this, opened his eyes, looked at his eldest son and asked, "Velen Aches, the 5th son of the contemporary family, what do you think?" After hearing this, Alec was stunned, not knowing why his father asked about this matter. However, since his father asked, he could only answer truthfully. "I met Wylan in Brian's castle and spent some time with him. He is shrewd, knows how to weigh the pros and cons, and most importantly, is cautious." "Okay, go gather the people and prepare to go to Wylan's territory with me," Edgar told Alec after hearing this. "Yes, father." He did not ask why he did this, believing that his father would make his own decision. On September 16, an unusual day, Alcott, Edgar and Brian arrived at the Praying Star Lake with their subordinates. "My 2 uncles, my cousin, please come in." With a smile on his face, Wylan brought his two elders and cousin to a carefully decorated room. After a round of politeness, Wylan took out the topographic map he had scouted in advance and began to explain the plan. Uncle Alcott, Uncle Edgar, Cousin Brian. 4 days later, more than 200 mountain dwarves will escort a batch of mountain copper through here. And the strongest ones will be high-ranking silver. Sitting in the first position on the left, Alcott looked at the detailed topographic map on the table and asked, "Velen, everyone has their own secrets, but I still want to confirm with you that there will really be mountain dwarves escorting mountain copper mines through here." On the other side, Edgar also looked serious, staring at his nephew whom he had never met, hoping to get his affirmative response. As for Brian, he didn't care. Anyway, he believed that Velen would not deceive himself, and didn't care whether this was a lie. "Two elders, I swear to the goddess of life and the ancestors of the family that everything I said is true." Seeing this, the two middle-aged men believed Velen's words in their hearts. "In that case, let's discuss this action plan." As the most powerful person among the four, Alcott deservedly took over the command of this action. Edgar on the other side nodded in agreement. It was meaningless for Varen and Brian to do it. After all, in this operation, Alcott brought the most people, with 200 bronze knights and 6 silver knights. And he himself was also a high-level silver knight. Next was Edgar, with 120 bronze knights and 4 silver knights. Then there was Brian with 50 bronze knights, plus himself, a silver knight. Finally, there was himself, with 8 bronze knights and 2 silver knights. In this operation, I will resist the high-level silver warriors among the mountain dwarves. Edgar, Brian, you two lead the remaining silver knights to resist other mountain dwarf silver-level enemies. As for Varen, Ike, you are responsible for leading the bronze knights to encircle and suppress the remaining mountain dwarf transport personnel. Because our actions will definitely cause retaliation from the other side, the information must be kept confidential, and no mountain dwarf can be let go. Seeing Alcott finish speaking, Varen asked, "Cousin, can you use this opportunity to blame the centaur for this matter?" Everyone in the conference room looked at Wylan, very confused. "Tell me about it." Seeing this, Varen took out a bone token from his arms, with the words Doris written on it, as well as the unique mark of the centaur clan. Alcott recognized the token at a glance and asked, doubtfully, "Where did you get the centaur silver warrior token?" "Uncle, I can't tell you this, but we can use this opportunity to stir up the relationship between the mountain dwarves and the centaurs, so that we can clear our suspicions. Wylan, this kind of thing is easy to be exposed, and doing so will bring us great hidden dangers." Edgar clarified the relationship and advised, "Uncle, don't worry, even if the matter is exposed. The ultimate finger will not be pointed at us, but at the Harks family." After careful consideration, Alcott nodded and said, "Yes, but when deploying, use deodorizing potion to cleanse the breath on the token to prevent the other party from using magic to search for it." "Uncle, I understand." The next day, 378 bronze knights and 14 silver knights took enough supplies and left the Lake of Prayer for Stars, heading 150 kilometers southwest to ambush the mountain dwarves and rob the rare metal of orichalcum. On the afternoon of September 20, a group of mountain dwarves escorted 30 sheep carts slowly forward in the wilderness. The leading mountain dwarf rode a goat with a horse head, holding an iron hammer, and looked around vigilantly to ensure the safety of the team. Now that they have reached the human border area, the escorted goods have to make him cautious. Suddenly, hundreds of knights crawling in the surrounding wilderness stood up, and everyone threw out the long spears in their hands and then launched an attack. The whole process was very smooth, and more than 30 mountain dwarves who did not react fell to the ground on the spot. Enemy attack, everyone defend, protect the ore. The leading mountain dwarf waved the iron hammer and ordered loudly. Looking at the humans who appeared around, even if he had no brains, he knew that the news of the escort had been leaked, and they were ambushed in advance by this group of greedy humans. Orcott found the target and rushed straight to the leading mountain dwarf. Soon, the hammer and the long sword collided with each other, and the fighting spirits intertwined with each other. Both humans and mountain dwarves stayed away from this area. Soon, other silver knights found their targets and fought with silver-level mountain dwarves. Wylan looked at the situation on the battlefield and felt stable immediately. Many to 1, 2 to 1, they had an absolute advantage in numbers, whether it was high-end combat power or low-level battlefields. Damn humans, you're looking for death. The leading mountain dwarf looked at his increasingly scarce subordinates, burst out his potential, and pressed Alcott to fight, making it difficult for the over 50-year-old silver high-level knight to resist. Edgar, Brian, come and help me. After hearing this, the two silver mid-level knights, who had solved the opponent, immediately went to support Alcott. Facing the siege of 3 people, the mountain dwarf leader gradually fell into a disadvantage, and Alcott seized the opportunity to cut off his arms. Oh, damn it! The mountain dwarf leader looked around, and only a few subordinates were left, most of whom died at the hands of humans. Humans, you will pay the price, and Marquis Darag will definitely find you. That has to wait until he finds us. The next moment, the mountain dwarf leader was killed, and the remaining mountain dwarves were all killed by swords without exception. Afterwards, everyone began to clean up the battlefield, collect the heads of the mountain dwarves, and bury the bodies of their fallen colleagues. In order to avoid unexpected situations, the group did not stop and prepared to return to the Lake of Praying Stars before dividing the spoils. After the large army left, Wylan threw the centaur token that had been cleaned with deodorizing potion into a hidden bush as a slander. On the way back, Orcott chose to go around the border of the Sepullo province to give the other party false information for safety reasons. In a wooden house at Kixing Lake, Wylan put the statistics of casualties and the amount of supplies on the table and officially started the meeting to divide the spoils. Orcott, the temporary commander-in-chief, acted as the host without hesitation and presided over the meeting to divide the spoils. The captured spoils are divided into 2 parts. One is the heads of mountain dwarves, and the other is mountain copper, Nubian black goats, horse-headed sheep, and weapons and equipment. I propose to divide them according to different proportions. The heads of mountain dwarves will be divided according to the number we killed. Other supplies will be divided according to the contribution ratio. The other 3 heard this and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Alcott continued, "In this battle, the people I brought with me killed 17 bronze knights and injured 23 bronze knights. Edgar had 11 bronze knights killed and 9 bronze knights injured. Brian had 6 bronze knights killed and 13 bronze knights injured. Varen had 3 bronze knights injured. In this battle, a total of 237 mountain dwarf heads were captured, 83 of which were inferior, 148 were bronze, and 6 were silver." So, half an hour later, the meeting ended, and everyone got their own spoils. In this battle, Varen obtained a total of 6 carts of mountain copper ore, totaling about 12 tons, 12 Nubian black goats, 6 horse-headed sheep, 30 sets of dwarf weapons and equipment, 1 silver-level mountain dwarf head, 16 bronze-level mountain dwarf heads, and 26 mountain dwarf heads. At this stage, these mountain dwarf heads are of no use, but they will be of great use when he becomes a baron and is promoted to viscount. In the Kingdom of Ilia, those below the Duke stage can be promoted to a noble title based on military merit. Of course, there are age restrictions in each class. For example, as a Count family, the X family has long reached the standard of becoming a Marquis in terms of strength and military merit, but the family has only a history of 700 years, and there is still a 100-year distance from the inheritance conditions of 800 years. The day after the division of the spoils, the 3 of them led their troops to leave the Lake of Praying Stars one after another. After everyone left, Wylan entered the farming mode, continued to develop the territory, supervised the construction of castles, and organized military training. In order to deal with the jackals 2 months later, Wylan even began to organize private citizens and serfs for training so that they could quickly replenish troops when they were damaged in battle. "My lord, you are looking for me." Baird came to Wylan's study, beat his chest and saluted and said. Seeing this, Wylan stopped writing and told Baird, "Next, I will give you a task." "My lord, please give me your orders." "In the next 2 months, I need you to lead the army, organize a collection team, and collect all usable things within a 10-kilometer radius. Remember, destroy everything that cannot be collected, and never leave any behind." "Yes, lord." After Baird accepted the order, he immediately left the study. Wylan came to the window, looked at the calm lake, and said to himself, 2 months, solid walls and clear fields without any food around. I want to see how this group of incoming jackals can be dealt with. With only more than 2 months left before the monster attack, he must speed up and improve his strength. Soon, on the night of October 1st, destiny once again brought valuable news to Wylan. There is a cave at the bottom of the lake of prayer for stars, in which 7 color flowers of life grow. 7 colored flower of life. Wylan got up from the bed, came to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a book with records of many magical plants. Soon, he found the information he wanted. The 7 color flower of life is a rare magical plant. According to legend, it is a plant loved by the goddess of life. It can quickly recover from injuries, repair dark wounds on the body, restore body functions, and extend one's lifespan. It is an extremely rare magical plant. In addition, the 7 color flower of life can enhance the magical talent of the user. The value is huge. The discoverer recommends handing it over to the Temple of Life, which will gain the favor of the goddess of life. When you see this last sentence, you don't have to think about it. It must have been added by the church. The 7-colored flower of life is a magical plant of great value. Except for fools who would hand it over to the church to obtain illusory honors, no normal person would believe this. With a beautiful imagination of the future in mind, Wylan lay on the bed and fell asleep soon. Early the next morning, Wylan gathered his men and prepared to lurk at the bottom of the praying star lake, looking for caves and picking the flower of life. "Master, why don't you let your subordinates go down to explore the situation first?" Baird hesitated and advised. "No, I know my limits." As soon as he finished speaking, Wylan took off his clothes, bit his dagger, and jumped into the lake. Orlando and Hebrew followed closely, jumped into the lake, and followed their master to the bottom of the lake. The sunlight passed through the lake, bringing a little light to the bottom of the lake, allowing the three to barely see the surrounding situation clearly. After a search, Wylan found a hidden cave, the entrance of which was blocked by a huge rock. Orlando saw Wylan's gesture, swam to the side of the boulder, and tried his best to push the stone aside. Without the obstruction of the boulder, the three did not hesitate and swam in without hesitation. After more than 100 meters, Wylan came out of the water and came to the inside of the cave, looking around in shock. Hundreds of 7-color life flowers competed for beauty, covering hundreds of square meters of caves. And the faint purple light filled the entire space, making everything mysterious. "I'm rich." Wylan climbed out of the water and felt a little cool, with 7-color life flowers in his eyes. Orlando and Hebrew stood behind Wylan tacitly, looking at these flowers full of colorful light curiously, wondering what kind of strange effects these flowers had. Then Wylan came to a 7-color life flower with 7 petals, carefully dug into the soil, and collected the whole 7-color life flower according to the collection method described in the book. "Bring the box here." Orlando heard the words, took off the box on his waist, came to Wylan and opened it. Wylan moved very lightly and put the complete 7-color life flower into the box. According to the book, the 7-petaled flower shows a faint 7-color light, which is a sign of the maturity of the 7-color life flower. In the next period of time, Wylan took 2 people to collect mature 7-color life flowers in the cave. During the whole process, he was extremely careful. For the immature 7-color life flowers, they need to be protected to avoid being rough and damaging these precious magical plants. 4 hours later, all the mature 7-color life flowers in the cave were collected, a total of 23, and were placed in a delicate waterproof box for preservation. During this process, Wylan also counted and recorded the number of 7-color life flowers in the cave. There are 31 flowers with 7 petals, but no 7-color light, 57 flowers with 6 petals, 176 flowers with 5 petals, and 425 flowers with 4 petals or less. You can come back to collect them in 2 years. Wylan silently noted the time and returned with Orlando and Hebrew. Since he didn't know how to plant, Wylan could only let the 7-color life flower continue to grow here, and didn't touch the environment here to avoid affecting their growth. Baird, who was waiting on the shore, walked back and forth anxious and looked at the calm lake from time to time. The next moment, seeing that the master came up safely, he put down his heart safely, walked forward and handed the towel in his hand to Wylan. "Master, please wipe the water on your body." Bailda, Wylan took the towel and wiped it, and replied with a smile, "Tomorrow morning, I will hold a meeting and notify all the knights to be on the spot." "Yes, master." Then Wylan put on his clothes, took the box from Orlando, and returned to his room. After closing the door, Wylan took out a 7-color life flower from the box, washed the roots a little, removed the soil, and swallowed it directly. After a while, a strange energy burst out from the stomach and spread to the whole body. In an instant, Wylan seemed to be back in his mother's arms. Everything was so warm and comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had easily crossed the barrier from bronze to silver and became a low-level silver knight. It's so terrifying. This thing is worthy of the existence of the Temple of Life, who has to lose face and advertise here. In the introduction of the 7-colored life flower. At this moment, Wylan felt better than ever, and the previous sense of difficulty in cultivation disappeared. In the past, according to his talent, he tried his best, and his upper limit was only the lower level of gold. Now he feels that the future is smooth, and there is no barrier below the legend. As for becoming a legend, Wylan is not confident now. Even with the guidance of fate, he cannot become a legendary strongman 100%. The reason is that to advance from soul to legend requires something called the favor of the world. In other words, if you make contributions to the world, you will get a channel for promotion. Otherwise, you can only stop here. As for how to gain the favor of the world, there are many ways, such as resisting the invasion of demons, killing invaders from other worlds, purifying the extremely evil necromancers, etc. Then, according to the composition, he seems to be an invader from another world. Is he going to kill himself? Never mind. First, work hard to cultivate and become a soul-level strongman, then consider other things. Then Wylan got up from the ground, checked the time, stared at the hourglass on the desk and couldn't believe it. 12 hours, at least 12 hours have passed. The next moment he looked out the window. The sky was foggy and it was obviously dawn. That is to say, it took me 20 hours to swallow the 7-color life flower. Dong, dong, dong. The door knocked, and Wylan pointed at the door and said calmly, "Come in." Baird, who was standing outside the door, pushed the door up and beat his chest and saluted and said respectfully, "My lord, everyone has gathered and is waiting for you to preside over the meeting." "Yes, sir." Wylan picked up the box and took Baird to the meeting room. As soon as they entered the meeting room, everyone stood up and saluted. Looking at Orlando and Hebrew, who were sitting in the 2nd and 6th places, Wylan nodded with relief. The order of seats in the meeting room was all decided by them internally, and he never interfered. Adhere to the principle of capable people going up and incompetent people going down. The fact that the two of them could sit here means that they have been unanimously recognized by others. All 14 of you are people I trust, and you are guardian knights who have sworn allegiance to me under the witness of the goddess of life. Our fate is one, we prosper together and suffer together. Over the past 6 months, your actions have proved your loyalty to me. The 14 people heard this, straightened their chests, and calmly accepted the praise from their master. So I will not be stingy in training you. As soon as Wylan finished speaking, he opened the wooden box, revealing the 22 7-color life flowers inside, each blooming with 7 color light. "Master, is this the 7-color life flower?" Baird was so surprised when he saw what was in the box. Except for Orlando and Hebrew, the other 11 people were also shocked. Looking at the flowers in the box emitting strange light, their hearts were pounding. When they were receiving training at Windsor Castle, they were fortunate to hear their instructors explain it. This magical plant that only existed in rumors actually appeared in front of them, which was incredible. Yes, this is the 7-color life flower. While Wylan nodded to confirm, he released his fighting spirit to show his ironclad evidence of being a silver knight. This move shocked Baird and the 12 people even more. A day ago, the master was still a high-level bronze. But now he has become a low-level silver, and the knight he sensed was not like the one who had just entered the silver level with a disordered breath, and his fighting spirit was very stable. Today, each of you will get a 7-color life flower to improve your talent and strength. Everyone was grateful and half knelt on the ground, Thank you for the gift of the Lord. For the knights who are loyal to me, I will not hesitate to cultivate them. Your loyalty is the best reward for me." Then Wylan called each knight to his side, gave them 7 color life flowers one by one, and sent them blessings. After the 14 people got a 7 color life flower, Wylan looked at the excited people and immediately announced the dissolution of the meeting, asking them to go back and take it, break through their talents, and improve their strength. After everyone left, Wylan looked at the remaining 8 7 color life flowers in the box and fell into deep thought. Let's keep it. He made up his mind that no matter whether he had the talent for cultivation or not, as long as he proved his loyalty and value, he would get a 7 color life flower from him. In the next few days, the 12 knights led by Baird took the 7 color life flower and made breakthroughs one after another and grew into silver knights. Judging by the number alone, at the level of Baron, the number of silver knights in Kixing Lake can be ranked in the top 3 in the province of Cadero. As a result, the combat power of the entire territory was directly broken. No, there is no bronze level in the territory. This is a bit bad. Then Wylan issued a notice as a lord, allowing Baird and 12 others to recruit knight attendants, not more than 6 people, and he would bear the corresponding resource allocation. Now Wylan could not gather thousands of knight attendants like Windsor Castle and have them taught by special silver knights. On the one hand, he did not have the talent in this area, and on the other hand, he did not have the resources to support him to do so. Therefore, he could only rely on this ancient inheritance system to slowly cultivate bronze knights in a one-to-many mode. In order to stimulate their enthusiasm, Wylan also issued a notice that within a year, the more bronze knights a knight cultivated and the better the quality, the reward would be a magic plant. So Baird and others began to select good seedlings throughout the territory and recruit knight attendants. In a short period of time, everyone in the entire territory was boiling. Whether they were freemen or serfs, warriors or civilians, everyone had a knight dream. In the Lake of Praying Stars, slave shackles can be removed. As long as you become a knight squire, you will become free, which further stimulates those young serfs. Of course, as a third-class slave like a robber slave, there will be no hope. The population of the Lake of Praying Stars is very healthy. Most of them are between 15 and 20 years old, thanks to the emphasis on Wylan when he asked for ransom from the defeated nobles. As the territory entered a stage of rapid development, Baird led the army to patrol around all day, hunt, and kill wild beasts and monsters that roamed here, and maintain the safety of the surroundings. Andrew was stationed at the salt mine, leading a squadron of infantry, supervising the third-class slaves to mine and ensuring the daily output of mineral salt. Randolph took over Baird's task, leading 2 squadrons of infantry, a squadron of archers and 300 serfs, and conscientiously mined the mithril mine, striving to complete the excavation in the shortest time to avoid accidents. Greg organized the free people and serfs in the territory to collect food in batches within a radius of 10 kilometers from the Lake of Praying Stars, implementing the policy of leaving no roots for grass, no bark for trees, and clearing the fields. The remaining 8 knights all had their own tasks, responsible for all aspects of the territory and ensuring the normal operation of the Lake of Praying Stars. On this day, after Wylan finished his rest, he felt that his strength had been significantly improved. He couldn't help but sigh again that after his talent was improved, he could practice with half the effort. Sir, the chief steward Eunice, who is in charge of the castle construction, invites you to come over. Okay, I got it. After the reporting soldier withdrew, Wylan began to wipe the sweat off his body, put on his shirt, took his sword, and went to the castle construction site. Along the way, Wylan felt very relieved to see the clean and tidy roads. Unlike other territories, the streets were paved with feces and urine, and the smell was overwhelming. Sure enough, the sanitation problem is solved from the root, and the effect is very great. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the sanitation problem, can't you solve the people who create the sanitation problem? In Kixing Lake, anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will be punished with 3 iron whips for the first time, and will be fined and have their property confiscated for the second time. The third time will be demoted to a third-class slave and will lose the hope of becoming a free man forever. After this decree was issued, no one dared to violate it. They were all born slaves, so they naturally knew that the days when they lost their freedom and hope were painful, tortured, and dark. After a distance of several hundred meters, Varen arrived at the castle construction site. What comes into view are two city walls with staggered heights, namely the outer city wall and the inner city wall. A crossbow is being placed on the protruding boss to adjust the shooting angle. The half-elf girl Eunice, who was waiting at the city gate, saw Varen arriving and stepped forward to salute. "Lord." "Well, Eunice, you did a good job, and you completed the construction of two city walls so quickly." Wellen looked away, looked at the beautiful half-elf girl in front of him, and praised him without hesitation. "Lord, I'm overrated. I'm just a general manager. It's these hard-working workers who really contribute." After a period of adaptation, the half-elf girl Eunice was no longer alienated as before, with a calm tone in her voice. "They will get the rewards they deserve." Wylin heard this and said with a smile, "I want to know now, how is the progress?" Hearing this, Eunice asked someone to bring a table and unfold the plan, which was marked with two colors. "Please see, my lord, the black mark represents completed construction, the white mark represents unfinished construction, and the green mark represents under construction." Wylin looked down and saw that the first phase of the previously determined construction plan, including the outer city wall, inner city wall, external water storage area, grain warehouse, and toilets, had been completed, and the weapons repair site and stables were under construction. "Can we build a basement with an area of about 100 square meters?" Wylin pointed to a place next to the stable and asked. "Sir, yes, but if so, the second phase of construction cannot be carried out." "Don't worry about the second phase, build the basement first, I need it." "Yes, sir." Eunice hesitated for a while and accepted the order. Then, under the guidance of Eunice, Wylin began to visit the completed area. After visiting all the way, he was very glad that he found an architect to build his castle. There are many doors and doors in it. Only by using building materials reasonably can the defensive function of the city wall be maximized. Coming to a parapet, Wylin pulled out the longsword and chopped it hard with strength alone, leaving only a shallow mark. "Yes, my 500 gold coins were not wasted. It's expensive for a reason." After hearing this, Eunice's smile on her face instantly became stiff, and the next moment she returned to her ladylike appearance. "My lord, if you have magic materials, I can carve a simple magic array for the city wall to enhance its defense capabilities." "Huh. You can actually do magic." To prove her words, Eunice chanted a spell directly, forming a flame in front of her. Looking at the flame that could be blown out in one breath, Wylin looked at Eunice with suspicion, doubting her true talent. She would not want to get something for free and use my magic materials to improve her strength. Eunice felt the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly said, "My lord, I am not good at fighting. Yes, my talent is in the carving and construction of magic arrays, and I also have some knowledge of animal taming." "Eunice, now, I can't believe what you said. In addition, I don't have any magic materials for you to use." Wylin spread his hands and put on a helpless look. Hearing this, Eunice's eyes couldn't help but dim a little, and then recovered and took Wylin to continue the tour. Along the way, the two returned to being ordinary. Eunice explained in front, and Wylin nodded in agreement behind. In the conversation just now, Wylin was very clear about the half-elf girl's purpose. She didn't want to waste her precious time as an architect for 10 years. Wylin had promised before that if Eunice worked for him for 10 years, he would give her freedom. From her tone and actions, Wylin could feel her confusion and anxiety about the future. However, Wylin has not yet accepted Eunice as a subordinate. At least he will not consider it after the construction of the castle is completed. For the investigation of a person, it is not only necessary to understand her from herself, but also to observe from the people around her. After the visit, Wylin encouraged the workers and then went down the mountain to return to the village. Looking at the bare terrain around him, Wylin fell into deep thought. He didn't know whether the guidance of fate would be extended after his strength was improved. This problem appeared when he broke through the Silver Night. It is still unknown now, and he can only wait until the beginning of next month to verify it. When Wylin returned to his residence, Baird ran over excitedly and reported, "Master, iron mine, we found an iron mine." "Iron mine, where is it?" Wylin was stunned at first, then reacted and asked hurriedly. 11 kilometers to the north, there is a tunnel leading to more than 100 meters underground. When we were clearing monsters today, we found many goblins. I captured a lot of them. After strict interrogation, I got this news. Lead the way. Then Wylan and Baird rode their horses to the north. At this moment, at the entrance of the passage, more than 20 goblins sat on the ground with their heads down, and some of them whispered quietly, looking at the human soldiers guarding around from time to time. Boss, what should we do next? An ugly goblin said in a low voice in goblin language. Wait a minute. At night, we can escape in the chaos and return to the underground where we will be safe. A goblin in leather clothes lowered his head, his small eyes turned quickly, secretly checking the surrounding situation and looking for a direction to escape. As a treacherous minor goblin, he is also a prominent figure in the underground world. He wanted to come out today to trade with the goblins around him in exchange for materials on the ground, but he didn't expect to run into a large number of humans as soon as he came out. The goods were gone, and the goblins were also caught. Fortunately, he was smart and could speak the common language, so he made up a lie, otherwise he would be stabbed like his brothers and turned into a blood gourd. As for the iron ore, it was naturally a trick to fool this group of humans. The tunnel was only 1 meter high, and he didn't believe that this group of people would go down to explore. In addition, the goblins around him were all mentally retarded and didn't know the common language. As long as he bit the news, the other party would not be able to distinguish the truth from the false. Then the goblin Jerry looked at the slightly shaking stones on the ground, raised his head and looked into the distance, and found that the human who had just left was returning to the camp with a strange human. Based on his 20 years of life as a father of 8 children, he easily judged that this relatively young human must be the boss here. The goblins who disappeared without a trace must have been led by him. Wylan came to the place of detention, got off the red phosphorus horse, and went straight to the group of goblins. My lord, this is the goblin who can speak the common language. Baird came to his side, pointed at the goblin Jerry wearing leather, and said respectfully. Grigrai heard the exchange between the two and crawled over quickly, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed. Great lord, Grai has no intention of offending your territory. Please forgive Grai's worthless life. Lin lowered his head and looked at this little thing that was less than 1 meter long. He released his aura and formed a pression, causing the low-level bronze goblin to lie on the ground and tremble with fear. I ask you, is there really iron ore 100 meters underground? Feeling the pressure on his body, Grai the goblin gritted his teeth and answered, Great Lord G, Grai is true. Lin heard this, his face was calm, and I don't know what he was thinking. Grai, who was lying on the ground, was in great pain, afraid that his body would be torn apart in the next moment. Puchai. Sorry, I cut it off. Lin shook the blood on the knight's long sword and said expressionlessly. Grai touched various parts of his body, turned his head and saw his little brother whose body was torn apart, and was so scared that he urinated directly. Sir, what I said is true. There is really an iron mine. If you don't believe me, you can go down and check it out. In order to survive, Gary still made up a lie. The human in front of him was so murderous that he would definitely die miserably once he knew that he had deceived him. Under the fear of death, the goblin still answered like this. He had already believed it in his heart. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. However, the goblins are cunning and sly. And if 1/3 of what they say is true, it is the blessing of the gods. Since there is no magician, he cannot judge whether the other party is lying, so he can only use this method to judge. Since we have obtained the information we want, kill the rest. Wylan put away his sword and prepared to make the last test. If this goblin did not speak before his death, it means that there is really iron ore underground. Otherwise, it means it is fake. The soldiers around heard the order of the master, and the next moment they raised their spears and slaughtered more than 20 captured goblins. The screams kept coming, and the goblin Jerry was frightened and pale, and began to make a decision in his heart in a race against time, whether to say it or not. The next moment, when Baird raised his sword and was about to chop him off, the goblin Jerry shouted, "My lord, I have intelligence to report. I am valuable, please don't kill me." Oh, Wylan waved his hand to stop. Baird smiled and asked, "The intelligence you said is valuable. I can forgive your previous deception of me. Otherwise, I will tie you up here and let the beasts in the wilderness eat your flesh and blood." "Yes, my lord." Jerry lay on the ground and said anxiously, "This passage only leads to 50 meters underground. There is no iron ore there. There is only a secret teleportation array that is still in operation, leading to the underground world where the villain is Colorado." "You came to the ground through the teleportation array?" Wylan asked solemnly. "Yes, my lord, the teleportation array needs to absorb free magic energy because it has no magic crystal to charge. It can be teleported back and forth once every 6 months." Jerry said it all in one go, hoping that he would be forgiven. Baird on the side looked at Wylan and asked, "My lord, do you want to solve it?" "No, since he has shown his value, he has the right to survive." Hearing that the magic circle needs to be charged, Wylan's uneasy heart calmed down, and he signaled Baird to put away the sword and prepare to save the goblin's life. Seeing that he survived, Jerry covered his chest and breathed in the fresh air. For the first time, he felt that life was so beautiful. "Seal the entrance of the cave, mark it, and explore it later." "Yes, my lord." Baird beat his chest and saluted, watching Wylan leave, and then asked his subordinates to tie up the only surviving goblin and prepare to take him back for custody. After some twists and turns, several soldiers found several large stones, blocked the 1-meter-high passage, covered it with sand and stones, and finally covered it with bushes to make it blend into the surrounding environment. On the way back, Wylan rode alone on a horse, strolling in the silent wilderness looking up at the sky. Salt mines, mithril mines, magical plants in the cave at the bottom of the Praying Star Lake, and now there is a secret teleportation array leading to the dark area. Everything that appeared around the Praying Star Lake was valuable, and each of them could become the pillar of a territory, which made him feel unreal. Closing his eyes, he quietly recalled his pioneering career in the past 6 months. Only with enough strength can you seize opportunities. Wylan suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance with a firm tone. Development, development, and development. He must do everything possible to develop his power, improve his strength, seize opportunities, and climb to higher peaks. In the following time, the Praying Star Lake was fully prepared for the arrival of the jackals at the end of November. Making 3 bow crossbows, forging spears, remixing mithril to cast weapons and armor, collecting food within a radius of 10 kilometers, and building castles, everything was in preparation for the monster attack at the end of November. On the evening of November 1, Wylan calculated the time until 8 o'clock arrived. At this moment, there was silence in my ears, and the guidance of fate did not come as expected. As I thought, the strength has increased, and the interval will be extended. Wylan sat on the edge of the bed, looked out the window, and muttered to himself. Suddenly, there was no news that was foreseen, and he was still a little uncomfortable. The time was extended. Wylan guessed that it might be a quarter or half a year. If the interval changes from 1 month to several months, will the information obtained be more valuable? For the answer to this question, Wylan can only hide it in his heart and wait for time to help him answer it. Since the guidance of fate did not work, the next month needs to be more fully prepared on the original basis. Although the highest strength of the jackals coming to the Praying Star Lake is the low-level silver, if there are hundreds of them, it will be enough for him to drink a pot, and there may be a risk of falling. The next morning, Wylan called Baird over. "My lord." Baird, dressed in casual clothes, came to Wylan and saluted respectfully. "Baird, from today on, arrange patrol posts and expand the scope to 30 kilometers, especially in the west. If you find any unusual movement, report to me at any time. Also, let Randolph and his men speed up the excavation of the mithril mine and complete it by the middle of this month at the latest." "My lord, I will convey your instructions now." At this moment, an attack was taking place in the camp where the mithril mine was located. Randolph had just come out of the tent when he saw a soldier running over in a hurry, reporting in a panic. "My lord, a monster was found in the mine, and 4 serfs who were mining were injured." "What?" "Take me there quickly." Randolph didn't bother to put on his armor, picked up the knight's sword, and followed the soldiers to the mine. After hundreds of meters of winding mine tunnels, Randolph arrived at the scene at the fastest speed. More than a dozen soldiers, holding spears, surrounded the two yellow monitors, limiting their space for movement. Rock monitors? Randolph was shocked. How could such a monster appear in this ghost place? However, judging from their external size, these two monitors are only 3 or 4 meters long, and they should have been born not long ago. If an adult rock monitor is 16 or 17 meters long and has the strength of a gold level, it would be a disaster. Here's the two rock monitors seemed to feel threatened and began to retreat, looking at Randolph vigilantly. Then Randolph held his breath and concentrated, releasing his fighting spirit, forming a fiery red fighting spirit on the knight's sword. The next moment, he accelerated suddenly and rushed towards a rock monitor. Cut him! The rock monitor roared, condensed stones in its mouth and prepared to attack. But Randolph easily dodged the magic attack of the young rock monitor lizard. The knight's longsword sparked on the scales of the young rock monitor lizard, which surprised Randolph. The defense of the scales was even stronger than the armor. He stepped back a few steps and stared at the two beasts with a serious expression. Damn it! They must have swallowed the mithril ore to increase the defense of their scales. Randolph took a deep breath and began to accumulate strength for a second attack. Young rock monitor lizard howled in pain and stared at Randolph not far away with bared teeth. Seeing this, the other rock giant lizard stood in front of its companion and at the same time concentrated its magic attack. Everyone obeyed the command and threw their spears. Squadron leader standing not far away immediately gave the order, and the surrounding soldiers threw their weapons vigorously to interfere with the magic attacks of the two rock giant lizards. More than a dozen spears flew towards them, directly interrupting the magic attacks of the two beasts. Here's the hard scales were attacked, and the force was transmitted to the body, making the two young rock monitor lizards howl uncontrollably. The next moment, Randolph accelerated suddenly and launched an attack on the head of a young rock monitor lizard. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, the rock monitor lizard moved its body with difficulty and used its back to resist the attack. Bump! The huge force caused the two rock giant lizards to fly backwards and hit the rock wall hard. Feeling the slight shaking on the ground, the soldiers present once again refreshed their understanding of the Lord Knight's strength. After a few minutes, seeing that the rock monitor had no effect at all, Randolph instructed a soldier to step forward to check the situation. The soldier who received the order swallowed a mouthful of saliva, picked up the spear on the ground, walked over cautiously, and poked the rock monitor's butt with the tip of the spear. Seeing that there was no movement, he boldly stepped forward. "Sir, these two beasts have fainted." Later, the soldier reported excitedly that he was lucky to have survived. Seeing this, Randolph also breathed a sigh of relief and gave the order with a calm face. "You guys take these two beasts out, tie their limbs and mouths with iron chains, and wait 2 days to bring them back to the Lake of Praying Stars together with the ore. Leave it to the Lord to handle." "Yes, sir." A dozen soldiers stepped forward and hurriedly carried out the two rock giant lizards so that the mining serfs could continue to work and mine mithril mines. In the early morning, Wylan, led by Baird, came to the center of the village square and looked at the young rock monitor lizard with its limbs bound by iron chains, feeling a little happy. "Sir, these are the two beasts sent back by Randolph. They were found in the mine. It is said that they have eaten a lot of ore, and their scales have amazing defense." Baird pulled out the knight's sword and struck the scales of the young rock monitor lizard, explained to Varen. Listening to the collision, Wylan initially judged that the two rock monitor lizards were very resistant to being beaten. He turned to Baird and said, "If these two young rock monitor lizards are trained into war beasts, they can play an unexpected role in the future." "Lord, we don't have an animal trainer. How can we train this?" Baird looked embarrassed when he heard this. There were no professionals to train this thing. He was afraid that his own personnel would be killed first when he went to the battlefield. When Wylan heard this, he touched his chin. This was indeed a problem. In the blink of an eye, he remembered that a few days ago, didn't the half-elf girl know some knowledge about animal taming? "Baird, go get Eunice over." "Yes, your majesty." After hearing this, Baird subconsciously turned around to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked doubtfully, "My lord, who is Eunice?" that half-elf girl, Varen covered his face and stared at his manager speechlessly. Suddenly, Baird had a sudden realization and quickly left the square and walked towards the castle. Construction site, it seemed a little awkward to stay for a moment longer. Later, Wylan came to the struggling rock monitor and looked curiously at this monster that could only be observed in illustrated books. Different from ordinary rock monitor lizards, these two rock monitor lizards have a black body color covered with silver mesh patterns. There are inconspicuous dark white stripes from the chest to the abdomen, and the first half of the tail is mostly silver. In view of this situation, it should have swallowed a lot of mithril ore, resulting in mutation or evolution. This situation is not uncommon in the world. There are many monsters that mistakenly eat some magic plants or strange ores, causing mutations and giving birth to different abilities. The two rock giant lizards looked at the terrifying human in front of them with fear in their eyes. They were even more terrifying than the last time they attacked them. The giant lizard made a noise with a flattering tone in its tone. This surprised Varen. Such a brainless monster could actually beg for mercy. And act cute, it was really strange. Could it be that the mithril mine had evolved their brains? In this way, it might become easy to tame these two mutated rock monitor lizards. Half an hour later, Baird brought the half-elf girl to the square. Grown-ups. Varen didn't talk nonsense and said to Eunice, "Before, you said you could tame animals." Eunice stared at the 3-meter-long rock monitor, a little scared, but after thinking about it, she mustered up the courage to say, "Yes, sir, I know something about animal training. My sister is an animal trainer. I am willing to try to tame these two rock monitors. I hope you can succeed." Varen turned to look at Baird and ordered, "Have someone untie the chains." Baird heard this and personally stepped forward to remove the chains, allowing one of the rock monitors to gain temporary freedom. Immediately, Eunice stepped forward, condensed the gentle magical healing light in her palms, and walked over slowly with an uneasy mood. The rock monitor lizard looked at the four-horned beast with pointed ears in front of him, showing no threat. He felt like he could slap her to death with just one tail. The walnut-sized head thought quickly. The rock monitor lizard's doubtful eyes became clear. He glanced at his sister next to him and decided to make a bold decision. "Lord, be careful." Seeing the rock monitor lizard rushing towards him, Wylan placed his right hand on the hilt of the knight's dagger, ready to charge for a fight. The next moment, the rock monitor lizard stopped in front of Wylan, lying on the ground, exposing its belly just like a dog. The scene made Wylan and Baird very confused, and even Eunice was also confused. This rock monitor lizard, which is known for its cruelty and brainlessness, would actually show this state, which really shocked the three of them. The dozens of soldiers next to them did not think so. In their eyes, the hideous and terrifying monsters actually surrendered to the feet of the Lord, which shows that the Lake of Praying Stars must be a place where the goddess of life shelters. "Lord, this it." Bailda walked forward and didn't know what to say for a while. Wylan didn't say anything. He came to the side of the rock monitor lizard and tentatively touched its chin with his hand. "Hiss." The wise rock monitor lizard showed a docile appearance, with a flattering look in its eyes. Its little head was very clear that if it recognized its master now, it would definitely have a good life in the future. Otherwise, it might die like its other brothers. Quite like a dog. Varen stood up, looked at the rock monitor, and said to Baird and Eunice. Later, another rock monitor lizard was unchained and lay on the ground equally docile, without any sign of violence. "Go get some wolf meat." Looking at the new pet, Varen ordered the soldiers on the side. After a while, 2 soldiers carried 2 buckets of wolf meat coated with mineral salt and ready to be cured. They came to the rock monitor and dumped it on the ground. The 2 rock giant lizards stared at the wolf meat on the ground, drooling, and their eyes revealed a look of desire, but they did not dare to act rashly. "Ha, quite sensible." Wylan stepped forward, picked up a piece of meat, and threw it to one of the rock monitor lizards. I saw the rock monitor lizard open its mouth wide and swallow the wolf meat in one mouthful, licking its mouth with unsatisfied content and looking longingly at its new master. Baird stood aside and watched the scene calmly. He subjectively believed that the Lord must be someone protected by the goddess of life. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the two brainless beasts showed surrender in the first place. Eunice on the side was even more refreshed. In her more than 50 years of life, she had never encountered this kind of phenomenon. This kind of ferocious beast, even if it was facing a legend, it would show its teeth. But now it looks like he was like a little puppy, which was hard for the half-elf to accept. However, Eunice knew that she had missed another opportunity, and she didn't know when she would get another chance. When I think about the next 10 years, I can only work diligently as a coolie-like architect, and I feel that life is gloomy. As for escaping, in the Lake of Praying Stars where there are many silver knights, her idea is no different from committing suicide. During the interaction, Varen named the two rock monitor lizards. Those with whiter skin are called Zayahabai, and those with yellower skin are called Zayahua. Be obedient, and I will build a home for you too. Now follow the two keepers to the lake to clean yourself. After the rock giant lizard left, Varen noticed Eunice next to him and said with a smile, "There is hard work without credit. I will ask Orlando to send you a low-level magic crystal later." "Thank you, sir." Eunice bowed slightly and saluted, returning to the castle construction site. At this time the silent Baird asked, "Lord, I feel that there is no need to do this to the alien race of half-elves. If you dare to complain, just give them a beating. If you dare to run away, just cut off your legs." "Ha, Baird, your idea is a bit extreme." After hearing this, Wylan replied with a smile, without any blame in his words. He had neither objection nor support to Baird's suggestion. "Okay, I have my own set of rules for dealing with alien races." After hearing this, Baird saluted respectfully and then left the village square. At the end of November, there is no green grass in the wilderness, and the desolate scenery is revealed everywhere. More than 30 kilometers west of Lake of Prayer for Stars, 3 warriors sat around a campfire, bragging, chatting, and killing time. "Captain, I heard that you have saved enough money soon and can buy a woman soon." A soldier looked at the team leader with envy, his words full of envy. After hearing this, Eden wiped the iron sword and replied with a smile, "It's coming soon. After this month, I will be able to start a family." "Captain, when you get married, don't forget us brothers." The younger soldier took a sip of water and said kindly, "Don't worry, I won't forget you." Eden, who was born a serf, had never experienced what home felt like. At this time, another soldier on patrol returned to the camp. His face was pale, and he was trembling on his horse. Seeing this, Eden quickly helped his comrade, who was about to fall off his horse. "Mashal, get the water quickly." Oh. After some fussing, the reconnaissance soldier recovered and said anxiously to Eden, "Captain, jackals, there are many jackals as far as the eye can see, coming towards us, about 10 kilometers away." "Did I find you?" Eden asked in a deep voice. "Probably not." I looked from a distance, and when I realized something was wrong, I immediately turned around and returned. "That's good." Eden breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered the other soldiers, "Hurry up and pack up. Let's leave here immediately, return to the Lake of Praying Stars, and report the situation to Lord Baird." When everyone heard this, they immediately put out the bonfire, put away the iron pots, food, and tents, tied them to their horses, and went back as quickly as possible. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wylan, who was training in the open space of the castle, stopped because he saw Baird walking over in a hurry. "My lord," the sentry reported that a large number of jackals were found approaching the Lake of Praying Stars. They are still 30 kilometers away from the Lake of Praying Stars. Wylan didn't show any surprise after hearing this. He already knew all this. For this reason, he had already moved most of the food and supplies from the villages down the mountain to the castle, so that he could evacuate more quickly when the jackals arrived. "Baird, inform everyone that from now on, the Lake of Praying Stars will enter a state of war. Let the remaining people evacuate to the castle and distribute weapons to the strong serfs. The war has begun." "Yes, Lord." That night, Varen's order was read out. Throughout the night, the Lake of Praying Stars was brightly lit. Under Baird's command, freedmen and serfs leading their own private property retreated towards the castle on the mountain. Wellen stood on the inner city wall, looking at the busy crowd on the mountain road, thinking in his heart how to benefit from this turmoil. All the western provinces of the Kingdom of Elia will be attacked. According to his guess, the first to be hit should be the province of Lunsa, and there should not be many monsters coming to the small, transparent province of Cadlo. 100 years ago, The Grey Wasteland dispatched millions of monster coalition forces, driving countless goblins and dog-headed men to invade the western border of the kingdom of Ilia, which caused a great blow to the pioneers at that time. However, the upper class of the kingdom took advantage of this turmoil to expand more than 2 million square kilometers of land. The province of Lunsa, with an area of up to 750,000 square kilometers, was established as a province directly under the royal family under the circumstances at that time. Today, the province of Lunsa, as the most important hub of the Grey Wasteland and the kingdom of Ilia, has prosperous business. Its capital city is known as the Pearl of the West and is the first choice for these monster coalitions. A golden dragon and 2 red dragons fought a great battle. It's hard not to suspect that the defeat of the golden dragon led to the war. Whatever the reason, it was not something that a small silver knight like him could explore now. The next thing to consider was to stop the attack of the gnolls and protect his people and property. 30 kilometers away from the Lake of Prayer for Stars, more than 3,000 jackals gathered here to rest and recover their strength. In a dilapidated tent, a black-haired jackal sat in the main seat, looking at the noisy clan leaders below, which he had long been accustomed to. "I'm about to enter the human world. Thank you, Lord Valas, for your gift. I'm going to eat a lot this time, a human aristocrat with fine skin and tender flesh. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Wealth, the gold coins of the human world are calling me." The chiefs of more than a dozen jackal clans were chatting in various directions, and each wolf had a different pursuit. At this time, a tall jackal walked in and knelt on the ground, waiting for the leader's instructions. The gnoll leader Rogers, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes, shocking the surroundings. The tent suddenly became quiet, and no gnoll clan leader dared to speak again. "Commander, the scouts reported that there is a human territory 30 kilometers ahead." "Time." The jackal sitting in the first place heard this and hurriedly reported, "Commander, it is 6 o'clock in the morning. In an hour, we will set off to capture the human territory and eat." "Yes, Commander." All the gnoll clan leaders stood up, bowed and saluted, and then left the tent one after another. As the sun rose, more than 3,000 jackals ran silently in the wilderness, heading towards the Lake of Prayer for Stars. The gnoll leader Logos was riding on the back of a tall gnoll, looking at the advancing army and determined to capture the first human territory. With the breeze in his ears, he couldn't help but recall his father's story about the Battle of Lensa. 100 years ago, under the orders of more than a dozen wilderness monster race gods, including the jackal, near the border of the human kingdom of Ilia, all the monster clans tried their best to gather a million monster coalition and drive away millions of goblins. Head east. In the early days, it was overwhelming, conquering many human territories in one fell swoop and capturing countless slaves and food. But soon there was a turning point. The goddess of life believed in by the kingdom of Ilia personally died, causing many monster races and gods to stop their efforts and not dare to act rashly. Later, the humans pushed back and killed the red dragon Suggs, the leader of the monster alliance in the Lunsa area. At this point, it ended with the monster clan's defeat, and humans won the war and seized large tracts of land that belonged to them. In recent years, humans have continued to expand, shrinking the living space of monsters, and a turmoil is coming again. The jackal commander Rogers looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and clenched his fists. As a jackal with some status, he knew very well that this action was just a test. In fact, there have been many such temptations, and this is just the first time. As for why, he didn't know. Cannon fodder, just cannon fodder. As a low-level silver warrior, he did not have such a high status as the leader of a team. Now he is cannon fodder. The great master's heirs cannot go. Oh, he can only have a jackal like him who has no sense of existence and whose strength is not as good as the leader. Even the jackal clans under him are all poor and stupid fools who are fooled into this. Stay alive, survive. Arriving at the human border, all he has to do is survive. In the castle on the cliff of Lake of Stars, Wylan stood at the top, looking at the approaching gnolls in the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, "There are at least 3,000 gnolls, which is quite a challenge." At this time, Baird came to his side and reported respectfully, "My lord, There are various traps set up in the village, enough for these jackals to drink a pot. How well is the stone stored? How many battles can it sustain? Varen turned his head to look at Baird and asked in a deep voice. My lord, the castle grounds are filled with stones, enough to support for high-intensity battles. After hearing this, Wylan nodded and continued. Let everyone take some time to rest. We may not have any free time next time. Yes, sir. In the castle, in addition to the 500 soldiers, another 2,000 young and middle-aged men were also organized, armed with spears, some with leather armors and iron swords, to act as supervisors and grassroots commanders. The remaining personnel, both men and women, were all organized as logistics personnel, supporting and transporting the wounded, replenishing stones, and providing sufficient iron arrows for the 3-bow bed crossbow. Near noon, the Knoll leader Logo stopped outside the village and shouted loudly, "Stop advancing." Some of the jackals followed orders and kept the basic formation intact. There were about 500 of them who were trained by Rutgers during his month-long march. The remaining 500 jackals were obviously half a beat slower, standing in place haphazardly, at a loss, looking like a motley army. Commander, why do you stop advancing? The human territory is right in front of you. A silver low-level Knoll clan leader stepped forward, his eyes full of greed, staring at the village in the distance, and asked doubtfully. Logos didn't say anything. He jumped off the back of the tall jackal, came to the leader of the jackal clan who was speaking, and kicked him away. The dozen or so low-level silver jackals around them all lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. My words are orders. Rogers looked around and said ruthlessly, now go around the village and target the castle on the hill. Capture it. Yes, Commander. All the jackals replied loudly, not daring to hesitate at all. On the wall inside the castle, Varen noticed that the gnolls was starting to circle around and said, Baird, sound the gongs and drums and prepare to fight. We have met our opponent. Yes, Lord. Baird's face didn't look good when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the other party bypassed the village. Wasn't their work last night in vain? Dang, dang, dang. One team goes up to the city wall, while the second team rests. In various areas of the castle, knights responsible for guarding various stages of the city walls heard this voice and issued orders to the officers. The next moment, the silent castle became noisy, with people in action everywhere. In just 10 minutes, more than 800 people responsible for guarding the city wall were in place. It's not that Wylan doesn't want to arrange more people to defend, but the outer city wall and the inner city wall combined can only accommodate so many people fighting at the same time. An hour later, a large number of gnolls arrived 1 kilometer away from the castle. Those green reptiles dare to lie about the news. It's really easy for them to roast and eat them. Logos looked at the castle and was in a bad mood. He recalled a goblin tribe that had been captured a few days ago. The news he received showed that this place was occupied by humans half a year ago. Damn reptile, can this castle be repaired in half a year? The jackal looked at the commander in fear and asked, Commander, do you want to attack? Attack, let the third group and the fourth group attack and test the opponent's strength. Rogers thought for a while and issued the order. Yes, Commander. Then more than 1,000 gnolls came out, holding a variety of weapons in their hands. The tall and mighty gnolls held high-end weapons such as iron flails and chain hammers, while the thinner ones held wooden maces with some iron sheets inlaid on the outside, and a large number of them held wooden sticks and stones. Attack! At Rogers's command, thousands of gnolls launched an attack. The chaotic formation, with an attack width of several kilometers, rushed towards the castle in a mighty manner. At the highest point of the castle, Wylan stood with his sword, calmly looking at the attacking gnolls below. 23 bow crossbows were placed on the inner wall, ready for a long time, and the personnel were in place, waiting for the Lord's order. Wylan raised his right hand and calculated the distance. When the gnoll vanguard was only 600 meters away from the outer wall, he decisively put down his hand. 20 strong soldiers holding wooden hammers slammed the triggers, and 20 iron arrows flew out with a whizzing sound. Ow! Several tall jackals were pierced by the iron arrows, and the strength did not decrease. They pierced several jackals in succession before stopping. Rogers looked at the 12 blood-red roads in the attacking team expressionlessly and he didn't know what he was thinking. The smell of blood spread on the battlefield, stimulating the violent blood source of the jackals, losing the last of their sanity, and speeding up the attack regardless of everything. Baird, who was standing on the outer wall, saw this and ordered loudly, "Stand up the shield." More than 200 soldiers heard the order, stood up wooden shields wrapped in iron sheets, held their spears tightly, and prepared to meet the first wave of attack. The 3 bow crossbows on the inner wall kept firing, causing casualties to the attacking jackals. When they came to the edge of the city wall, some of the gnolls threw stones in their hands, and other gnolls began to climb the city wall with their claws, preparing to climb over the 6-meter-high outer city wall. The stones hit the wooden shields, making bangs, and from time to time, chain hammers and flails were thrown onto the city wall, knocking the soldiers supporting the wooden shields away. Baird was also helpless about this. Some of the soldiers were serfs and freemen who had just been recruited. Although they had a period of training, they did not successfully practice the warrior awakening method to become a warrior. Their combat capabilities must not be as solid as a real warrior. Seeing that some of the gnolls had already climbed halfway, Baird immediately ordered loudly, "Throw stones." The warriors hiding behind the shields held the boulders and came to the city wall, throwing down the stones weighing hundreds of pounds in their hands. Many gnolls were hit by stones, fell off the city wall, and wailed in pain. The battle lasted from noon to afternoon. As it was getting dark, Rogers ordered his men to issue a retreat order. The attacking gnolls stopped, dragging the bodies of their companions, and retreated like a tide. Seeing the other side retreat, the soldiers defending the outer wall collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Baird shook the blood off the knight's longsword, put it back into the scabbard, counted the casualties, and reported the defense situation later. The more than 600 surviving gnolls dragged the bodies of their companions back to the camp. The long-awaited gnoll chef took the bodies and started to make a fire to cook. Along the way, they used the goblin and dog-headed slaves accompanying the army as food. From time to time, they encountered a goblin tribe and looted it to expand their food reserves. When they arrived at the border of human territory, the dog-headed people and goblins had finished eating. They thought they could capture a piece of human territory as quickly as possible to solve the food problem. I didn't expect this to happen. In addition, the surroundings were bare and there was no bark to eat. I could only eat the corpses of my compatriots. "Commander, food." A tall gnoll handed a roasted wolf leg to Rogers respectfully. "A reward for you." Rogers looked at the roasted wolf leg in front of him with disgust and said expressionlessly, "Thank you, Commander." After hearing this, the gnoll took the roasted wolf leg and left the place happily. Rogers looked at the other gnolls who were eating their own kind and acting happy, and his contemptuous eyes were not concealed, although he didn't regard these beasts as his own people. From the situation in the afternoon, humans used a bow and crossbow with a long range. I don't know if it is large-scale equipment or a unique technology of this human noble. It is definitely impossible to capture this human castle with ordinary gnolls. Those small clan leaders must be put on the field. Tomorrow, Rogers is going to make a test. If he can't capture this castle in one go, then bypass this place and continue to move eastward. He came here with a reconnaissance mission, so there was no need to fight to the death with humans. Moreover, even if the enemy cut off his retreat on the way back, he only needed to abandon these idiots and lead his confidants away. He still didn't believe that humans could completely block all the passages leading to the restoration of the gray light. In the castle, Wylan inspected and listened to Baird's report. "My lord, in the defensive battle this afternoon, we consumed a total of 160 iron arrows, 1/5 of the stone reserves, and suffered 86 casualties, including 23 deaths, most of whom died in the fight with the jackals. In addition, we took advantage of the night to go out of the city to harvest the heads of the jackals, and obtained 167 ordinary heads and 57 bronze heads. The rest of the bodies were taken back by the enemy. According to incomplete statistics, this battle killed and injured more than 400 jackals." Wylan stopped and said in a deep voice, "Today may be the opponent's test, tomorrow is the key. Let all knights be prepared. Tomorrow the silver-level wolf man may be on the field. In addition, pickle the wolf man's head with lime. This hard-won military merit must be stored well. It is a good thing to be promoted to a noble title and sold to other nobles. I know. After Baird left, Wai Lin went around and returned to his room. Sitting on the chair, Wai Lin closed his eyes and rested, recalling what he observed during the day. The leading wolf man has a certain level of wisdom. Whether it is deterring the village, avoiding unknown dangers, or attacking and using cannon fodder, exploring the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, it can be regarded as a certain level. This point does not conform to Wai Lin's stereotype of the wolf man being violent and brainless. I wish the other party had no brains. Wai Lin covered his head and said helplessly. In order to prevent the gnolls from attacking at night, the entire castle was brightly lit. All the soldiers kept their weapons with them and rested on the city walls with blankets, which was convenient for changing shifts and for joining the battle at any time. Baird, the chief steward of the Praying Star Lake, inspected the outer city walls every 2 hours to ensure that there were no mistakes. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. At dawn, more than 2,000 gnolls finished the remaining meat and gathered into the team amidst the scoldings of the gnoll clan leader. Logos was riding on the back of a gnoll, and 2 strong gnolls beside him were carrying chain hammers, which served as temporary weapon racks. Commander, the assembly is complete, and we are waiting for your orders. A jackal clan leader stepped forward and said respectfully. When the sun shone on the outer wall of the castle, Rogers got off the jackal's back, picked up his weapon and shouted an order. Attack. More than 2,000 jackals howled and headed towards the castle like a tide. Rogers held the hammer and followed the team, preparing for Kinjai's exit. The other jackal silver warriors were hiding in the team, trying to catch the opponent by surprise when they were about to climb the city wall. Just like yesterday, the 3-bow bed crossbow was the first to show its power, shooting iron arrows in the direction of the jackals. Call out! An iron arrow flew past Liuoxi and penetrated the 2 guards who were following him. Danger scatter! After hearing this, the other jackal guards dispersed one after another, no longer surrounding Logos. In a short distance of 2 kilometers, within 5 minutes, and after sacrificing the lives of hundreds of jackals, they successfully reached the outer city wall area. The next moment, some of the gnolls threw stones and weapons to interfere with the city wall defenders, and some began to climb the city wall. Soon the battle became fierce, with blood splattering, screams and wails, and the sound of weapons clashing filling the entire outer city wall. Many silver-level gnolls broke through the city wall and caused great damage to the soldiers defending the city, but they were quickly blocked by the Silver Knights. Logos mingled among the crowd, his eyes fixed on the human nobleman at the top of the castle. With his keen perception, the most threatening person in this castle and the one with the highest status must be this young human being. As long as you kill him, taking this castle will be easy. Leader! Jackal came to Logos with a bloody iron arrow and handed it to him respectfully. Rogers weighed the weight of the iron arrow, looking for the right moment. The next moment, he began to exert his strength and throw it at the human nobles at the top of the castle. Varen, who stood with his sword in his hand, looked at the iron arrow flying towards him, drew out his sword and cut it off. Then looked at Logos, who was hiding in the gnoll attacking team. One person and one wolf looked at each other, and they both understood each other's thoughts. Roar! After being discovered, Logos no longer hid, and with the help of climbing jackals, he climbed onto the city wall in a few seconds, brandishing a hammer and smashed a dozen soldiers off the city wall, leaving them dead or alive. Wai Lin looked at Rutgers with sharp eyes, jumped down from the platform, and landed steadily on the outer city wall. Human, today you die and I live. Rogers looked at Varen warily, his tone solemn. Then let's see who dies and who lives. Wai Lin looked at the enemy in front of him seriously. It was very powerful, but he could deal with it. The knight's long sword and the chain hammer intertwined and collided, which was also a battle between the 2 people's fighting spirit. The green light and the fiery red flames fought against each other, causing great damage to the city wall stacks. Unconsciously, more than 10 minutes have passed. One person and one wolf are in a stalemate, and no one can do anything to the other. At this time, Orlando came to his side at some point and attacked from the flank while Rutgers was fighting. With all his heart, Puff, one arm was abandoned high and fell on the city wall. Ouch! Despicable humans! Rogers covered his broken arm and said angrily, "All means can be used against monsters," Wylan said without blushing, preparing to take down the jackal completely and end this turmoil. Seeing 2 silver knights outflanking him, Rogers jumped off the city wall without hesitation and ordered his bodyguards to fend off the pursuers. Seeing this, Varen jumped off the wall, followed closely by Orlando. Dozens of tall gnolls formed a simple formation to stand between the fleeing Logos and Varen. Kill them. Most of these gnolls were low-level and mid-level bronze, and they were completely vulnerable to the 2 silver knights, Varen and Orlando. In less than 10 minutes, they were all beheaded. However, this also gave Rutgers enough time to escape. Not long after, the attacking gnolls heard the sound of retreat, dragged the bodies of their companions, and began to retreat. The siege battle lasted less than 2 hours and ended, but it was several times more brutal than yesterday. The blood had stained the outer city wall red, and the corpses of jackals were intertwined with the corpses of our own soldiers. After being out of danger, Rogers immediately summoned the surviving jackal clan leaders to prepare to issue new orders. A few days ago there were 17, but now there are only 9 left, all with injuries. Everyone's expressions were solemn, including Rutgers, who had long lost the previous ease. Humanity is very powerful in this battle. There are 15 silver knights, which is a great force. I guess that this is a human outpost. The real territory of the human nobles is behind it, so I decided to detour here and attack the human territory behind to make up for the losses. Yes, Commander. The remaining 9 gnolls responded, their words revealing that they wanted to leave this place of death as soon as possible. In order to prevent the human nobles in the castle from attacking, Rogers immediately asked the chef to light a fire and cook, and asked his jackals to set off immediately after they were full, so as not to stay in this place, to avoid accidents. On the other side, after Wylan counted the casualties and compared them with the captured ones, he felt a little balanced. In this battle, 117 people died, 13 of them were regular troops, and the rest were serfs. In addition, 226 people were injured. In this battle, a total of 687 heads of ordinary jackals, 167 bronze-level jackals, and 5 silver-level jackals were captured, and the rest of the bodies were taken back by the other side. Baird, prepare a group of people and prepare tonight. At this time, Knight Randolph came in, knelt on one knee, and reported respectfully. My lord, the scouts reported that the gnolls disappeared and was suspected to be heading east. After hearing this, Wylan swallowed back what he was about to say, and then said, "Deal with the bodies to avoid the plague." Yes, my lord. After Baird took the order and left, Wylan supported his chin and began to think in his mind. Going to the east, that means they will come back, so we can intercept them halfway, rob them, and make up for our losses. As for the losses of the nobles in the east, that was not his concern. He blocked the gnolls here for a day and a night, killing more than 1,000 gnolls. Whether it was for the kingdom or these nobles, he had done his best. The day after the gnolls left, the serfs hiding in the castle returned to the village, cleared the traps, and under the command of the knights, got busy and worked hard to relieve themselves of their status as slaves. Under Baird's guidance, the troops in the territory worked harder to train and improve their strength. Under the guidance of various knights, the strength of many knight attendants has been steadily improved. Orlando and Hebrews train with their contractors all day long to deepen their connection with each other, in an attempt to connect their fighting spirits in the shortest possible time and form the war beast recorded in the mysterious sphere. In addition, the second phase of the castle's construction work is being carried out simultaneously, with the aim of completing the construction work in March of the following year. As the Lord of the Lake of Praying Stars, Wylan was not idle throughout December. Get up on time every day, train, and enhance your strength. Compared to the peaceful Lake of Prayer for Stars, other parts of the Karad province were plunged into turmoil. In the western part of the Ilya kingdom, many monsters crossed the buffer area and reached the border area, fighting with the kingdom's army and other noble private armies. At the same time, the alliance of the four territories was discovered to be robbing orichalcum mines. In the southwest region of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, in a magnificent castle, the dwarf Marquis Darog Ironforge sat on an iron seat, listening to the report from his subordinates. His face became very gloomy. "Sir, according to the report of the Griffin Knight, more than 200 people escorting the orichalcum mine have all disappeared. Using the search magic scroll you gave us, we found the last traces of their existence 200 kilometers away from the border of the human kingdom of Ilia. This is the items found in the search." The dwarf took out a centaur warrior's token from his arms and presented it with both hands. Standing to the left of dwarf Marquis Darog, a high-level silver warrior wearing silver-white armor walked down the stairs, took the token, and handed it to the dwarf Marquis respectfully. Darog looked at the token carefully and discovered at a glance that it was a token unique to the centaur clan. Its material was made from the bones of strong centaur men and represented the inheritance of the centaur clan. What else was found? The dwarf kneeling in the center of the hall heard this, lowered his head and said, "Sir, apart from this item, no other clues have been found. It seems that these mice are quite cautious, even using deodorizing potions." The calm tone was accompanied by a biting chill. The dozen or so high-level silver dwarf guards guarding the hall felt great pressure, as if they were going to die suddenly in the next moment. The reporting dwarf was in the center. Faced with the soul-level aura of the dwarf Marquis Darog, he lay directly on the ground without daring to make any sound. After a while, a golden mid-level dwarf warrior entered the castle hall and knelt down to obey orders. "Karag, my lord." The golden mid-level dwarf warrior Karak heard the words and responded loudly. "I will give you 300 hammer warriors, 1,000 goat knights, and 3,000 dwarf warriors to take back 10 times my losses from the centaur clan." "Yes, sir." Karak caught the token thrown by Darog, leaned over and saluted, and then left the castle hall. After a few more minutes, Darog said again, "Monitor the human market. If there is any news of orichalcum or trading, report it to me immediately." "Yes, sir." After hearing this, the dwarf who reported back rolled and crawled away from here. Darog knocked on the iron base regularly, making a banging sound, and said as if no one was watching, "You are a low-level framer, don't let me find out who you are." As for why he still wanted to attack the centaurs after knowing the truth, he had his own reasons. After all, he couldn't lose his profits in vain. If he couldn't find the murderer at this stage, he would take it back tenfold from the most direct and clear target. He excavated this batch of orichalcum from a sparse and scattered copper mine in the wilderness and transported it once every month. In order to avoid accidents, the person in charge of the escort was only a high-level silver dwarf warrior. In his territory, every gold-level combatant is the focus of attention from all parties and is unlikely to be missing for a long time. In 10 years, His Majesty the King will launch a war to take back the lost areas from the Kingdom of Ilia. I must speed up, collect minerals, forge weapons, and cultivate an army in order to gain enough benefits in the war. 5,000 well-equipped troops left the territory. The dwarf Marquis Darog, and headed to the Ashmoon Wasteland from the west, heading directly towards the territory where the centaurs were located. In a centaur clan camp, thousands of centaurs were beheaded and piled neatly in the wilderness. The dwarf golden warrior Karak took the centaur clan leader, who was only a middle-level silver man, threw him to the ground, stepped on his head, took out the token, and asked, "Tell me this is something from that clan." "Dirty and despicable dwarves, this is the Grey Wasteland. My god will definitely punish you." The centaur clan leader stared at Karak fiercely. "Without fear of death, I mean no offense to the centaur god Chiron's crown. But this is no reason for you to disrespect me." Karak waved his hand. "More than 20 centaur cubs were blown into pieces by the hammer, as long as you tell me which centaur clan this is. I can leave a seed for your clan, don't even think about it." Subsequently, all the hundreds of captured centaurs died under the dwarf's hammer. The arrogant centaur clan leader also had his head smashed by Karak, and one of his fangs was removed as his collection. Next, Karak led the army to continue to advance, plundering the Centaur clans, snatching horses and other valuable things, and searching for the Centaur clan with the token. After slaughtering 6 Centaur clans in succession and killing more than 4,000 Centaurs, Karak finally obtained the information he wanted. As a small branch of the Twilight Hammer clan, one of the 13 clans chosen by the Centaur god, the Magram clan has a population of 15,000 and 8 Centaur clan vassals. It is doing well in the border area of the Ironforge, Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Recently, Mam, the chief of the Magram clan, learned that the purple horse escorted by his daughter Arya was lost, and directly deprived the other party of his status as the young master, imprisoned him, and waited for the next year to marry with the same clan next door. In addition, Mam is also actively preparing, selecting brave Centaur warriors and archers, and when the monster army on the human border is tested to withdraw, he will lead the army to retaliate against humans. As for now, he couldn't go, nor did he dare to go, for fear of being used as cannon fodder. At this moment, the dwarf army led by Karak was also approaching the Magram clan, and they didn't know that they were about to face a devastating blow. It has been more than half a month since the jackals left the Lake of Praying Stars and continued eastward. During this period of time, Kixing Lake resumed its usual busy life, improving the castle, cultivating farmland, building canals, digging salt mines, and patrolling the territory. Every night under Wylan performed his or her own duties and completed the work in their hands conscientiously. As a lord, Varen has not been idle either. After fighting the gnolls, he deeply realized the shortcomings of his fighting skills. Therefore, he made a strict work and rest plan for himself. In the morning, he dealt with the official affairs of the territory. In the afternoon, he practiced with other knights. And in the evening, he practiced fighting spirit, seizing every minute and every second to improve himself. In late December, the personnel on the reconnaissance mission returned to the Lake of Praying Stars and brought the latest intelligence on the Cardero province to Wylan. In the castle hall, the captain of the reconnaissance team, the low-level Silver Knight Mike, was respectfully reporting to Varen. "My lord, there are 5 monster armies attacking the border of Cardero province. Their targets are the border fortress Montes, our territory's Lake of Praying Stars, and Avomoth in the Yellow Sand Valley. Among them are the border fortress Montes faces the largest number of monster alliances, with more than 30,000 monsters." After Wylan heard this, he asked, "What is the current situation in the inland areas of the province?" It's very chaotic. Mike thought about it for a while and replied, "Nobles from all over the country resisted resolutely when attacked by monsters, were defeated and fled, or even fled. Especially the closer to the provincial capital. This kind of the phenomenon becomes more obvious. It seems that more than 100 years of peace have worn away the bravery of some nobles." Wylan chuckled and sneered at the performance of some nobles. "In this turmoil, I don't know how many noble families in Cardero province will have their territories taken back, or the title heirs will be replaced by their masters." However, these meant little to him. "What's the current situation of the group of jackals I asked you to focus on?" "My lord, the defeated group of remnants left the Lake of Praying Stars to the east and successively attacked several noble territories. It seems that they lacked strength, or they learned the lesson of attacking the castle. This group of gnolls only plundered the villages and towns around the castle. He ignored the nobles' castles and accumulated a lot of wealth. My subordinates returned this time because they learned that the jackals were planning to circumnavigate the Lake of Prayer for stars and return to the wilderness from the Bedrock Mountain more than 60 kilometers south of us, bringing with them the plundered wealth and population." "The news is reliable." Varen suddenly became energetic, stared at Mike, and asked seriously, "It's absolutely true. My subordinate captured a silver low-level jackal clan leader and learned the news from him." Wylan looked thoughtful, wondering if the other party would change direction because of this. Mike stood aside and waited quietly. "Specific time. The information obtained from the jackal shows that the approximate time should be early January, but the specific time is not known. Take your people and continue to conduct reconnaissance. If there is any situation, report to me immediately." "Yes, Lord." After waiting for Mike to leave, Varen came to the map and looked at several areas around the Lake of Praying Stars. He was also unsure whether the jackal leader would change his mind temporarily and leave elsewhere when he learned that his men had disappeared. If we hurriedly lead a large force to Bedrock Mountain to ambush in advance, would we lose more than we gain? Wait for a while, don't make any decisions now. Afterwards, Varen asked Baird to mobilize the territorial army and be ready to set off, waiting for his instructions at the specific time. In a village in Cardro province, the one-armed jackal Rogers was holding a roasted beef leg, chewing it and looking calmly into the room. Chief, in these more than 20 days of plundering, we have robbed more wealth than we can count. The number of strong human slaves captured alone is more than 10,000. The leader of the jackal clan sitting below was playing with his hands. Of gold coins, he said excitedly. Chief, do you want to go eastward next? I heard that the further east you go, the richer the human nobles are and the more good things they have. The leader of a jackal clan with a scar on his face took this opportunity and asked tentatively. At this time, Logos noticed that something was wrong. He carefully counted his men below and asked, "Where did Dealego go?" After hearing this, the jackals below looked at me and I looked at you, all with question marks on their faces. Someone is coming. Looking at this bunch of trash, Rogers said gloomily. Immediately, 2 tall jackals entered the room and knelt on the ground, waiting for orders. Go and bring Dealego's tribe here. Yes, leader. After a while, several dirty gnolls were brought here, waiting for Rogers' questioning. Where is your clan leader? The jackal crawled on the ground and replied respectfully. Dear leader, our clan leader went out to rob 3 days ago and has not returned to the camp yet. In other words, your clan leader has not returned for 3 days, and I, the leader, don't know any news. The gnolls lying on the ground were trembling with fear. Thinking back to the clan members who had been executed inexplicably for more than 20 days, they began to pray for the protection of Galalik, the gnoll god. Drag it out and bake it. After hearing this, several jackal men collapsed on the ground and were forcibly dragged out by several jackal guards. The other gnoll clan leaders lowered their heads one after another, not daring to make any sound. Since the leader lost an arm, his personality has become more and more violent, and he would kill his people to vent his anger. Rogers looked around, and no wolf dared to look him in the eye. 2 weeks later, we will start the return journey according to the original plan. Yes, leader. No jackal objected, and they all answered loudly to show that they had no objection. On the night of January 1, 9721, Wyland did not practice for the first time, but lay on the bed and waited quietly. Tonight, according to his previous guess, fate will tell him new news. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock, and the pleasant voice sounded again, bringing him valuable news. 7 days later, a legendary magician from the starry sky will fall in the gray mist mountain north of the praying star lake. Saving her will gain the other party's protection for 30 years. Legendary magician. Wyland sat up suddenly, his face full of surprise. What can I use to save her? The next moment, he found that he had something that could save a legendary magician. However, he received news during the day that the gnolls had set off to return to the gray wasteland. And as they had explored before, they were preparing to leave the Cardero province from the south. You can't take care of both the north and the south, you must make a choice. Wyland's face was very entangled. On the one hand, a huge amount of supplies could allow the territory to develop further, and on the other hand, he could gain the friendship of the legendary magician, but he could only get 30 years of protection. In that case, let's do it. Soon, Wyland had a clear answer in his mind. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In a forest somewhere in the north of Kixing Lake. The gnoll Rogers led hundreds of carefully selected guards, carrying a large amount of wealth and valuable items, and walked through it carefully. Gnoll, who had followed Rogers for a long time, was full of doubts. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the main force, he suppressed his fear and asked, Leader, why do we have to leave the main force, take the financial report, and go against the original plan to leave from the north? The one-armed Rogers, riding on the back of a gnoll, opened his eyes. His fierce eyes made the Knoll who asked the question startled, and he began to regret making this decision. I suspect that the missing Dorego fell into the hands of humans. The original evacuation plan has been exposed. In addition, we are carrying so many human captives on the way back. Do you think those human nobles will let us leave the border safely? The Knoll with low IQ was even more confused, but he was very sensible and nodded in agreement. Rogers looked at this fool who pretended to know with disappointment, waved his hand, and told him to go to the back and not appear in front of him. He looked up at the sky, calculating the distance silently in his heart. We can leave here in 2 days. This journey as a cannon fodder made him firmly believe that he would never come again next time. After returning, Rogers decided to use 2/3 of his wealth to bribe the clan leaders to improve his status and strength to avoid being selected as the cannon fodder leader next time. Covering his missing arm, Rogers' eyes became fierce. The revenge of the broken arm will be paid tenfold. On the other side, Wylan dispatched 6 silver knights and 12 knight attendants to leave the Praying Star Lake and head towards the Grey Mist Mountain in the north. Compared with the rapid increase in the strength of the territory in a short period of time, Wylan valued the safe development time of 30 years more. For this reason, he brought all the 7 color life flowers with him in case of emergency. Grey Mist Mountain is more than 100 kilometers away from the Praying Star Lake. If you travel at full speed, it only takes 1 day to arrive. Along the way, there was no obstruction. Except for a few blind goblins, basically no monsters were encountered. My lord, this is the place. Wylan drove his horse forward, looking at the 1,000-meter-high mountain shrouded in fog, and was shocked. It's getting late, set up camp here, and search the mountain tomorrow morning. Then the 12 knight attendants began to set up camp, feed horses, and make fire to cook. The other 6 silver knights patrolled the surroundings and drove away wild beasts. There was still 1 day before the arrival of the legendary wizard. Wylan sat on a big rock, closed his eyes, followed the light in his heart, and roughly felt the direction and distance of the legendary magician's fall. Northwest 2 kilometers. Wylan opened his eyes, looked into the distance, and said with deep eyes, "My lord, the tent is ready." A knight attendant came to Wylan and reported respectfully. Looking at this young man, he has reached the strength of a mid-level knight attendant. Your name is Cyril, and you are Baird's knight attendant. Wylan stood up and said gently. Cyril stood up straight, with respect and joy in his eyes, and said excitedly, "Yes, my lord. Yes, you have a good talent. I hope you will keep up the good work." "My lord, I will." Patting the excited young man, Wylan walked slowly towards the tent. Entering the tent, Wylan put down the knight's short sword he carried with him, took off the heavy armor, felt the cool air in the air, and sat on the blanket. It seems that Baird's education is playing a certain role. In theory, the vassal of the vassal is not my vassal, but this set is very disgusting to Wylan. He does not want an uncontrollable military group to appear under his command. At this stage, without perfect education, he can only hope for this master-apprentice system. Once he develops to a certain extent, he will learn the family set, with one group of people responsible for training and another group of people responsible for combat, and the only object of loyalty is himself. Half an hour later, a silver knight came to Wylan's tent with a bowl of broth and placed it on a low wooden table. "My lord, there is no danger around." Wylan did not eat first, but looked at the silver knight Raimondo and said calmly, "Raimondo, I remember that you were born as a merchant apprentice." "My lord is right. Thanks to the cultivation of my family and your cultivation, I can get to where I am today." Raimondo responded respectfully with a strange look in his eyes. "Next, I intend to let you regain your family skills. Are you willing?" Raimondo was silent when he heard this, and he was struggling in his heart. Wylan was not in a hurry, and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. If he was unwilling, it would not be too late for him to train a caravan leader. Cyril was good and quite smart. Raimondo, who was born as a merchant, was the 3rd son of the family. Thanks to his talent and gold coins, he was selected as a knight squire and trained in Windsor Castle. He then served in the 7th Knights of Eagle Territory. Recalling his father's earnest teachings, being a businessman has no future. Only becoming a nobleman is the right way and the most noble way. Unknowingly, more than 10 minutes passed. After a fierce struggle, Raimondo finally knelt on the ground and said, "If the master needs it, Raimondo will obey." After getting this unexpected answer, Wylan was stunned for a moment and re-examined the guardian knight in front of him. The family gave them 12 knights. In addition to paying more attention to Baird, Andro, Randolph, and Greg, they had some understanding of the other 8, but they were not very close. "Once you are my guardian knight, you will be my guardian knight for life," Wylan said to Raimondo calmly. "If you don't want to in the future, you can report to me at any time, and I will make other arrangements." "Yes, my lord." Then Wylan and Raimondo talked about his hometown. After Raimondo left, Wylan took the slightly cool broth and tasted it slowly. "The caravan candidates have been determined. Next, we will develop caravans, sell mineral salt, and develop the pillar industries of the territory. However, before that, he needs to do business in the province of Cardro in person. First, he needs to get in touch with other nobles in the province and collect intelligence. Second, he needs to determine the trade route. It is best to establish caravan exchanges to avoid multiple customs duties and road taxes." The next morning, Wylan left a few people to guard the camp and took the others to the northwest to prepare to welcome the guardian god for the next 30 years. At the same time, hundreds of gnolls who came out of the mountains were resting more than 10 kilometers away from Gray Fog Mountain. In the Gray Mist Mountain, Wylan arrived at the target location. "Everyone disperse, don't get close to this place." For the sake of safety, Wylan looked at the sky and immediately issued an order. Upon hearing this, the others moved away from this place and stayed a few hundred meters away. After an unknown period of time, fluctuations began to appear in front of him. The dazzling chaotic light appeared out of thin air in the open space. Feeling the unprecedented pressure, Wylan led everyone to retreat hundreds of meters again. 10 minutes later, the space was broken, and a woman in a robe was spit out. Her body was tattered, and she fell steadily to the ground. "My lord, this is," a silver knight asked in astonishment. Others looked at Wylan, and there was also confusion in their eyes. "Just remember that this is the future guardian of our territory," Wylan simply replied without explaining anything more. About 50 minutes later, the space channel gradually disappeared. The next moment, Wylan got up from the ground and walked over slowly. The closer he got to the center, the more the legendary realm he imagined did not appear. He did not feel any pressure all over his body, which made Wylan a little suspicious. Unconsciously, Wylan crossed a distance of several hundred meters and came to the side of the magician. The silver hair, delicate face, and devilish figure made Wylan swallow his saliva. However, when he thought that the woman in front of him was a legendary magician, his restless heart suddenly extinguished. Then Wylan took out a small wooden box from his arms and took out a 7-color life flower from it. Carefully came to the legendary magician, a light blue shield appeared and then disappeared without a trace. It is said that these high-level mages will put on a magic shield to detect attacks. If I had any unreasonable thoughts just now. When Wylan thought of the scene of himself turning into a pool of ash, he hurriedly shook his head and hypnotized himself. "I am here to save people." Next, the light blue magic shield did not appear again. Wylan put the 7-color life flower to the magician's mouth, and the next moment it turned into a light green liquid and entered the magician's body. I don't know how long it took. Wylan sat aside like a rogue, waiting for the legendary magician to wake up. At this moment, a knight attendant appeared in front of everyone. Wylan turned his head and saw that it was the personnel left behind in the camp. He felt bad. "My lord, Lord Raimondo asked me to report that a large number of jackals are coming towards our place, with more than 300 of them." The knight attendant came to Wylan and reported breathlessly. "What?" The silver knight on the side stood up suddenly and said in horror. The others gathered around with weapons in hand, looking at their master with worried expressions on their faces. They could easily deal with dozens of gnolls, but more than 300 gnolls would definitely be a big trouble. "Calm down, let me think about it," Wylan said calmly and began to think about countermeasures. The gnolls coming from the interior of the province are definitely the evacuating monster coalition. There may be many silver-level monsters inside, and the top priority is to avoid their sharp edge and try to preserve the living force. Notify Raimondo to abandon other supplies, take the horses and necessary rations, and evacuate in our direction. Yes, my lord. The night squire did not stay and sent them back as quickly as possible. At the same time, the gnolls, who were only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Grey Mist Mountain camp, had already discovered Raimondo and his group here. One-armed Rogers rode on the back of the tall gnoll, and his face became gloomy. Look carefully, there is a human camp ahead. Leader, there are many humans ahead, and the flags they are hanging are exactly the flags used by the human outpost. Hearing this, Rogers gave up the idea of taking a detour, and his expression gradually became fierce. Go full speed ahead, I want to collect some interest. Yes, sir. Hundreds of gnolls suddenly accelerated and headed towards the camp. In the camp, Raimondo received an order from Wylan and immediately ordered, "Abandon this place, take the purple horse and retreat with me." The 8 knight attendants who were arranging fortifications heard the order, immediately discarded the wood and stones in their hands, took the necessary rations, rode on the purple horse, followed Raimondo, and went to the Grey Mist Mountain. Only 10 minutes later, hundreds of gnolls who came out of the wilderness arrived at the camp. In an instant, the fortifications that had not yet been completed were destroyed by the gnolls, and the tents were torn to pieces. Rogers looked at the empty camp, and his anger made him lose his mind. He shouted to his men, "Where are those humans?" "Leader, over there." They ran over there. A gnoll with a keen sense of smell sniffed and quickly gave the answer. "Chase, I want to eat them alive." Looking at the broken arm, Rogers once again issued a pursuit order. The other brainless gnolls chose to follow and headed towards the Grey Mist Mountain. Thinking with their brains, there are hundreds of people on their side, and only a dozen people on the other side. No matter what, they can't lose. In the Grey Mist Mountain, Wylan saw Raimondo coming and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the message would not be delivered in time and would be dragged by the group of gnolls. "My lord, the group of gnolls is behind us and will arrive soon. Be prepared for battle. The target of this group of gnolls should be us." Wylan stood up and looked at the large number of phantoms appearing in the distance and ordered loudly. Just when everyone was actively preparing for the battle, the legendary magician's fingers began to fluctuate, as if he was about to wake up. 10 minutes later, hundreds of gnolls surrounded Wylan and his party. Each gnoll looked at these people fiercely, constantly swinging the weapons in their hands, waiting for the leader's order. Varen drew his knight's sword from his horse and prepared for battle. If you want to survive this situation, you can only kill the opponent's leader first and leave them in chaos before you have a chance to escape. Of course, if the legendary magician wakes up at this time, this situation will be easily solved. Here, the jackals were divided into 2 teams directly opposite. A jackal with a broken arm rode on the back of a tall jackal and slowly walked forward. The moment he saw the other party, Wylan's eyes became solemn. "Ha ha ha, this must be my god's blessing on me and giving me the opportunity for revenge." Roger's face became crazy and he roared loudly, "I will tear you into pieces, pickle you with salt, and taste it slowly." Hearing the other party's common language, Varen held the knight's sword tightly and waited for the right moment. There are 7 silver knights on his side, so there may be a chance to kill the opponent forcefully, but these 12 knights in attendance are definitely unable to take care of them all. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Go crush them. Roger showed excitement, waved his hand, and asked his men to attack. The gnolls who received the order swung their chain hammers and flails, roared loudly, and launched an attack. Knight squires retreat and protect themselves. The other 6 follow me and kill the one-armed gnoll. Velen made a prompt decision, issued an order, and then led the way. Several bronze mid-level gnolls were cut in half, and the hot blood dyed their armor red, marking the official start of the battle. The next moment, more crazy gnolls swarmed in, constantly attacking the advancing Varen and the other 6 silver knights. As more and more gnolls rushed up, the 7 was separated, and Varen gradually lost contact with the other 6. As a key focus, Rogers mobilized most of the bronze high-level gnolls to besiege Varen. Cut off one of this human's legs, and you'll be rewarded with 20 gold coins. One arm, 50 gold coins. The many gnolls around heard the leader's words, and the strong smell of blood made them gradually lose their minds. Wellin kept swinging the knight's sword, and almost every attack could kill a gnoll, but the number of gnolls around him was increasing, and there was no reduction at all. This can't go on. Feeling the fighting spirit in his body being consumed, he had to make a decision. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death here. At this moment, the legendary magician in the back woke up, looked around with cold eyes, and chanted a spell in his mouth, and a huge magic beam began to condense. In an instant, the surroundings were covered with ice and snow, and all the gnolls were frozen. Wellin, panting, stopped his movements, shook the blood crystal solidified on his armor, and was surprised. The strange pronunciation. The frozen gnoll ice sculpture began to break and turned into tiny crystals. Even the arrogant one-armed werewolf was no exception, and turned into part of the snow crystal on the ground. In an instant, the danger was lifted, and he knew who did it without thinking. Then Wylin took off his helmet, came to the legendary wizard floating in the air, and bowed to show respect. "Sir, thank you for your help." The legendary wizard heard Wylin's words. His eyes were full of doubts, and he muttered in his mouth, and then he knew what he said. "Young man, thank you for your help." Listening to the familiar common language, Wylin sighed at the magic of magic in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface and remained respectful. The legendary wizard looked around, opened his lips, and asked in a self-righteous manner, "Where is this place?" "Sir, this place is located in the Grey Mist Mountain, in the Yellowstone area of the Grey Wasteland of the Zipna subcontinent." Feeling the indifference in the other party's tone, Wylin did not dare to neglect it, and said what the other party wanted truthfully. "Grey Mist Mountain." With an affirmative tone, she already knew everything in her heart. "Escaped urgently, and indeed came to the world from the starry sky, but the foundation was also injured. I had to stop to recuperate." Feeling the oppression of the laws around her, she was more than 100 times stronger than the mother world she was in. It was definitely a powerful and terrifying world. This forced her to establish contact with the natives as soon as possible to offset the rejection and oppression of the laws, otherwise her injuries would worsen and she would die. Wylin looked at the other party in silence, standing quietly in place, waiting for the other party's instructions. "As a reward, I will protect you for 30 years. Are you willing?" Was exactly the same as the time limit told by fate. Looking at the other party's somewhat defeated face, he seemed to understand something. "It's my honor." Then the legendary wizard mobilized a trace of magic power, recovered in his body, to form 2 lavender magic circles under her and Wylin's feet. Looking at the magic circle under his feet, Wylin was a little panicked, and the information that appeared in his mind the next moment dispelled his doubts. "This is the ceremony of protecting the contract. Under the witness of the God you believe in. You and I will reach a contract." "Yes, sir." The next moment, the ceremony began. Wylin put on a pious expression on his face and said solemnly, "Great goddess of life, your faithful believer, conclude a contract, please witness it." After a long series of sacred oaths, a beam of light enveloped the two. At the same time, 12 knight attendants and 6 silver knights knelt down and bowed their heads to show respect for the gods. In Wylin's eyes, the legendary wizard seemed to see something, and a respectful look appeared on his cold face. He began to solemnly swear. "The legendary ice magician Anastasia swears here that she is willing to protect Wylin and his territory for 30 years and guarantee the other party's absolute safety in exchange." The words after that were completely incomprehensible in Wylin's ears, as if they were out of order. "Yes, sir." The majestic voice rang in his ears, and the soft beam of light dissipated. After the ceremony, the legendary ice magician Anastasia landed steadily on the ground, looking at the young man in front of him curiously, wanting to say something, but unable to. "From now on, I will protect you and your territory until 30 years later. From now on, you can call me Anastasia." After looking at me with curious eyes, Anastasia said in a soft tone, no longer indifferent as before. "Yes, ma'am." Wellin bowed his head and answered, with a general understanding in his heart. "Raimondo, take your people to collect the complete money and supplies around." When Raimundo received the order and was about to leave, Varen hurriedly stopped him and added, "Choose those with high value." "Yes, Lord." The horses they carried were limited, and it was impossible to bring back all the things carried by the more than 300 jackals. They could only select the ones with high value and bury the rest on the spot, waiting to be retrieved later. As the temperature rises, the ice crystals on the ground begin to melt, and the blood flows down the mountain. More of it is left on this land as nourishment for the plants in Grey Mist Mountain. The legendary mage Anastasia looked at the busy group of people, and with a wave of his hand, an ice throne took shape. Sitting on the throne, looking at the tattered robe on her body and the empty middle finger, she had no choice but to do this now. She is not an ignorant girl. As a legendary mage who has lived for more than 600 years, she doesn't care about worldly opinions at all. Besides, who dares to disrespect her? Shia, who was bored, focused her eyes on the young man with whom she had made a contract, and her thirst for knowledge did not diminish at all. She wanted to know why the young man in front of her, who was less than 20 years old, received the attention of gods, and she didn't even know one of them. With her current strength, she doesn't have the guts to offend the majesty of the gods. Soon the sky darkened. Since the tents were destroyed by the gnolls, Wylan could only order his subordinates to find more firewood, make a fire to keep warm, use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and rest for a night. After a pot of broth was cooked, Wylan filled a bowl and sent it to the legendary magician. "Miss Anasta." At the edge of the camp, Wylan came to an ice house, pushed the door open, and put the broth on the ice table. "Thank you." Zia opened her eyes, woke up from her practice, and thanked Wylan. Unconsciously, she had put the young man on the same level. Wylan bowed and saluted, then left the ice house, looking at the bright red moon in the night sky, in a good mood. The security problem has been solved, and the next step is to develop in a whale-like manner. With the protection of a legendary magician, even if it is a half-crippled legendary magician, it is enough for him to walk sideways on the border of the kingdom of Ilya. The larger the territory, the more resources and the more people trained. The larger the territory can be expanded, a virtuous cycle. If the 7-color life flower can be found at the bottom of the Kixing Lake, then there must be unknown treasures in other places that can quickly improve strength. With the help of fate, he will definitely become the 6th Earl of the family in 30 years. At this time, Raimundo walked towards Wylan excitedly with a stack of papers. "Master, we made a fortune this time." "No hurry, eat first, and then talk slowly." Wylan was in a good mood and ordered Raimundo. At night, Wylan and Raimundo sat on the ground by the campfire and began to discuss how to deal with this batch of materials. There are about 30,000 gold coins, and a lot of silver coins. I can't count them all. I estimate that there are about 150,000, 256 fine knight swords, 136 sets of fine armor, 893 low-level magic crystals, 17 intermediate magic crystals, 1 high-level magic crystal, 376 magic pearls, 130 special papers for making magic scrolls, 16 bottles of magic potions, 12 pounds of purple gold sand, and 32 elementary magic books of various types, with a total value of more than 100,000 gold coins. As Wylan listened to Raimundo's report, the smile on his face never stopped. This time it was really a windfall. He had given up leading the troops south to rob the supplies looted by the gnolls. But he didn't expect that the gnoll leader would take the essence and leave the Cardero province from the north in a unique way. Am I really? The next moment, Wylan shook his head and abandoned this unrealistic idea. Instead of fantasizing about this, it is better to honestly plan the next development and grow step by step. Take away 50 sets of knight swords and armor each, bury the rest on the spot and mark them. Send someone to retrieve them after you return. As for the rest, take them all away and don't leave them here. My lord, I'll give the order right away. The excited Raimundo immediately stood up and went to tell the knight's attendants to dig a pit to bury the knight's swords and armor. Wylan leaned against the trunk of a big tree, looking at the ice house not far away, feeling more relaxed than ever before. 2 days later, Wylan returned with a full load of seized supplies. Outside the village, two rock monitors in training looked at their master returning, left the breeder behind, and ran over happily. Zia followed Wylan, curiously looking at the surrounding environment and buildings. The first impression was cleanliness, which directly changed her stereotype of the dirty environment of the town. "Velen, as a lord, you must be qualified." Velen heard this and said with a smile, "Miss Anastasia is great. During the long journey, there are few towns I have visited that have such a clean and comfortable environment." Anastasia looked at Velen and said calmly. At this time, seeing the two rock monitors running over, Velen squatted down and touched their chins curiously. "Hey, interesting. Can you let me study these two pets for 2 days?" Feeling great oppression, the two rock monitors trembled with fear and buried their heads in the soil. Looking at the two pets who were about to urinate, Velen comforted them and said, "Madam, in this state, it is obviously impossible for them to cooperate with your research. I think forget it." "Yes." Anastasia nodded and stopped paying attention. Seeing that the other party was no longer persistent, Velen breathed a sigh of relief. He was still reasonable and could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. MS. "Anasta, do I provide you with a place to stay? Or do you choose a place, and I'll have someone build it for you?" Wylan said to Zia, after letting Xiaobai and Xiao Huang leave. "No, you just need to give me a place, and I'll take care of the rest." Zia returned to her aloof look and added, "It's best to stay away from the center of your territory." Listening to Zia's words, Wylan was a little confused but still followed her choice. "Madam, I want to ask how big the range needs to be." Wylan thought for a while and asked. 30 square kilometers." Zia gave an approximate value, based on the minimum range of radiation from her legendary domain. Then Wylan asked Baird to get the map. As Zia arrived at the Praying Star Lake, he clearly felt that the temperature had dropped by 3 or 4 degrees compared to the previous temperature, which should be related to the area required by the other party. Zia stood aside, watching the young noble draw 2 places on the parchment. Since she didn't know the characters of this world, she could only wait for Wylan to explain it to her. "Madam, please look." Wylan put away the pencil and explained to Zia, "I think these 2 places are suitable. One is 11 kilometers north of the Praying Star Lake, and the other is 30 kilometers west. Then this one." After examining it, Zia stretched out her white finger and pointed to the place 30 kilometers west of the Praying Star Lake. Wylan nodded slightly. With the protection of this big man, the entrance to the dark area should be easy to develop. However, the development of the dark area will be considered after 3 to 5 years. Now his territory does not have extra power to do such dangerous things. The most urgent thing is to take advantage of this great opportunity to expand the territory. "Madam, these 30 square kilometers of land can be used as your private territory, and you can dispose of it as you like." Zia nodded after hearing this and was very satisfied. Then Wylan personally took Zia to the guest room of the castle, let her rest for a while, and took her to the destination tomorrow. After everything was done, the sun had already set. After Wylan had dinner, he called Baird to the study to learn about the movements of the Southern Wolf Army. After he had eaten up the essence, he set his sights on the population. Baird came to the hall, bowed and saluted, and reported, "My lord, the large group of jackals was surrounded by the kingdom's army at the border and has been wiped out. But according to the intelligence my subordinates have found, this group of noble coalition forces from the province of Serap seems to be very disappointed." "Of course they will be disappointed," Wylan said with a smile after hearing this. Baird was a little confused, and the lord seemed to have known everything for a long time. He was worthy of being a man favored by the goddess. "Baird, notify others to hold a territory meeting in 3 days. It's time for us to expand to the west." Wylan stood up and told Baird, "In addition, go and select 20 young women." "I will be useful." "Yes, my lord." After hearing this, Wylan nodded, and after Baird left, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Wylan asked Baird to prepare some necessary supplies, and asked Raimondo to take out half of the things harvested from the jackals, load them on the carriage, and send them together to the west 30 kilometers. "My lord, I don't understand." Raimondo came to Wylan and confided his thoughts, wanting to find an answer. "Those things are valuable, but they were unexpected. They were originally seized by Miss Anasta." We are lucky to get half of them. Wylan felt the cold breath behind him and explained to Raimondo. Standing not far from the convoy, Zia listened to the words of the noble boy, and a strange look flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak. "Madam, good morning." Wylan turned around appropriately, found Zia and bowed. "Hello, Wylan, since you are ready, let's go." "Yes, sir." Under Wylan's order, a squadron of soldiers escorted 12 carriages loaded with various supplies, as well as 20 carefully selected beautiful female serfs, to the Silver Ice area 30 kilometers away, the name Wylan specially set up for these 30 square kilometers. An hour later, Wylan arrived at a hill 2 kilometers to the left of the entrance to the Underdark. There was a river of moderate size around it, which could be used as a water source for the Silver Ice area. "Not bad," Zia commented, and then mobilized the magic power in his body to drive the magic power around him to move closer to here. Wylan stood aside, watching the water gathered from all around. Under the operation of the legendary magician, from nothing to something, in just half an hour, a castle made of ice was formed. The surroundings were covered with ice and snow, and all the plants turned into tiny ice crystals under the erosion of the ice breath. Others looked at the scene that seemed like a miracle and stood there blankly. "Velen, this is my future residence. You can come to me for help at any time. I will fulfill the contract." "Yes, ma'am." Wylan responded respectfully and then pointed to the 20 female serfs who were a little pretty, and then said, "Ma'am, this is the servant I gave you. I hope you will accept it." Zia turned around, stretched out his right hand, and a magic circle enveloped the 20 female serfs and declared majestically, "Are you willing to be my ice servants?" "Yes," the 20 female serfs answered in unison. As soon as the voice fell, the magic circle started, covering the 20 people. After a few minutes, the magic light dissipated, and the 20 female serfs wearing coarse cloth disappeared. Instead, there were 20 people with azure skin, the main part of which was covered with ice, which served as clothes. There were 2 pairs of translucent wings behind them, and tentacles on their heads that had not yet grown. Even their appearance changed a lot. As for strength, according to Wylan's perception, the former ordinary human has now reached the mid-level bronze level and is still growing. 20 unknown creatures opened their eyes, knelt on the ground, bowed to Zia and said respectfully, "Meet the master." Zia saw Wylan's doubts and explained with a smile, "They are no longer human, you can call them ice elves." Wylan closed his mouth and said in shock, "Sir, your ability it." "Don't worry, I know what you are afraid of." Zia waved Wylan's words and interrupted Wylan, and then explained, "There are many restrictions to transforming into an ice servant. I didn't expect this transformation to be so thorough. And there was no distortion. Maybe it's thanks to you." Wylan looked at Zia's smile and was a little confused. "This is my contractor. From now on, as long as he comes, you can't stop him." "Yes, master," 20 ice elves answered. Finally, Zia took out a token from his chest and gave it to Wylan. "This is a token. When necessary, it can block the following 3 attacks from the legend for you, and at the same time deter some people with ulterior motives. This is the reward for these things." "Thank you, ma'am." Feeling the residual warmth on the token, Wylan did not pretend and thanked him directly. Afterwards, Wylan said goodbye to Zia and returned to the Lake of Praying Stars with Baird and his party. On the way back, Raimondo looked at Wylan with admiration and said excitedly, "Master, you are really far-sighted. You can get a treasure by using these things." It's not a loss this time." Bailda on the side was confused and looked at his master and Raimondo in confusion. He didn't understand the whole story. He couldn't figure out why this happened. 2 days later, in the castle hall, 14 low-level silver knights took their seats in turn, according to their respective identities and status. Wine watched everyone arrive and called a meeting. Directly, "So far we have 4,000 people, 500 troops, 83 knight attendants and 15 silver knights. With sufficient food, ample weapons, a stable base, and the protection of strong people, it is the right time to expand the territory. Within a year, we must not only develop and utilize all the 150 square kilometers of land in Kixing Lake, but also continue to expand the territory and establish a buffer zone on the periphery to leave enough space." After hearing this, the other 14 silver knights understood the purpose of their lord. Last time the territory was first built, They could discard those unnecessary things and preserve the living force. But as the territory expands, they can't repeat this action every time, so they must keep the enemy outside the territory to reduce losses. My lord, I don't know how much land we need to open up this time and how big a buffer zone we need to build. Baird looked at Wylan and said. Wylan looked around and said directly, with the Praying Star Lake as the center, we will open up at least 200 square kilometers of land to the west and establish a 20-kilometer-long buffer zone. At this point, Wylan stopped, took out 2 pieces of parchment, handed them to Baird and Orlando respectively, and asked them to pass them down in turn. Seeing that the Lord did not speak, the others began to discuss in a low voice. 10 minutes later, after everyone had read the contents of the parchment, Wylan continued, there will be progress only if there is competition. I decided to divide the 2 departments of development and construction and give them equal resources. After a year, the team that has made greater achievements in the Praying Star Lake and the newly developed area will be awarded 6 low-level magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of excellent knight armor, 3 excellent knight swords, and a 7-color life F. Lower, you have seen the evaluation criteria, so I will not elaborate on them. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at their lords, waiting for the next order. Wylan did not let them worry and directly announced the list. The department left in the Lake of Praying Stars for construction will be led by Baird, and the members will be Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, and 3 squadrons of soldiers will be retained. The rest of the army will be assigned to the development department, led by Orlando. Except for Raimondo, the rest of the Silver Knights will be assigned to this department. 2/3 of the weapons and equipment in the territory and 1/3 of the food supplies, and 1,000 people in the territory will be selected and assigned to the development department. By this time next year, we will conduct an evaluation and decide the winner. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Please rest assured, my lord, we will do our best to complete our respective tasks. The 14 people stood up and said loudly to Wylan with a firm tone. No one was willing to give up such a generous reward. Okay, except for Raimondo. Everyone else goes down to prepare. Wylan waved his hand, disbanded the meeting, and asked everyone to go out. After a while, Wylan and Raimondo were the only ones left in the empty hall. Raimondo, how is the caravan being organized? My lord, the caravan has been organized, with 12 carriages, 18 pack horses, 3 war horses, 12 drivers, 15 men, 15 caravan guards, 2 cooks and a doctor who knows a little about medicine, plus me, a total of 46 people. Yes, Wylan nodded and said, I'll give you 2 days to pick some goods and then take you to open up trade routes. Yes, my lord. Raimondo bowed and saluted, then left the hall. On the other side, after Orlando came out of the hall, he took his brother back to the village at the foot of the mountain to prepare for today's training with his contractors. Brother, this is a good opportunity to prove ourselves and let the Lord see our role. Hebrew waved his fist excitedly as he walked. It's an opportunity, but it's also a responsibility. Orlando turned to look at his brother, his face calm and not very excited. There are only 4 people on the side of General Baird, except for the Lord and Raimondo. The rest of the high-powered ones are almost all under my command. Looking at his elder brother's expression, Hebrew restrained his emotions and asked, Are there any problems? No problem. Orlando shook his head and said, This is an opportunity for the Lord to give us experience. We must grasp it well to lead the team to open up the territory alone, otherwise the 2 of us will stay with the Lord as guards in the future. Is there anything wrong with being a guard? Hebrew looked at his elder brother with a puzzled look. Unknowingly, the 2 brothers Orlando came to the station where their contractors were. Train well. And don't let me down when the time comes, got it? Big brother, I will work hard. Orlando nodded and walked to the left area of the camp. On the open ground, seeing the 30 contractors training hard, Orlando nodded with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and began to patrol. 30 teenagers aged 13 or 14 watched their contractors coming and trained harder. As slaves and serve, they longed to be useful people, not useless garbage. After patrolling around, Orlando took the wooden sword for training from the weapon rack next to him and asked his 30 contractors to gather. Soon, the 30 sweaty teenagers stood in front of Orlando, waiting for the next order. Today the Lord has given me an important task. The above is what we have to do. This is the Lord's test of us, and it is also an opportunity for us to prove our worth. You exist because of me, and I exist because of the Lord. Goddess of life, for the Lord, we are willing to give everything. The 30 young men looked pious and took the oath once a day as usual. Then, Orlando began to communicate with the light ball in his body, connecting the fighting spirit information of the 30 people. In the square, a light red light ball enveloped the 31 people. From a distance, the light red light ball had a vague outline, but it was not obvious. Standing at the highest point of the castle, Wylan looked at the scene below the mountain and smiled with relief at Orlando, who was training hard. The effect of watching from a distance is good, but I don't know how the combat effectiveness is. This time, I hope to watch your growth, Wylan said to himself, touching his chin. Unconsciously, he raised Orlando and Hebrew as his own children. In the next 2 days, Wylan let Baird accept everything about the Lake of Praying Stars. Except for the materials allocated to the development department, all other resources of the Kixing Lake were handed over to Baird for management. At the same time, Wylan also set about building a private treasury to distinguish it from the finances in the territory. In the basement of the castle, Wylan looked at the dim candlelight around him and admired his personal treasures. 300 kilograms of mithril and 50 kilograms of mountain copper, counting for almost 10% of the inventory of the entire territory. In addition, the treasure chest next to it also contains 3 sets of excellent night equipment, 10 intermediate magic crystals, 1 advanced magic crystal, and 50 magic pearls. On the wooden shelf are 30 special papers for making magic scrolls, 6 bottles of magic potions, 3 pounds of purple gold sand, 32 elementary magic books of various types, and 3 night breathing methods. On the left side of the basement, there are 3 wooden boxes, each of which contains 10,000 gold coins, which is the least valuable thing here. These are his own private collections from now on. Although everything in the territory is mine, I need to think twice before using it. But the private vault is different. Looking at the many treasures, Wylan smiled and said to himself, perhaps for the supplies of the territory, 2 storage systems can also be established, one for normal use and one for reserve, just in case. For the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind, Wylan immediately decided to take action. After leaving the basement, Wylan immediately asked the castle guards to call Baird over. My lord, you are looking for me. After receiving the order, Baird immediately put down his work and rushed over. Baird, I have an idea and want to hear your opinion. My lord, please make it clear. Wylan leaned on the stone seat and said slowly, for the storage system of the territory, we can follow the 7-3 principle. The 7th floor is used as normal supplies and is open. The 3rd floor is used as backup supplies to prevent accidents. What do you think? Feasible? Baird thought for a while and answered immediately. In fact, he prefers the 82 ratio for storage, but since his superior has made it clear, as a subordinate, it is not easy to refute. Besides, storing an extra layer of supplies also provides an extra layer of protection, so there is no loss. That's it, I'll leave it to you to plan the general warehouse in the castle. In addition, you have to be responsible for the construction of the Lake of Prayer for Stars. I'm busy with official duties, so I won't keep you here. Yes, Lord. As quickly as he came, he left as quickly as he came. In less than 10 minutes, Baird left the hall. At this moment a guard entered the hall, knelt down on one knee, and reported respectfully. My lord, Sir Knight Raimundo asks to see you. Let him in. Varin, who was about to leave, immediately sat down again and gave instructions to the soldiers. Not long after, a young man wearing brown linen clothes entered the hall and leaned down to salute. Wylan was stunned for a moment. Raimundo, why are you dressed like this? Raimundo looked at his own attire and immediately replied, My lord, your wealth should not be exposed. As a businessman, the first thing to do is to keep a low profile, so as to avoid becoming a fat sheep of other forces. You're right, Wylan covered his forehead and replied. As a noble, his thinking has not changed yet, so he feels strange. Raimundo then began to report on his work. My lord, this time we are going on a trade trip. 10 carriages will pull the goods, and 2 carriages will carry the living supplies needed by the caravan. Therefore, the cargo that can be carried is 12 tons. I choose 2 tons of finely processed mineral salt and 2 tons of rough processed mineral salt. 6 tons. The remaining cargo consisted of 320 animal skins, 120 folding chairs, and 6,000 pounds of jicama. Go down and get ready and leave early tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. After Raimundo left, Varon looked at his clothes and immediately asked his servant to fetch a piece of linen clothing. On the muddy road in Cadro province, among Raimundo's caravan, Varon sat bored on the roof of a carriage, looking at the desolate scenes along the way. They are still more than 20 kilometers away from the first location, Grosvenor Barony. Looking at the markings on the roadside, Varon took out the map of Cadro province from his arms and looked at the 6 places outlined on it, which were the 6 relatively prosperous aristocratic territories that the trade route passed through. Try to complete it within 2 months. After putting away the map, Wylan lay on the roof of the car, looked at the gloomy sky, and muttered to himself. The development of trade routes this time is not just about simply following a planned trade route, but also includes visiting local nobles, getting to know each other, communicating, and establishing personal relationships. More than an hour later, a small city appeared in front of everyone. At the entrance of the city gate, hundreds of civilians and businessmen were queuing up, waiting to enter the city. The Grosvenor Barony is led by the Grosvenor family. It is a small family that was founded less than 100 years ago and has lasted for 3 generations. The only territory the family owns is this 3,000 square kilometers of land. Thanks to its strategic location and location on a major transportation thoroughfare, it is a relatively prosperous trading town in the surrounding area. 7 or 8 noble families and many pioneering lords from the surrounding area will come here to conduct transactions. After inspection, the caravan successfully entered the small town. As soon as he entered the city, the stench that assaulted his nostrils made Wylan cover his mouth and nose. Garbage, urine, and feces are dumped haphazardly on the streets. Sir, do you need shoes? A small vendor ran to the caravan holding several pairs of high heels and sold them. Carefully. When Raimundo heard the other party's words, he subconsciously looked at Wellen, who was sitting on the roof of the car. You are the caravan leader, and you make your own decisions. Yes, sir. Raimundo turned to look at the vendor and asked, how much does a pair cost? Seeing that there was business, the vendor said respectfully, Sir, these high heels can prevent you from stepping on the filth in the city. A pair only costs 5 copper coins. After thinking about it, Raimundo took out a silver coin from his pocket and gave it to the vendor. I want all the shoes in your hands. And with the remaining money, I can hire you as a tour guide for a few days. Are you willing? Yes, sir, yes, little one. The vendor took the silver coins, put them in the inner pocket of his clothes, handed all 10 pairs of high heels to the caravan guard next to him, and quickly assumed the role of tour guide. Sir, my name is Tom. Please give me your orders. Take us to the area where the carriages are parked first. Raimundo thought for a while and decided to find a place for the caravan to stay, and then went to hand over greeting cards to the nobles here. As for the sale of goods, if you establish a connection with the nobles here, you won't be afraid of not being able to sell them. Please come with me, my lord. Later, the caravan followed Tom, a local merchant, to the place where the caravan was specifically stationed. After all the equipment was ready, Raimundo recruited a caravan guard. Take this letter and the family crest, and follow Tom to deliver a greeting to Baron Grosvenor here. Yes, sir. The caravan guard took the letter and Jayahui, and followed the small merchant to the small castle in the city. In the small castle in the center of the small town, Duke, the current patriarch of the Grosvenor family and the second son of Baron Grosvenor, was shirtless, waving the knight's sword in his hand, practicing his skills. The bronze knight is an intermediate level. I don't know when I can break through to the high level. My own talent is limited, and I can only make up for it through hard work. When he stopped training and prepared to take a break, the castle's steward came in and reported, Master, a noble sent someone to hand in a visiting card. It is one of the family that the master asked us to focus on. Duke stopped and turned around to ask, Yes, that family. It is the X family. It should be the pioneer knight on the nearby border. The steward answered truthfully. Take the visiting card and go to the main castle outside the city to inform my father. Yes, master. After the steward left, Duke wiped the sweat off his body while ordering the servants to start cleaning up and arranging the venue, and also asked someone to sniff out information. Soon, a knight attendant rode a fast horse and headed towards the castle 20 kilometers north of the town. As night approached, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura and several guards came to the town of Grosvenor. Overnight, Father, at the entrance of the castle, Duke, wearing a silk robe, bowed and saluted. Duke, how is the situation? Faced with his father's inquiry, Duke recounted the information he had investigated in just 3 hours during the day. Father, the other party is stationed in Zicheng district and will visit at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. In addition, the goods of their caravan include. After listening, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. Now all those spies have been withdrawn. Yes, Father. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Late at night, after Duke finished handling his affairs, he came to the study door and knocked gently on the door. Come in. Duke pushed the door open, looked at his father's back, lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Father, it's taken care of. The middle-aged man put down the book in his hand, turned his head, looked at his second son, was silent for a while and said, You did a good job in the monster attack in the wasteland. Father, this is what I should do. Duke looked calm as he accepted his father's award. Looking at his second son, who was ordinary in talent but hardworking, the middle-aged man had a complicated expression on his face. Their family is just a small barren family. Apart from paying taxes to the kingdom and paying fees to the superior nobles, the remaining resources are very limited. It is already very difficult to train heirs. For other family members, they can only be trained on the best. He also nothing can be done. Your talent is mediocre, and I can see your hard work over the years. After a long time, the middle-aged man spoke again. In the family, you have no future. I want to hear your choice. Duke lowered his head and said nothing. The light of the candles swayed in the evening breeze. This change of light and shadow adds an atmosphere of silence to the surrounding environment. Father, I follow your arrangements. After thinking for a long time, Duke decided to follow his father's arrangements. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the pioneer of the Acres family. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Yes, Father. Duke bowed and then left the room. Walking in the dark corridor, Duke looked melancholy. He also learned a lot about the monster attack in the wilderness more than a month ago. The pioneer from the Acres family established a pioneering territory in less than a year, and while preserving the territory, he showed strong fighting power, which made those jackals retreat and turn around. Attack inland areas. As for the fighting power of the jackals, he still had fresh memories of the battle seen more than a month ago. If it weren't for the city wall, the small town's defenders wouldn't be able to stop more than 300 jackals. I hope he'll like me. He doesn't think he has any shining points. Apart from his hard work, he is useless. 6 hours later, the sun rose. Wylan got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Sir, is this what you are wearing? Raimundo, who was already waiting at the door of the room, looked at Wylan's outfit and asked doubtfully. Wylan yawned and said, It's quite troublesome to change clothes, that's all. After breakfast, Varen took Raimundo and 2 caravan guards, and the 4 of them went to the center of the small town to visit the lord here. After passing through the dirty streets, we came to the relatively clean castle square. A plainly dressed butler saw the arrival of Wylan and others immediately stepped forward to greet them and said respectfully, May I ask if you are Lord Wylan? Well, I am. The housekeeper looked at the calm young man, not arrogant, and felt relieved. My lord, please come with me. The Baron has been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, Wylan followed the butler into the castle, walked through the relatively spacious stone road, and came to a simple hall. The middle-aged man saw the young man in linen clothes walking in and immediately stood up to greet him, followed closely by Duke, who was standing behind him. Young Eagle of the Eccles family, Welcome to your arrival. I am the nobleman here, the Baron of Grosvenor, Wesker Grosvenor. Wylan looked at this friendly middle-aged uncle, put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, Baron, I'm sorry to bother you, but I hope you don't mind." "Ha, it's my honor for you to come." The two parties exchanged a few polite words, and Wesker warmly invited Welland to sit down and asked the servants to bring expensive pastries and fine wines. Raimundo came behind Wylan and stood quietly. As for the other two caravan guards, they were waiting outside. Duke, who was standing behind his father, raised his head slightly and looked at the powerful young man behind the young man. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked that he couldn't see the other man's strength. "Well, Varon, it's okay for me to call you this," Wesker said to Varon with a smile on his face. "Baron Wesker, you are free to do as you like," Varon said gently, sitting on the exquisite chair. "This is the upbringing of a great nobleman." Wesker looked at the powerful but humble young man and recalled the appearance of the nobles from the family whom his grandfather was looking for coming to collect donations, and he couldn't help but shook his head. Immediately afterwards, the two sides chatted about the situation in the Cardero province, allowing Wylan, who had stayed in the territory for more than a month, to learn a lot of useful information. The most important thing is that the kingdom actually has a silver knights stationed in the small place of Cardero province. According to the kingdom's military system, a silver knight's order includes 3 gold knights, 300 silver knights, 3,000 bronze knights, and an uncertain number of knight attendants, roughly between 5,000 and 10,000. Baron Wesker, one of the reasons for coming here this time is to visit the Grosvenor family, and the other is about business. After going around and around, Varon revealed the purpose of his trip. Wesker was not surprised when he heard Varon's words. He had expected it. "I wonder what product it is." Although the information had been ascertained, Wesker did not directly tell it before such an occasion, but asked politely. "Table salt is processed from mineral salt." Raimundo, who was standing behind Wylan, took 2 small cloth bags from his waist and placed them on the long wooden table. Wesker saw the other party making a gesture of invitation, so he stopped pretending, took the 2 cloth bags, and carefully poured them on the wooden table. The refined mineral salt looked white and crystal with uniform particles. Wesker took some salt and rubbed it on his fingertips. It was dry and not damp, delicate and smooth. He put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. His eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "It's of high quality. I wonder how much you offer." "How much do you think it's worth, Baron?" After hearing this, Wesker did not answer immediately, but looked at another pile of roughly processed salt grains and evaluated them in his mind. After a while, Wesker pointed to the refined experiment and said, "For this kind of salt, I am willing to offer 25 copper coins per pound. As for the other kind, it is a little bitter and the texture is not good, but it is better than the mineral salt on the market. I am willing to offer 10 copper coins per pound to buy it." After hearing this, Wylan found that the price was not much different from what he had estimated in his mind, and he was about to discuss further, but was interrupted by Wesker's words. "Wesker, business matters can be discussed later. I have a favor to ask." Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. "Please tell me." The words that were about to reach his lips were put back again. Varon looked at Wesker blankly and said. Wesker said apologetically, "I want you to introduce my second son, Duke." "Oh." Varon looked at the young man behind Wesker, who puffed out his chest and looked up and down. The strength of the intermediate bronze level is quite satisfactory. When Duke heard Wylan's words, he felt a little disappointed, but he didn't show it and still stood motionless behind his father. If that's the case, then. Wesker didn't have much hope for this and was ready to change the topic to business. The next moment, Wylan waved his hand to interrupt the other party's speech. "However, I can give your second son a chance. As long as he can pass my test, I can accept him and train him." "I wonder what the test is." Seeing that things were turning around, Wesker looked hopeful and asked impatiently. "Fight a fight with my caravan guard, and I will give you the answer." Seeing this, Wesker hurriedly agreed, and enthusiastically took Welland to the training ground in the center of the castle. With his host leading the way, Wyland took Raimondo to a training ground covering an area of more than 60 square meters. Various weapons were placed on the weapons racks nearby. Remember to suppress the strength to the same level as the opponent. Varen turned his head and looked at Raimondo and gave him instructions. Yes, Lord. Raimondo nodded in response, then took out a suitable wooden sword from the weapon rack, then took off his linen jacket, revealing the white cloth shirt worn on the inside. After receiving Wesker's approval, Duke also took off his coat, took the wooden sword handed over by the servant, and came to the center of the training ground. Use all your strength and don't lose in one move. This will embarrass your father. Raimondo suppressed his strength to the middle level of bronze, looked Duke up and down, and kindly reminded him. Thank you. After Duke thanked him, his eyes became sharp. He held the wooden sword tightly with both hands and began to slowly mobilize the fighting spirit in his body. Raimondo, on the other hand, looked at Duke very casually and did not make any unnecessary moves, waiting for the opponent to attack first. The next moment, Duke took the lead and attacked Raimondo, but was easily blocked. Standing outside the training ground, Wesker looked at the two fighting men with a serious look. He knew very well about the strength of his second son. He was stronger than some high-level bronze knights in his territory. But he was easily controlled by a caravan guard who was suppressed by the other party in the same realm. Varen noticed the change in Wesker's expression and said with a smile, Lord Baron, your second son is very strong. Compared with the average bronze knight, he is already considered to be first class. After hearing this, Wesker shook his head and said, Wyland, he can't even defeat one of your caravan guards. It's really... No, it can't be calculated that way. Varen said to Wesker, as the leader of the caravan, I carefully selected Raimondo. In addition, he has received complete knight training from his family, so he is naturally better than the lesser nobles. Cultivated. I'm sorry to judge you like this. It's okay, please continue. Wesker didn't feel any contempt. The level was there, and it didn't mean that such a name didn't exist if others didn't say it. The heirs trained by minor nobles may not be as good as our family's knight training. Duke has achieved this level, which is considered good. But he lacks some necessary training. When Wesker heard Wyland's words, he felt a lot more at ease. At least the other party would not refuse to accept his second son. He then complimented. As a family based on the knight profession, the Akers family is very aware of how powerful you are. Thank you for your recognition of Duke. After hearing this, Wyland nodded and said nothing, quietly watching the battle between the two. As time passed, Duke's energy was running low. He panted and looked at his opponent, feeling a little shaken in his heart. His efforts over the years seemed to be worthless. From the short battle, he clearly felt that the opponent was letting go. Based on his judgment, if the opponent goes all out from the beginning, he will definitely lose within 3 moves. Zheng. The sword in Duke's hand was knocked away, and he knelt on the ground helplessly, saying with difficulty, Sir, thank you for your mercy. Your foundation is very poor, but your perseverance is good, you just lack some guidance. Seeing that the fighting had stopped, Wesker and Varen stepped forward. When Duke saw his father coming over, he forced himself to stand up and said with shame, Father, I lost. It's okay, you've tried your best. He thought his father would show an embarrassed expression when he lost, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a face full of love. He hadn't seen his father show such an expression in many years. Duke, are you willing to follow me? Varen came to Duke and said gently. After hearing this, Duke was stunned. Wesker looked at his dull son and immediately kicked him in the knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. After reacting, Duke bowed to the ground and said loudly, Greetings to the Lord. Wyland saw this and helped him up. Say goodbye to your father and come to my station to find me tomorrow morning. You should know the place. Yes, Lord. Duke quickly changed his tune and leaned forward to salute. Subsequently, Raimondo, as the leader of the caravan, further discussed the mineral salt with Wesker's steward and determined the acquisition. After lunch, Wyland said goodbye to Wesker, left the castle with Raimondo and 2 caravan guards, and prepared to go to the commercial district of this small town to see if there was anything he was interested in. My lord, the purchase price given by the other party is much higher than before. After leaving the castle, Raimondo followed behind Wylan and told the story. "Well, tell me about it," Wylan asked with some surprise. Raimondo took out a business contract from his pocket and handed it to Wylan for inspection. At the same time, he explained, "The price you negotiated with Baron Grosvenor before was 25 copper coins per pound for refined mineral salt and 10 copper coins per pound for rough mineral salt. Then I negotiated with the butler that the price was 30 copper coins per pound for refined mineral salt and 12 copper coins per pound for rough mineral salt, which increased the purchase price by 1/5. This time the other party purchased 1 ton of refined mineral salt and 3 tons of rough mineral salt, and agreed to trade once every 3 months according to this contract." "Interesting." Whelan looked at Wesker's signature on the contract and smiled. According to the previous price, the other party needed to pay 110 gold coins, but according to this contract, he needed to pay 132 gold coins, which was 22 more gold coins. However, the other party had an additional condition. That is, in Grosvenor and the surrounding territories, he could no longer trade mineral salt with other nobles. Wylan didn't care at all about this request. His purpose this time was to take Raimondo through the planned trade route and visit the 6 nobles on the way. He did not want to waste extra time contacting the other minor nobles. This trading method saved him a lot of time. "Let's go and see if there are any treasures in this small town. Maybe we can find some." Wylan handed the contract documents to Raimondo and headed to the commercial district of the small town. Seeing that his master had no suggestions or ideas, Raimondo stopped saying anything, put away the contract documents, and quickly followed. The next morning, outside the caravan station, Duke wore a suit of linen clothes, led 2 of his knight attendants, led a war horse, and 3 pack horses, and waited quietly on the spot. The other members of the caravan did not drive away the 3 dukes. They had already learned what happened yesterday and understood that these were the new knights accepted by the Lord, and they might become their immediate bosses. 10 minutes later, after Wylan finished washing, he left the room and walked out of the door. When Duke saw the object of his allegiance appearing, he immediately went up to meet him, stroking his chest and bending down to salute. "Your Majesty, Duke reports to you." "Well, he's recovering well." Looking at the energetic Duke, Varin nodded and said, "Raimondo, I leave Duke to you, train him well." "Yes, sir." Raimondo accepted the task with a calm expression, and then took Duke to the open space next to him, preparing to conduct basic training for him and his 2 knight attendants. Wylan looked at the gloomy weather and felt very relieved. Quiet, cool, and gentle, he enjoyed the weather. In the next few days, based on the situation in the territory and the intelligence collected, Varin signed another deal with Baron Wesker of Grosvenor. The investigation over the past few days gave Varin a general idea of the plight of other minor nobles and pioneers in the border areas. The group of people were caught off guard due to the sudden attack by the Grey Mango Wasteland monster. The loss of property and the threat to their own safety made them eager to sell their serfs in order to leave the Cardero province. This group of people is quite large, with more than 30 people in the border area around Grosvenor alone. They came to Cardero province to develop, hoping for stability. Now that this situation has arisen, this group of weak pioneers have to stop their losses in time, sell serfs and other remaining supplies, turn them into money, and leave this place as soon as possible. Who knows when these departed monsters will come again? Even if the kingdom later mobilized a group of silver knights, it could not prevent these pioneers from leaving this dangerous place. Therefore, a large number of serfs flooded into the market, which directly cut the price of slaves in half. In the past, mature male slave cost 15 gold coins, and a female serf cost 12 gold coins. Now it only costs half the price, and it also comes with a child. Even so, there are many sellers and few buyers, so supply exceeds demand. Trapped away from home, and with no money, Wylan could only turn to Wesker and asked him to purchase 800 male serfs and 500 female serfs for a price of 9,000 gold coins. He also paid 200 gold coins for food and freight, and asked Wesker to send it to the Lake of Praying Stars. For such a good thing, Wesker is happy to oblige. As for the fear that Varin would be unable to pay, Wesker didn't care at all. He actually hoped that the other party would owe money, and get a favor from the other party in vain. On January 20, after 5 days in the small town of Grosvenor, the caravan set off, preparing to leave here and head to its next destination. "Tom, this is your extra reward." At the gate of the city, Raimundo took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and threw them to Tom, who nodded and bowed. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Tom took the silver coin respectfully, carefully put it into his inner pocket, and kept thanking Raimundo. Afterwards, Raimundo ignored the tour guide, who had been working as a guide for 5 days, and loudly ordered the caravan, "Let's go." Wylan was lying on the roof of a carriage, chewing on a plant similar to sugar cane. It was sweet and chewy, which made him pay attention to it, and he was ready to implement it when he returned to the territory. In the next month, I passed through 3 destinations one after another, signed some business agreements with the local nobles, and everything else went smoothly. But at the 5th destination, something unexpected happened. Along the muddy road, there were scrawny serfs everywhere. There were even many deserters mixed in among them. "Sir, I've got it clear." Raimundo looked solemn, came to Wylan's side, and reported the report respectfully. "Tell me why there is such chaos here." Wylan crossed his arms, stared at the refugees on the roadside, and asked, "My lord, the situation is this. The lord of this place is named Kent Brome, and he is at war with the army of his son Barry Brome. The cause is about Kent Brome's daughter Evelyn Brome." "What?" Wylan looked at Raimundo in confusion. After Raimundo got the news, he looked in disbelief. After all, this was too ruinous. 2 months ago, Kent Brome suddenly became obsessed with his daughter Evelyn for some unknown reason. In order to get his daughter, Kent first brought his mistress to the military camp and forced her to admit that Evelyn was the child of her affair. He has no blood relationship. When the Baron's mistress refused to submit, Kent immediately threw her into a military prostitute camp. After 3 weeks of torture, after his mistress became completely crazy, he forced her to admit that Evelyn was not related by blood to him. "What does this have to do with Kent's son?" Varin asked with a puzzled look on his face, touching his chin. "That's the problem." Raimundo then replied, "While Kent stayed in the military camp for 3 weeks, Barry Brome took control of the entire castle and several surrounding towns and announced that his father had been murdered. The demon possessed him. And then the 2 sides started fighting." "No. Why did Kent stay in the military camp for 3 weeks? Why did his son Barry turn against his father when he already had the right to inherit the title? And where is Evelyn, the protagonist of this accident?" Varin was very worried. "I quickly caught the problem. My subordinates don't know yet, but the information they gathered is this." Raimundo touched the back of his head and said doubtfully, "It seems that there is an ulterior conspiracy in it." "Lord, shall we intervene?" "What are you intervening in? This kind of thing will be solved soon. Let's take a detour and go to the terminal, Gressley. Maybe we will know the reason when we come back." "Follow your orders." Raimundo bowed and saluted, and then directed the caravan to change its route and head to Gressley. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix." After half a month of detour, the caravan arrived safely at the last destination of this trip, located in the northeastern border area of Cadlo province, the military town of Gressley, a semi-military town on the northern border, and the only town in Cadlo province that has free trade with the northern iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom of Thorok province. Although the kingdom of Ilya and the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom are still in a state of mutual hostility, the business of the military town of Gressley has not been greatly affected. As soon as they stepped into the city, the aroma of wine filled the air, making the guards of the caravan who had been sleeping in the open air all the way intoxicated. Looking around, dwarves and humans in groups of 3 or 2 were arm in arm, wandering on the road with drunken faces. Correspondingly, there were surprisingly many patrolling guards on the city streets. With just a light sweep, Wylan found no less than 100 soldiers wearing leather armor and holding standard iron swords. "My lord, I have inquired clearly. The Gressley Chamber of Commerce is located in the east district of the military town." Raimundo squeezed out of the crowd and came to the open space where the caravan temporarily stopped to report to Wylan. Let's go, we have been out for 2 months. Yes, sir. After passing through a crowded street, the caravan successfully arrived at the final destination of this trip, the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, established by the Gressley Garrison, the Gressley Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the guards standing guard at the gate of the Chamber of Commerce, Wylan was slightly surprised. Low-level bronze soldiers, worthy of being a Chamber of Commerce opened by the Gressley military town. After several normal procedures, Wylan met the president of the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, Kane, the deputy commander of the Gressley military town, in a reception room. He was a kind and hard-to-see middle-aged man. "Wine, welcome." "You're welcome, Commander Kane." Wylan smiled and bowed slightly to express his respect. Kane motioned Wylan to sit down and asked directly, "Wylan, why did you come here, or is it just for business?" "Of course it's for business." Wylan did not hide anything and frankly stated his purpose. Hearing the other party's answer, Kane just smiled and didn't believe that the other party's purpose was so simple, and then continued to talk about this topic. "In that case, what do you want to trade?" "Food, weapons, and wine." "What about slaves? As far as I know, you should be short of people to open up your territory." "Commander Kane, my territory is not short of people." "That's right, your family has several nobles in the province of Cadlo, so it's impossible to lack population. It's me who said too much." Kane's eyes were a little disappointed, but he concealed it well, and Wylan couldn't see anything from it. After half an hour of conversation, he finally bought 50 tons of wheat at 4 copper coins per caddy, spending 400 gold coins, and bought 200 barrels of wine at 5 silver coins per barrel. As for the weapons he wanted to buy, Kane also said he could not help. The situation between the Kingdom of Elia and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom became increasingly tense. There were many nobles who wanted to gain military merits. The weapons that could be sold in the military town of Gressley were sold out a month ago. The remaining weapons have touched the red line of the military town's weapons inventory. Although they can be sold, Silver Knight Group was suddenly transferred to the Cadlo province, which made these border troops dare not act rashly. Since the purchase was fruitless, Wylan could only think of another way. Fortunately, the expansion of the territory has entered a period of stability, and the need for weapons is not too urgent. After paying the deposit and signing the business agreement, Wylan said goodbye to Kane. After leaving the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, Wylan took Raimondo to stroll around. "My lord, is it going well?" Raimondo followed behind Wylan and asked. "Everything is going well. This business trip has come to an end. After the goods are loaded, we will set off to return." Unconsciously, Wylan passed through 3 commercial streets and came to a dark alley. "Why am I here?" Looking at the dilapidated environment around him, Wylan asked Raimondo with a question mark on his head. "I am also confused." Raimondo held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right hand, looking around vigilantly. For some reason, the two came here in a daze. The breath of the devil. Suddenly, footsteps came from the alley, and a skinny old man in a gray robe appeared in front of the two. Raimondo saw this and drew out his iron sword to block Wylan. For this uninvited guest, Wylan's spirit collapsed instantly, but when he saw the mark on the other's chest representing the ascetic of the Dawn Church, his nervous mood was relieved. "Believers of the Dawn, why do you say that?" Wylan pushed away Raimondo, who was blocking him, bowed slightly, and asked him. The gray-robed old man shook the scepter in his hand, and a temporary barrier was unfolded. The gorgeous and soft light instantly enveloped the two. Looking around, the alley was still the same alley, but the president of his guild had disappeared. Before Wylan could ask, the gray-robed old man lowered his head and spoke slowly. "Respected, please forgive my rudeness. I am tracking down the demon according to the will of my God. Please forgive me." Another muted voice. Wylan remembered that the last time was when he signed a contract with the legendary wizard Anastasia. Seeing that the other party did not look directly at him, he was a little confused, but now was obviously not the time to think about these things. "How can I help you?" "Sir, thank you for your help. May I ask if you have encountered any demons on the road, or heard of any rumors of demons appearing?" After hearing this, Wylan shook his head and said, "During the journey, my men and I did not encounter any demons, nor did we hear of any rumors of demons appearing. But After considering it for a while, Wylan continued, Kent Brom, the lord of a relatively prosperous barony not far from the Gressley military town, may have the information you want due to his unusual behavior. After hearing this, the gray-robed old man immediately thanked him. Thank you for your help. May the morning light shine on you. Then the barrier disappeared, and the gray-robed old man disappeared with it. My lord, what happened just now? That ascetic from the Church of Dawn, Raimondo asked in confusion, looking at the empty alley. Wylan held the token of the Dawn Church that suddenly appeared in his right hand and said to himself, the Cadlo province may not be peaceful recently. Let's go back and rest first. He patted Raimondo's shoulder, signaled him to put away his weapon, and turned to walk towards the caravan station. At this moment, the figure of the gray-robed old man appeared outside the Gressley military town. He first prayed to the god of dawn, then took a deep look at the town, and moved towards the destination. At the same time, a well-equipped army of about 3,000 people set out from the provincial capital. The destination was the Kent territory that was in civil strife. 2 days later, after completing the deal with the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, Varen couldn't wait to lead the Chamber of Commerce back home. In order to avoid unexpected situations, Varen deliberately avoided the Kent territory. Although this move will increase the time cost, it is safer. Sitting in the carriage, Varen carefully looked at the simple transaction form made by Raimondo and fell into deep thought. This transaction, excluding the cost of purchasing slaves, was a complete loss according to the data of normal trading of goods. There are too few items that can be traded in the Lake of Praying Stars. After hearing this, Raimondo on the horse nodded and said, My lord, foldable chairs like those will be copied by them soon, and they will not be able to trade goods next time. As for Jacama, the price is low and cannot be traded as a commodity. You're right. Wylan put down the simple transaction form in his hand, remained silent for a while, and then said, Relying on mineral salt alone, even if you make flowers, cannot support subsequent development. Let's think about how to solve it when we get back. At this stage, the only commodities that can be traded in Lake of Stars are mineral salts. If you want to continue to expand the types of commodities, in addition to exploring deeper into the gray mango wasteland, you can only start with processing technology. Wylan stroked the somewhat rough ceramics and decided to try this first to see if he could make exquisite pottery. This is just one direction, and other possible development avenues must be considered. While Wylan was deep in thought, a caravan guard who was scouting ahead returned to the caravan and quickly reported, my lord, the front is blocked by the army and is temporarily impassable. Which army is it from? After hearing this, Wylan raised his head to look at the caravan guard and asked him, My lord, the enemy's military flags include the royal flag and the noble flag. Specifically, which army they belong to, my subordinates have little knowledge and cannot know. The caravan guard reported truthfully. Upon seeing this, Raimundo said, My lord, the one who raised the royal flag should be the army directly under the Cordero province, or the Silver Knights transferred from the kingdom. As for the noble flag, it should be temporarily recruited from the surrounding area, noble army. After hearing this, Wylan nodded. According to his guess, there should be something unexpected happened in Kent territory, which caused the army to conduct a blockade and investigation here. However, due to the lack of information at this stage, he is not easy to make rash decisions and can only take one step at a time. Subsequently, Raimundo, under Varen's instructions, led the caravan slowly towards the blockade. Falling Rock Hills, as the outermost node of the blockade, is stationed here by a coalition of knights and hundreds of local nobles. Captain, another caravan is coming ahead, is it? A knight opened the curtain and lowered his head to report to a young female knight with short black hair. Didn't I say that? No matter what it is, even if it is a dog, I must give it a good check. Flora Akers wiped her weapon and said impatiently. As a high-level silver knight, she could have wiped out those damn devil remnants in Kent, but she didn't expect to be thrown into this hellish place. Team, Captain, that caravan carries the flag of your family. Do you need to inspect it too? The knight glanced at his captain and bravely continued to report. It's not you. Flora heard that it was related to her family and stopped mid-sentence. Then she stood up, put the sword back into the scabbard, and ordered to her subordinates, "Lead the way, I will personally lead the way. Go check it out." "Yes," the knight replied, then turned around and led the way. Flora straightened her short hair, put on her black helmet, pulled down her visor, and followed her subordinates out of the tent. Outside the checkpoint, the guard standing guard looked at the civilian in linen clothes in front of him as he looked at the camp unscrupulously. Thinking of the busy appearance of the knight just now, he shut his mouth very conscientiously and did not dare to scold him like before. Varen looked at the temporary camp in front of him. The noble army and the kingdom's army were clearly visible. The camps near the left area are neatly laid out. Except for the patrolling personnel, the rest are undergoing necessary training. They are obviously the kingdom's troops. In contrast, the right side was much more chaotic, but there was no drinking or gambling. Every soldier wore leather armor and had sophisticated weapons. According to his perception, at least 2/3 of the soldiers entered the professional stage. Although most of them were warrior apprentices or knight attendants, it also proved that these nobles used their own wealth and did not use serfs to make up for their wealth. "Lord, here we come." Wylan heard Raimundo's voice and turned to look at Flora walking towards him. Flora glanced at Varen, said nothing, and just asked her men to start checking the caravan. Regarding the army's inspection, the caravan guards retreated to the roadside in cooperation with Raimundo's order. "Captain, everything is normal." A few minutes later, after confirming that there was no demon or its minions, the knight quickly came to Flora, reported to her, and then retreated behind her. Upon hearing this, Flora turned her head slightly and stared at Varen. "Are you from the Akers family?" Faced with the inquiry from the knight wearing the visor, Varen was a little confused, but he still answered truthfully. "I am Varen Akers, the 6th-generation patriarch of the Akers family and the 5th son of Eagle Earl Angus. My name is Flora Akers. I'm glad to meet you, my tribe." Flora took off her visor and said in a gentle tone, "I belong to the lineage of Count Andersey, and I belong to the 6th generation according to my generation. If you mind, you can call me Aunt." Several knights on the side were stunned to see their captain showing his ladylike side, almost blinding themselves. Those bastards don't train seriously and are lazy again. Captain, let me go over and take a look." "Vice Captain, I'll go with you. We have to fix these bastards today." "There seems to be something going on over there, Captain. I'll take someone to take a look." In less than a minute, all the knights standing next to Flora left. Apart from the guards standing guard, only Varen and the caravan members were left. Looking at Flora, who was only a few years older than him, Wylan made a decision in his heart and whispered, "Auntie." "So good." After satisfying her desire to be an elder, Flora was in a good mood and immediately took Wylan's hand and walked towards her tent. Raimundo watched his master leave and could only wait where he was. Along the way, many knights looked at the captain, leading a young man dressed as a civilian towards his tent with excitement on his face, and they all lowered their heads, wondering what they were thinking. "Wylan old. Let me tell you, when I was a child, I went to Windsor Castle for training. I stayed there for 2.5 years. At that time, Earl Eagle personally trained us. By the way, at that time," Flora told about her glorious history in Windsor Castle, and Varen sat quietly on the small bench and listened. According to his guess, this aunt should be 30 years old, but he did not dare to ask openly. After observing the strange behavior of those knights just now, Wylan guessed that his aunt had a somewhat tough personality. "Varen, is Elder Miller okay?" Oh, Elder Miller is very good. It's thanks to him that I'm here." Wylan, who came back to his senses, hurriedly replied, "That old guy is actually still alive." For a moment, Flora suddenly realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Wylan looked at Flora with an embarrassed look on her face with wide, innocent eyes and suddenly asked, "Auntie, why did you block this place?" "He's not my damn big brother, otherwise he wouldn't be here. If I couldn't beat him, I really want to give him a good beating." Upon hearing Wylan's inquiry, Flora couldn't help but clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Auntie, maybe. It's for your safety." "Forget it, let me tell you in detail why there is this blockade." Seeing this, Wylan listened attentively. 7 days ago, the bishop of the Church of Life in the provincial capital of Cardro received the order from the goddess and discovered a demon in the Kent territory. 1/3 of the troops of the 16th Silver Knights set off, but it was still a step too late. Thousands the first demon still passed through the demon gate, and at the same time thousands of people were infected and became half-demon. Just when the situation was getting out of control, a legendary strong man from the Church of Dawn appeared and slapped all the demons in half of them to death with one slap. You heard it right, with just one slap, thousands of demons and demi-demons turned into a puddle of flesh. Since the Church of Dawn has taken action, it stands to reason that the demonic plague will be eliminated soon. Why do you still block such a large area? The legend of the Church of the Dawn traces a powerful demon away from here. The remaining half-demon and some demon worshippers are fleeing in all directions. Due to the limited force, most of them can only be eliminated first, and the rest can only be searched with a net. Have those devil worshippers and half-demon escaped? Varen couldn't help but ask Flora when he thought of his territory. Don't worry, it's still within the blockade. With the church's priests and our knights here, it's impossible for those remnants to escape. Flora replied confidently. Now can you go there? No, Flora said bluntly. Wylan, unless an order is issued to lift the blockade, we must either take a detour or wait where we are. Is that so? Wylan lowered his head and began to think about whether to wait where he was or to take a long detour. Flora looked at Wylan, lowering his head, and advised. Gently, Wylan, I cannot disobey the order given by the leader himself. If. Auntie, don't be embarrassed, I decided to take a detour. Wylan thought for a while, raised his head and said to Flora, and then took out the mourning token from his arms that the old man in gray robe had given him. This is a mourning token, which contains the power of the morning light. You may be able to use it to eliminate demons now. Flora looked at the gray cross badge in Varen's hand. Although it had become obsolete after years of erosion, it was still awe-inspiring. Where did you get this thing? I remember, I should have seen it before. Why can't I remember? Flora knocked her head and muttered to herself. Auntie, this is what I got unexpectedly from an ascetic of the Dawn Church. Don't worry, I robbed it. Seeing this, Wylan hurriedly explained to prevent his aunt from thinking too much. No, I should know the information about this gray cross badge, but I can't remember it. Flora shook her head and said with some confusion. Maybe it's unimportant information. I didn't deliberately remember it. It's normal to forget. Wylan looked at Flora's somewhat painful look and comforted her. Maybe you're right. Flora then gave up thinking. Maybe she would think of it again inexplicably in the future. Then, Aunt, please accept it. This is what you got, and it contains the power of the morning sun. It is of great value. Are you going to give it to me like this? Flora did not accept the gray cross badge. I don't need it now, but Aunt, you will definitely be useful when you participate in exterminating demons. In that case, why do you want to stay with me? Wylan looked at Flora and said slowly, the most important thing is that you are my relative. We share the same blood. For the family to be able to survive today, mutual support among clan members is essential. The year I became a pioneer knight, I relied on my family's influence to avoid a lot of trouble and danger. Flora listened to Varen's words and nodded in agreement. In the kingdom of Ilia, there is no other family like them. One family has 5 earls, and each earl alone is comparable to an ordinary earl family. In addition, other members of the Akers family also have considerable influence in the kingdom's army. You are right. Only by working together can we go further. Flora recalled that she was cared for by her elders in the kingdom's army and had more opportunities and paths than others. She had seen 2 noble children from different branches of the same family fighting to the death, and she didn't understand it at all. Then I'll take it first and return it when we meet next time. Flora solemnly took the gray cross badge, carefully put it away, and then said, in the second half of the year, a military action will be organized to retaliate against the monsters in the Grey Wasteland. This is a good opportunity to win military merits. You should be prepared. Yes, thank you, Aunt. Then the two had another exchange, and after lunch, Wylan submitted his resignation to Flora. Outside the military camp, after Raimondo commanded the caravan personnel to complete the preparations, they left here according to the newly planned route. In the dark night, in a jungle, hundreds of half-demons and a dozen demon worshippers gathered here, looking at the flashing lights in the distance. and secretly discussed. "My lord, there is only a small team of kingdom knights and thousands of noble miscellaneous troops ahead. With our strength, we can definitely rush out." A demon worshipper knelt on the ground and reported carefully to a half-demon. "Bah, this old, stale meat is so disgusting." The half-demon spat out the human flesh in his mouth and stared at the devil worshippers with green eyes. "Dare to deceive me, I will eat you." "I dare not, I dare not." The dozen devil worshippers, stared at by hundreds of half-demons, sat on the ground with their legs limp, regretting why they were fooled by others, and joined the organization. "Go ahead, tear them apart and have a feast." The leading half-demon roared, carrying a bone he had picked up from nowhere, and charged without thinking. Hundreds of half-demons made strange noises and marched towards the camp. At this moment, all the troops in the camp quickly gathered. Both Flora's team and the recruited noble army gathered towards the battle area at the first time. In the first row of the fence, hundreds of soldiers carried wooden shields wrapped in iron sheets, staring at the half-demons rushing out of the dark night, swallowing their saliva, and were extremely nervous. "Distribute feather arrows. Archers, get ready. Priest, holy light, light up the front. Front row warriors, prepare to engage the first wave of half-demons. Knights and knight attendants, run, go around the enemy." Flora stood in the middle of the team, took over the command, and began to issue orders step by step. The feather arrows soaked in holy water were distributed to the quivers one by the civilians. Shoot! Under the illumination of the holy light, the figure of the half-demon became clear. Hundreds of archers received the order and shot arrows. The black skin of the half-demon who rushed to the front was full of feather arrows. The pain of being burned by holy water further stimulated the scum and swollen souls of these residues. Roar! After more than a dozen half-demons were purified, the wooden fence was destroyed, and the first row of soldiers holding wooden shields began to engage the enemy. Reptile! Accept the glorious evolution. The 3-meter-tall half-demon leader waved a bone stick, smashed 7 or 8 soldiers, and easily tore a gap in the shield wall, clearing the obstacles for the half-demons behind. Silver Peak, damn, how did he escape? Flora looked at the black beast in front of him and said with gritted teeth, "Sir Flora, what should we do? We can't stop it at all." A noble stared at the half-demon with a serious look and gritted his teeth. "Here, the strongest one is only Flora, a high-level silver. The other 2 knights who served as vice-captains were only of low-level silver. I will contain this half-demon, and you will take care of the rest." "Quick battle, I can't hold on for long." "Yes, Captain." Then Flora handed the command to a viscount, left the command platform, and went to stop the half-demon leader. At this moment, the half-demon leader grabbed a poor soldier, bit off his upper body, and swallowed it with wood chips and iron sheets. Human ant. Bang! The knight's long sword chopped the black-skinned half-demon leader, making him retreat 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing his body. Flora looked at how she had tried her best to leave a shallow mark on the other party, and her mood became even heavier. "Roar, merge with me." The half-demon leader threw away the half-body in his hand, swung the bone stick, and attacked Flora directly. Facing the attack of the half-demon leader, Flora dodged skillfully with her skills and lured him step by step to a place far away. From the camp, the half-demon leader, who had long been overwhelmed by desire and flesh and blood, had long forgot his main purpose. He stared at the hateful human who was constantly dodging in front of him, constantly looking for his traces, and was lured away from the main battlefield step by step. Let the cavalry launch an attack and fight quickly. Lord Flora can't delay for long. The viscount who took over the command began to issue orders to encircle the half-demons and demon worshippers on the battlefield. After several mistakes, watching the ants in front of him become more and more flexible, the half-demon leader roared, and half of his left arm suddenly disappeared, in exchange for a sudden increase in speed. Looking at the bone stick getting closer and closer, Flora burned his fighting spirit and gathered it on the knight's long sword to form a flame shield. Bang! Under the huge brute force, the flame fighting spirit shield lasted only 3 seconds before it shattered, and the whole body flew backwards and slammed more than 100 meters away. Human, accept the glorious evolution and merge with me. This is your best destination. Vomit. It seems that I will die in this hellhole today." Feeling the intense pain all over her body, Flora took off her bloody mask and looked at the approaching half-demon leader, self-deprecating. "It's just that this way of dying is not pretty. I don't know if those little bastards can pick up my bones." Evolve. Smelling the blood of the silver high-level knight, the half-demon leader kept thinking in his mind. The body instinct told him that if he ate the woman in front of him, he would be able to break through the shackles and become a gold-level demon, a glorious cannon fodder under the orthodoxy of the abyss, and get rid of the humiliating half-demon identity. As the half-demon leader approached step by step, the gray cross badge in Flora's arms continued to shine. Boom! A beam of light appeared out of thin air, covering the two people and lighting up the night sky. Bang! "I will not die, I." In less than 2 seconds, under the cover of the morning light, the howling half-demon leader completely disappeared. At the same time, the dying Flora felt like she was back in her mother's arms. Her damaged internal organs, broken bones, and scars all over her body were healed by the power of the morning light. "Alive, I'm alive." Looking up at the starry sky, Flora's mind kept echoing the scene just now. On the night of April 1, 9721 in the glorious calendar, in a barony 400 kilometers away from the praying star lake, Wyland sent away the rest of the caravan and sat by the lake, waiting for the arrival of destiny. While waiting, Wyland couldn't help but think of a year ago when he was still in Windsor Castle. Almost a year has passed since I came out. Staring at the calm lake, Wyland couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the dead of night, it is easiest to have wild thoughts. At 8 o'clock, the familiar and pleasant voice sounded in my ears again. 5 months later, the famine cult launched a famine sacrifice, and the western part of the kingdom of Elijah will be affected by extreme weather. Famine cult, extreme weather. Hearing this news, Wyland's face became solemn. In the family library, he had a certain understanding of the famine cult, the evil god cult. According to the records of the evil god events that broke out on the Zipnez continent, most of the events caused by the famine cult were related to floods, locust plagues, and droughts. This means that more than 5 million square kilometers of land in the west of the kingdom of Ilya will face one or more natural disasters. We must prepare in advance. In the face of such evil god events, the kingdom of Ilya, which is only affiliated with the goddess of life, can only rely on its own strength to overcome them. Of course, if it is the diocese of the goddess of life, such evil god cults will not dare to make trouble. According to Wyland, there are only 2 countries around the kingdom of Ilya that belong to the nature of dioceses. One is the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, a parish state belonging to the dwarf mountain god Modimus. The other is the parish state belonging to Lansander, the god of the morning, the 3rd kingdom of the Holy Dawn. There is an essential difference between a diocesan state and a religious state. Compared with the country of faith that implements a 2-level governance structure of king and nobles, the parish state implements a 2-level governance structure of church and parliament. Military power belongs to the church, and local political power belongs to the parliament and is supervised by the church. Therefore, the diocese of the god is naturally stronger than the military power of the country of faith. But it is far weaker than the country called the empire. In a sense, empires and gods are equivalent. With Miss Anastasia in charge, there is no need to consider the safety of the Lake of Praying Stars. The most troublesome thing now is the impact of extreme weather. 5 months later, it's time for autumn plowing, which is definitely a huge blow to planting. Purchase food, and start buying and hoarding food when you get back. Take this opportunity to make a good plan to expand the territory's population. Afterwards, Wyland stood up, threw the stones in his hands into the lake, causing ripples, and then turned back to the camp to rest. 6 days later, Wyland, who had been away from the Lake of Praying Stars for 3 months, felt a little excited when he looked at the territory that appeared in his sight. As the interim head of the Lake of Praying Stars, Baird started preparations early in the morning and kept issuing orders, preparing to welcome the Lord back and show off his achievements in the past 3 months. Stand up straight and show me your best side. If anyone slips up, I will make his life difficult for the next 6 months. Cassius, the leader of the Lake of Prayer army, glanced seriously at the 150 soldiers in the 3 squadrons and reiterated his previous speech. Not long after, the shadow of the caravan appeared in sight. Baird was a little excited, as were the three guardian knights Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, who stayed at the Lake of Praying Stars. At the same time, sensing their master's aura, the two rock monitor lizards lying on the ground opened their eyes, spread out their legs, and ran towards Wylan. Sitting on the roof of the carriage, Wylan felt a slight vibration and couldn't help but raise his head, watching his two pets approaching. Ouch! The rock monitor swung its tail, raised its head, and looked at its master with longing eyes. Seeing this, Wylan jumped off the roof of the carriage, landed firmly on the back of one of the rock monitor lizards, patted its head, and signaled him to move forward. After receiving the order, the rock monitor lizard turned around and crawled quickly in Baird's direction. Raimundo on the side watched the frightened packhorse recover from the fright, and waved his hand to signal the caravan to continue moving forward. "You're so fat, it looks like the food is good," Wylan said with a smile while touching the rock monitor lizard's head. Hearing Wylan's words, the other rock monitor lizard howled a few times. "Welcome back, Lord." Baird and the other four bowed and said respectfully. 3 squadrons, 150 soldiers, and 20 knight attendants raised their chests and stared at their lord. Wylan stood on the rock giant lizard, looking past Baird and the other four, scanning the warriors behind him, and nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, they have all developed fighting spirit. Baird, Cassius, Imogen, and Orion. The 4 of you have done a great job during my absence for the past 3 months and have lived up to my expectations." Wylan got off the rock monitor, came to his chief steward, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at the others with approval. "Lord, this is what we should do." Seeing that his achievements were recognized by the Lord, Baird showed a rare smile. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt relieved. In the past 3 months, under the urging of his captain and general manager, Alexander has not been able to eat well and sleep well. Maybe he can sleep well tonight. "Let's go back to the castle first. I have something to discuss with you." Returning to the territory, Varen took Baird directly to the castle on the hill without resting. Cassius and the other 3 saw their master leaving and Raimundo's figure, and went to greet him with smiles on their faces. "Raimundo, long time no see." The 3 of them stepped forward one by one and hugged Raimundo politely. "Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, you 3 stay in the territory and your life is much happier than mine. You're overthinking it. The captain is staring at the 3 of us like he's urging us to die. There's never an easy day," Imogen said with a bitter smile. When Orion heard this, he couldn't help complaining. "If I didn't know how to do business, I would really like to exchange with you. By the way, who is this behind you?" Cassius looked at the young man behind Raimundo and asked. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you." Raimundo patted his head, pulled Duke in front of him, and explained to his old friend, Duke Grosvenor, the second son of Baron Wesker Grosvenor. "Bronze mid-level strength is the new knight squire accepted by the Lord during the journey, and now I will guide the training. He is a good young man. Duke has met all the seniors." Duke performed a standard knightly etiquette to the 3 Cassiuses. "That's right. I believe it won't be long before you can catch up with the rest of us. Senior is so complimentary." "Hahaha, I'm not just talking politely." After hearing this, Duke was a little confused. Seeing that the 3 of them were reminiscing with Raimundo, he couldn't say anything more. Stepping on the wide road between the village and the castle, Wylan looked at everything familiar around him and felt particularly happy. "My lord, among the 150 soldiers, 52 have just become warrior apprentices. 87 have reached the mid-level warrior apprentices, and 11 have entered the high-level warrior apprentices. The 20 knight attendants we led have all grown into mid-level knight apprentices at the lowest, and 3 of them have reached the high-level knight apprentices." As soon as Baird finished speaking, Wylan turned around and said to him, "Everyone has entered the apprentice stage, and we can prepare for the next step of military expansion." "My lord, there has been no war recently. Is it urgent to expand the army?" "Now, I received news that in the second half of the year, the kingdom will launch a military operation against the monster clan in the Grey Wasteland to avenge last year. My lord means to participate in it." Baird saw this and asked impatiently. "Yes," Wylan nodded and then said, "This is not the most important thing. The most urgent thing is to expand the granary and purchase grain, with the upper limit of 30,000 people's 3-year rations. Yes, I understand. Bear did not ask about the reason for purchasing grain. Even if he did not ask, he knew his master's intention, which was nothing more than expanding the population, which was normal. It's just that the population is a bit large. But it's not a big deal.